почати саме.
Я взагалі не грав.
Скільки тобі тоді взагалі було років?
Років 7 було, це через двоюрідного брата. Він не каже йому. Ні, він весь час сидів грав, я просто дивився, а потім якось поступово я разок спробував пограти і все більше ми почали дивитися.
Це
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
чи
สวัสดีทุกคนนะฮะสวัสดีครับ
Був у нас вдома, але комп'ютер був більше його.
більше його. Добре, тоді яким чином ви взагалі домовлялися, хто буде грати прямо зараз? Бо в моєму дитинстві ми з братом спілкувалися мовою сили. І вочевидь, як ви бачите, якщо я тут сижу, а не тут, я програвав.
Ну, брат був в мене добрим, але я грав лише в ті випадки, коли він просто відходив АФК. В такі моменти
Такі
я грав.
за туалети, такі, ну це мій час.
Але це був перший раз, коли я тільки починав грати. Він відходив, я сідав замість нього грав, а потім вже якось просив у нього грати.
А як ти вже познайомився з
ปีนี้พี่ให้ใครเป็นแชมป์ผมให้ไปทวิตเตอร์มายเหมือนเดิมนะผมว่าทีมอื่นยังโค่นไม่ได้อะหรือแม้กระทั่งทีมจากจีนเลยปีเนี้ยผมว่าจีนตั้งธงสูงเปโลอ่ะ 2 ทีมที่แบบผมลังเลนะ
Почали формуватися команди, турніри і тому подібне.
Історія з PUBG у мене довга. Це я почав спочатку грати взагалі в PUBG Mobile. Він тоді грав у нього.
А скільки часу ти приділяв взагалі PUBG Mobile і в який момент ти познайомився, перейшов з маленького PUBG до дорослого PUBG?
Так, ну грав я кожен день, буквально весь вільний час, який в мене був. А коли я перейшов...
ลืมเซฟเวลาเปล่าในคอมไม่ลืม
програти всі ПК.
Отже, ти знайомишся з
ไม่ได้ลืมครับ
PUBG. Скільки тобі тоді було років?
เซฟเป็นเวลาจีนนะ
15 років, коли я почав PUBG.
พี่เซฟเป็นเวลาจีน
А вже
ไม่ได้ลืมครับแชมป์
ПК PUBG це 2022 рік, 15 років.
момент
ПК PUBG це 2022 рік, 15 років.
ПК PUBG.
ПК PUBG це 2020.
PC 2022 Stretch เหรอ Stretch ไม่ตรงอยู่แล้วครับนี่ไง
22 рік, 15 років.
Момент, коли ти дізнався взагалі про компетити сцену. Ти такий, існують кіберспортивні організації, турніри, призові, і в цілому є така посада, якщо можна так сказати, кіберспортсмен. Коли саме це відбулося? До того, як ти познайомився з
กำลังดูประวัติผู้เล่นอยู่คนใหม่นาวี
Уявлення про кіберспорт у мене було з дитинства. Щось я знав, що це таке, але не прям сильно. А прямо вже в тому виді, який зараз є кіберспорт, я дізнався про нього в 2020 році. Це коли там Наві Астраліс,
Counter, ва.
ті турніри. Тоді я вже почав дивитися і усвідомив, яке воно.
Якщо ти говориш про те, що ти з самого дитинства грав 1.6 і потім дізнався про компетити завдяки саме Наві Астраліс у 2020 році, чи була у тебе взагалі думка піти не в PUBG, а в Counter-Strike?
Абсолютно так. Я грав в CSGO дуже багато. От з 2020 року по 22-2 роки я грав на фесті. Були прям плани на КС. Був 10-й левел феста, звичайно. Але потім якось перегорів з КСом. Просто от набридло. Я досяг своєї цілі, яка була 10-го левел феста, і далі все. 2022 рік я закинув КС.
А ти кажеш, ти не проходив сингл. Виходить, для тебе КС-го це був як сингл. Ти просто його пройшов і такий, я йду далі, йду в PUBG. Ти дізнаєшся про кіберспортивну сцену, розумієш про те, що ти хочеш бути теж частиною цієї сцени.
เฟี้ยวอยู่ไอ้สเตรทนี่เฟี้ยวอยู่ได้เคาน์เตอร์นั่นเหรอเดี๋ยวนั่งดูแข่งวันนี้นั่งดูแข่งพรุ่งนี้ไม่พากครับพรุ่งนี้พากวันนี้นั่งดูแข่งเซี่ยงไฮ้ประเทศจีนเสาซี่เซียวซีเสาชี่สี New Happy เอบีเจอกันวันทีไฟลงเลยนะ รุ่งนี้อะไรวะพรุ่งนี้กรุ๊ป B กรุ๊ป C B แล้วก็ C B C โอเค D Y เฮล่าเป็นตาแกรมเฮล่าชื่อเก่าชื่ออะไรวะเฮบีทำไม23ไม่คุ้นเลยว่าไดยอนชื่อแบบไม่คุ้นเลยโหกรุ๊ป A ตัวตึงเยอะอยู่นะแต่ 4AM ผมว่าก็ไม่ไหววะก็อดวียังมาอยู่อ่ะจีน5 ทีมเลยรัสเซียหมดเลยเนี่ยมายุ่นหลงโอ้ยหยีมิ่งใครมาแล้วบ้างคุยกันได้นะครับDark and Darker Mobile ฮันนา เสียดายนะครับไม่ได้เห็นพีโอครับเพราะว่าพีโอติดรับใช้ทหารเบสเตียวันไหนวะ
몰리고 있습니다. 이거 수류탄 나오면 끝입니다.
네, 저 위치 좀 지켰고 좀 바꿔주고 있는데 GNL 선수들 전부 다 뛰고 있습니다.
빨리 내려가야 돼요.
네, 내려가서 좀 싸우고 있고요. 힘들어요. 네, 안 돼요. 한 발.
자, 그래도
3명 기전이다. 한 발을 시켜도
이게 타이밍만 그냥 잡고 트레이드한다 생각하면 GNL이 못 잡을 거야.
와, 잠깐만요.
근데 이거 GNL도 정리.
와, 잠깐만요. 오르카.
자, 오르카 지금 여기 들어와서
초월 계산.
여기 하나는 위에서 자 위에서 오르카
To actually put some damage onto the members of PvP on the outskirts as well while they're trying to at least make them run right into the zone. Here comes the Molotov, and Happy Squad tries to actually keep themselves alive. They will have to step out as they get barbecue and burn. Roy just obliterate them right underneath the shadow.
Maybe Shindo can get as many points in this position. Now Panta's in trouble. He's going to throw the nade. Oh! Gets out of the way of his own explosion, and Panta will get a quick double. Tries to find another one with Panta.
뿌리면서 하다 보니까 시간을
네.
잘 끌고 있어요.
시간 계속 끌어주고 있습니다. 스타로드 자 움직이고 있어요.
좀 많이 때려놨고.
그러면 로이를 그냥 무시하고 건너편으로 건너가는 방법도 있긴 하거든요.
그렇죠. 파트 맞추고 6기
뒤쪽.
자 뒤에서 나와 자 들끓어내고 있습니다. 확실까지
신의 집이 따로 없네요.
자 그렇죠. 여기야 흉가예요. 펜타마치 흉가에서는 펜타마치가 최고입니다.
บอยเหลียง
看好的队伍，也是在这个赛季被寄予厚望。但 IP 毕竟少一个人，但是他们道具总数很多。博良埋的位置很不错，4倍镜的 AUG， 通过这个烟雾弹换位置，东博良，哎呦，这波可惜了，他其实好想去找博良的背身。博良切场很冷静啊，博良爆好闪，有 timing 吗？哎呦
Cyborg is fully activated. And now Perfectix will lob those nades forwards now, knowing exactly where he is. It's a pinpoint one again. It's all on Tosta to try and do something.
No, Perfectix must have heard him down below. Indeed, he has. Now they've both seen one another. You'd have to imagine, indeed, they do. Try to isolate the fighting station. He's doing so. Down on the half HP, but now it's a 1v1. You can see Perfectix crawling for info. Want to get the audio cues to try and assist his teammate. But that allows for Sosa to get the full rest of. He knew Example was up high. He had to commit to that fight early. Now Flash around the side. Goes to the but it's going to be Sosa with the 1v2 and Na'Vi.
也能证明 UIP 守这个防区是足够老练的，对，经验丰富啊。要倒一个，然后把这个一个还能再补一个。高清也倒了，这个3蓝拳直接把这个房子覆盖的非常完美。这投中率有多少啊？这兄弟们准备的很充足啊，太充足了，这个沟通跟这个交流。看见这个闪，小杰，对面也被闪到了，拉过来一个背身打残。这个养鸡场真的是没办法撼动牛海比的存在啊。
Beamy is setting up for Bloomy, but he's got an entire team with him this time around. Kraft not ready for it.
What's happening? Why are they rocking up so slowly? What's going on? This is a disaster. No! They're going to get obliterated here.
Yeah, it's too late.
I mean, yes, okay, you drive up slowly. Yeah, that's a given. Oh no! They have no information.
การอัปเดตครั้งใหญ่เพื่อปรับการเล่นบนแผนที่ต่างๆให้คล้ายคลึงกันเพิ่มแผนที่ที่ใช้ระบบเรียกกลับนำผลลัพธ์ของการทดสอบระบบรบกวนการเล็งมาใช้ทั้งหมดนี้และอีกมากมายตัวร่วมตามมาดู
ผ็ดเน่าเฉย
และด้วยความเห็นทุกคนตอนนี้การปรับระดับการรบกวนการเล็งพร้อมจะถูกนำมาใช้แล้ว เราจะเปิดใช้ระดับการรบกวนจากการทดลองครั้งล่าสุดและคอยติดตามความคิดเห็นจากการใช้งานบนเซิร์ฟเวอร์ปกติสุดท้ายแต่ไม่ท้ายสุดเรายังมีการปรับระดับเสียงที่เกิดจากตัวผู้เล่นเองตามความคิดเห็นที่ถูกส่งมาเช่นเสียงยิงปืนเสียงขับรถและเสียงระเบิดของปืนโคลเข้าไปเล่นลองฟังและบอกเราหน่อยว่าเป็นยังไงนอกจากนี้ยังมีระบบคอนเทนเนอร์ใหม่ในเวิร์กช็อปเซิร์ฟเวอร์พาสใหม่และการปรับปรุงเพิ่มเติมสำหรับห้องแบบกำหนดเองแรงฤดูกาลใหม่และอื่นๆอีกเพียบดูรายละเอียดได้ที่แพทช์โน้ตของเราอัปเดต 3.5.1 มาแล้วไปลองใช้งานเสาบลูชิปกันรวมตัวกับเพื่อนแล้วไปสอนให้ศัตรูได้ลิ้มรสระดับรบกวนการเล็งแบบใหม่แล้วเจอกันในสนามรบPUBG Battleground เข้าเล่นฟรีได้แล้ววันนี้ทั้ง PC และคอนโซล
เฮ้ยครับเพลง
สวัสดีคลาสตันติดตามข่าวสารที่คลาสตันไทยแลนด์
Hello PUBG esports fans, it's that time again, time to kick off another year of global PUBG esports. It all starts with PGS 7 and 8. Who will make a statement and take a big first step towards the year's finale, the PUBG Global Championship? 6 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage, along with 4 new global partner teams and 14 regional series qualifiers, with 3 from EMEA, Korea, Americas, APAC, and 2 from China. The PGS format remains the same this year. The 10 global partner teams and 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions will be divided into groups and compete over a 3-day group stage, where they will play 18 matches across 4 maps. The 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage and play 18 matches in 3 days, after which we will crown our first PGS champion of the year. The teams will once again compete for the $300,000 PGS prize pool. 300 PGS points will go to the winners, giving them a massive head start for PGC. In Shanghai, China, PGS 7 and 8 will kick off a whole new year of PUBG esports. PGS 7 will be held from April 28th through May 4th. PGS 8 is up next and will run from May 12th through 18th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG esports. And welcome to the 2025 Global PUBG esports.
Ocean on the top 5 are sending it 当场逮捕
decision from all of that, but at the same time, the off angle could be big here. Two go down. This could be the detonator. He gets through.
Dribble must be taken.
Welcome PUBG esports fans to PGS Preview. We are here to catch you up on some of the most interesting stories from the regional series, so you will have everything you need to watch on day 1 of PGS 7, which will kick off in Shanghai, China from April 28th through May 4th, followed by PGS 8 from May 12th through 80th.
ลมแรงนะ
We
ผม
will
ปิว
look
สวัส
at
ดี
some
ครับ
spicy
โดยสวัสดีครับ
roster
พี่อาร์ม
changes, talk about tournament favorites, and dive into the teams making their PGS debut. I'm your host Lisa, and I'm joined by Yingxi.
Hello everyone, I'm excited to be here and even more excited for PGS. With how the regional tournaments turned out, it may be time to forget everything we learned last year. There are so many new teams and new rosters. There's never been a better time to be a PUBG esports fan. Should we jump straight in?
Yeah, sure. So first, let's remind everyone of our format for PGS 7. Teams will play in a 3-day group stage where the top 16 will move on to the final stage. It will be a tough fight for our teams, and only the strongest will make it to the end. With that in mind, why don't we start by looking at our groups for PGS 7. In Group A, we have Team Falcons, Team FM5, Navi, BB Team, G&G, Bagopa, 4 Angry Men, and New Happy. So what are your initial thoughts on this group?
กำลังกลับบ้านครับฟ้ามืดฟ้าร้อง
We definitely expect to see
ถึงแล้วก็มานั่งดูแข่งกัน
forming the Sonics roster perform on global stage. They have shown us time and time again that they can contest for any trophy. Young Team Falcons and Navi, there are a lot of question marks on this group.
Yeah, correct. I agree. And so what about Bagopa? For the viewers at home who might be newer to the PUBG scene, Bagopa was a team founded by Peel in 2022 after he left G&G the first time. Now they have returned and qualified with Peel back in Pro PUBG. While Peel won't be at PGS this time, and with 2 hard sub it in for him, do you think they can make some waves in this tournament?
To see Bagopa qualify was really surprising. It's an incredible achievement to see so many players come out of retirements to make a squad and qualify all the way to PGS. I think, however, we should temper our expectations for this team. I don't think they can keep pace with the best teams in the world, but if they do it, it will be one of the most incredible stories in PUBG esports history. We also have 2 of our GPT teams in, 4M and JNG, who have reworked their roster. This will be a good test for them to see how those changes have worked. But the other team to keep our eye on here is T5. I was impressed versus JR's rotations in APAC, and I think they will be a real contender this year. But for the rest of this group, there are so many new rosters for teams that have underperformed at PGS. We will have to wait and see.
Yes, we have so much to see in the coming season. So why don't we move on to take a look at Group B, which in my opinion is the toughest group. We have our PGC 2024 champions, the Expandable, our 3-peat PGS champions, Twisted Minds, and the ever-present threat of 7A Gamings, as well as T1, Daytrip Gaming, Furia, and newcomers Bestia and Taikula.
This definitely looks like a tough group. Twisted Minds may have finished 5th at PEC, but as you said, they lifted 3 PGS trophies in a row last year, which is a record I doubt will be broken anytime soon. They always find a way to be a threat at PGS. An example put up over 20 kills in PEC Grand Finals, so he still looks dangerous. I think they should remain on our short list of tournament favorites. The same goes for the Expandables. Tanvu and Chloris had combined 70 kills.
คู่นี้ก็โหด
I think they will prove at PGS 7 and 8 that PGC wasn't a one-time deal. I accept them to be strong.
Yeah, sure. So how about 17 Gaming? They have a
สวัสดี
roster
ครับ
change
สวัสดี
for
ครับ
the first time in the PGS era. Suzhou has moved to Tylute, and
ทัน
77
สิทธิ
has
บูรณ์สวัสดี
joined
ครับ
17 Gamings in the wake of Tianba's breakup. How do you think this change will affect the team on the global stage?
17 Gaming has been one of the most consistent performers on the global stage with their previous roster. But we know this is a team that wants to win, and second place just won't cut it when we want to lift another trophy. 7-7 was a great supportive player on Tianba, and the early result has been promising. 17 Gaming has had a more defined identity working around Xiao Wu as the anchor. It remains to be seen how this roster will do on the global stage, but I am optimistic, especially with the second place finished at PCL. Also, I think Furia might surprise some people in this group. This is mostly the legacy squad from last year that we saw big improvements from during 2024, and it looks like they've continued that trend. They've been playing more aggressively and it's really paying off for them. They were one of 2 teams to break the 100 kills mark with Team Falcons. If they can make it out of this group convincingly, we'll have to add them into the title race conversation.
So how about our final group, Group C? We have ROC Sports, Virtus Pro, E-Arena, Forest Natural Gaming, Divine, and 3 regional champions, GK Esports, Patrick Rhodes, and DN Freaks. I know a lot of people are excited about Ming Ming joining XLab on Patrick Rhodes. Do you think they will live up to the hype?
I think they will. XLab and Ming Ming, 2 of the best of fraggers in the history of the game, and they already look like a world-class duo. On top of that, XLab had an unbelievable performance in PCL finals. He topped the charts in every meaningful metric with 45 kills and almost 7,000 damage, which was more than 1,000 above second place. I expect Paro to be near the top of everyone's power rankings coming into PS7. That being said, this is still a new change, and it remains to be seen if they
แบบนี้ก็ดีครับเหมือนมีเพื่อนดูใช่ใช่นั่งดูนั่งคุยไปด้วยเพลินๆนะ
What about 2 other regional
คิดว่ากลุ่มไหนตึงสุดผมว่ากลุ่ม
GK Esports and DN Freaks. DNF finished the PWS finals.
กลุ่ม A ไม่ตึงอ่ะกลุ่มธีรทรอ่ะผมว่าธีรทรสบายเว้ยเพราะเจนจีแม่งก็ชุดใหม่ไม่ค่อยเท่าไหร่
Meanwhile, GK Esports shocked PEC, claiming the title with an entirely new roster. How do you think this will change the group dynamic?
GK Esports has a very interesting story already. You have Divix, formerly of Navi, Quizzy, formerly of VP, and Spyro, formerly of BB Team and Twistminds. These are a lot of very good players who just haven't found the right home. These players alone have a combined 8 PGS appearances. On paper, this is a team that looks like it could compete in PEC, but for them to go and win in their first event together was a real surprise. Spyro seems like he might be back to his PGS2 form, and Divix looks like a new player on this roster with 6,800 damage dealt in the finals. I can't remember the last time I was excited to see a roster make their global debut, and I think they have the chance to shake up the power balance among the top teams. On the other hand, we have the Freaks. DN Freaks are far and away the best team from PWS coming to PGS 7 and 8 in my mind. They won the finals by 74 points, which is absolutely insane. Salute looked unstoppable in PWS with 39 kills in the 12-game finals. He was smurfing in the pro lobby with some of the biggest names in PUBG esports history. I think their performance regionally definitely makes them one of the big tournament favorites.
So now that we have had a quick look at our 3 groups, and speaking of tournament favorites, why don't we just take a minute to talk about the teams you think will be in the running for the PGS trophy on the final day?
It seems like Twistminds has some magic at PGS.
พี่ว่ากลุ่ม4อ่ะ
Either way, I have
กลุ่ม
high hopes for them, but I predict
กลุ่ม 4 เนี่ยตึงสุดครับ กลุ่ม 4 ตึงสุด
for PGS. How about you? Which teams do you have your eye on?
กลุ่ม 4 มีทั้งเปโล กลุ่ม 4 มีทั้งเปโลกลุ่ม 4 มีทั้งกีเคก็น่ากลัวนะกีเค
I think they will continue to be strong. Since this is the first global
Falcon ไม่เท่าไหร่
event,
อ่ะ
every team here is a world-class squad. It set the stage
Falcon
for this year's
ที่เป็น
first
โซนิก
true
เก่า
finish.
อ่ะ
So I'm really,
ไม่เท่าไหร่
really looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. I have actually one more question for you, Yuxi. Are there any interesting storylines you will be following at PGS 7? I know for me, I'm excited to see the rematch of our PGC contenders. For example, we have Expandables, TSM, Freaks, VP, and T1. They all had a shot at the trophy going into the final match of PGC 2024.
That was an incredible way to finish this year. I hope we can
อยาก
see
ส่ง
something
เสียงไป
similar
โอ
to
เต็ม
PGS.
เซิร์ฟอ่ะ
For me, I'm looking forward to
เจอเหมือนกันครับ
all of the new
ไม่ต่างกัน
returning teams. We have 5 entirely new teams: Basia, ROC Esports, Divine, Taikula, and GK Esports.
ใช่คุณละ
Also teams we are seeing for the first time in years like Vegopa and Forest Natural Gaming. On top of that, this was one of the most active off-season in PUBG esports.
ขอบคุณครับ
We haven't even talked about
ขอบคุณ
their
ครับ
roadmap. For
ขอบคุณครับ
Manu
มา
to
ตินขอบคุณ
shine,
ครับ
Norwich
อยากลอง
and
ทดลองดู
Bass
ขอบคุณครับ
will be our
50 บาท
first
ฮะ
chance to see him on a team
ขอบคุณครับผม
Mine, Zilzan,
ขอบคุณครับมาติน
are returning to PGS.
Thank you ครับ
Squad. New Happy qualified with a completely new roster. 4M brought Atomu and Longzi from Thailand. Zhengji rebuilt with a new roster as well. There is so much to watch at PGS. I can't wait for the tournament to start.
I agree. I think our first global event of the year, PGS 7, is
ก็
supposed to be one of the
ไม่หรอก
most
เขาทำงานอยู่ครับเพียงแต่ว่ามันก็ต้องส่งไปเกาหลีอยู่ดี
So
อะ
make sure you're here to join us for all the fun. PGS 7 will kick off in Shanghai on April 28th with 3 days of group stage and 3 days
ลองไปพิมพ์ช่องหลักดูครับ
on May 2nd
ลองไปพิมพ์ช่องหลักดู
where we will crown our first PGS champions of the year. Then after a week break, we will be back in action from May
พิมพ์ช่องผมไม่ได้อะไรอะเดี๋ยวประเด็น
PGS 8. Also, you can stay up to date
พิมพ์ช่องผมไม่ได้อะไรเลย
PUBG Esports on PUBGesports.com.
เพราะว่าเราก็คนทำงานคนหนึ่งเหมือนกัน
PGS preview. Thank you again for Imshi for joining us and sharing your insight. I'm your host Lisa and I'll
ผ
see
ม
you
คิด
on
ว่า
April
กรุ๊ป C ตึงสุดนะ กรุ๊ป C มีทั้งเปโลมีทั้งเดียนฟิกเดียนฟิกก็น่ากลัวอยู่แล้วครับ ชื่อชั้นนะ ตัวผู้เล่น มาแล้วแข่งดูกันดีเลยไหมพี่ไม่ได้ใส่อาจจะได้ดูกับพี่เกมหนึ่งไปไหนอะมาติมไปไหนอะไม่ได้ตั้งดีเลยครับขี้เกียจเนี่ยจะได้คุยกันแบบสดๆไงขี้เกียจมานั่งแบบว่าดีเลยตอบไปแล้วเพิ่งคำตอบเพิ่งมาหรือแบบถามทีนึงพูดไปแบบมารอดีเลย10 นาทีมันก็ไม่ใช่อะไรอะ
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีคุณบีด้วยฮะ
สวัสดีครับผมสวัสดีครับ
โอ้โหเรียกว่าเรามีโอกาสโคจรมาเจอกันเรียกว่ายิ่งกว่าดาวหางฮันเล่อีกนะ
โอ้โห
เป็นครั้งแรกที่เราพาคู่กัน
ครับผม
อ่ะไปลุยกันนะฮะสำหรับวันนี้นะครับหรือว่าเป็นศึกแห่งจักรวาล PUBG เลยครับ PUBG Global Series ครั้งที่ 7 เลยครับ
ครับ
โอ้โหวันนี้เรียกว่ามันแน่นอนคุณบี
ใช่ครับนะฮะวันนี้พวกเรา2 คนนะครับผมบิลเคซี่
ครับผมโก้ไซตันนะครับก็รับมาที่เป็นผู้บรรยายในวันนี้
ครับผม
ทั้งหมด6 รอบโดดเลยนะครับสำหรับรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจนั่นเองฮะ
นะฮะซึ่งเป็นการแข่งขันเรียกได้ว่าโอ้โหระดับ global เลยกับ PGS 7 ครั้งนี้ของเรานะครับซึ่งเราทำการแข่งขันกันอยู่ครับตรงนี้ที่ทางด้านประเทศจีนที่เมืองเซี่ยงไฮ้นั่นเองนะครับสำหรับทางด้านฝั่งตัว PGS 7 เนี่ยจะเป็น 28 เมษายนคุณผู้ชมครับถึงวันที่
รายการนี้มีสตรีมเมอร์
แล้วหลังจากนั้น
ไลฟ์ดูแข่ง
ประมาณ
สดไหม
1
พี่
สัปดาห์แล้วก็ต่อ
ไม่รู้เลยครับ
8 ต่อแบบรวดเร็วเลย
ผมไม่รู้เลยครับผม
กระชับเลยนะ
ก็ผมดูเนี่ยแหละ
ก็ลุยกันต่อสำหรับ PGS
ผมก็สตรีมเมอร์ไง
ซึ่ง2 ทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่เรากล่าวถึงเนี่ยมีความสำคัญ
ผมก็สตรีมเมอร์คนหนึ่ง
มากเลย
แต่ว่าพรุ่งนี้ผมไม่อยู่
PUBG Global Championship
พรุ่งนี้ไปภาคนะครับ
25นั่นเองครับ
ครับผมนะฮะเรียกได้ว่าเตรียมตัวพบความมันกันเลยนะครับแต่ว่าก่อนจะไปพบความมันกันตรงนี้ต้องขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีของเราเกิดเลยครับ
ใช่ครับ
กันก่อนเลยครับแม่ลิ้นพัน
แหมโหใจเย็นๆนะครับมีทางด้านของคราฟตันนะครับแล้วก็ PUBG Esport รวมไปถึงทางด้านของ Organize ของเรานะครับ Hero Esport และที่สำคัญขาดไปไม่ได้เลยคุณบีมีอะไรบ้างครับ
โอ้โหบอกเลยว่าทางด้านสปอนเซอร์ของเราเนี่ยเพียบเลยครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นในด้านของตัว OP.gg ครับ Power You Game นะฮะสำหรับทางด้านฝั่งของตัว Data Analysis ต่างๆ
ใช่ครับ
นะฮะ OP.gg ฝากไว้ด้วยนั่นเองคุณผู้ชมครับรวมถึงทางด้านฝั่งของตัวนี่เลยกับทางด้านฝั่งของตัว Gigabyte Aorus ครับที่เป็นผู้สนับสนุนหลักในด้านของ PC นะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการ์ดจอเรื่องของเมนบอร์ดต่างๆนะครับต้องขอบคุณทางด้านของ Aorus ไว้ด้วยนะครับยังไม่หมดเท่านั้นครับยังมีทางด้านฝั่งตัว AMD อีกเหมือนกันนะครับที่เป็นทางด้านฝั่งตัวพาร์ทเนอร์ของทางด้าน CPU ครับประสิทธิภาพสูงครับบอกเลยว่ามาแรงมากๆตอนนี้ฮิตฮอตมากๆกับทางด้าน AMD
ใช่เลย
ช่วง
ครับ
นี้
โอ้โหเรียกว่ามาแรงจริงๆนะรวมไปถึงทางด้านของจอมอนิเตอร์เกมมิ่งที่นักแข่งทุกคนเนี่ยใช้แข่งขันกันอยู่ตอนนี้เลยก็คือ Sovi นั่นเองครับ Official Monitor Partner ของเรานะครับรวมไปถึงนี่ต่อไปเป็นทางด้านของ Anda Seat ผู้สนับสนุนเรื่องเก้าอี้เกมมิ่ง Official Gaming Furniture Partner นะครับโอ้เรียกว่าไม่มีเก้าอี้ก็นั่งกันแข่งกันทั้งวันปวดหลังกันไปนะครับนี่ก็ต้องขอบคุณทางด้านของ Anda Seat ด้วยรวมไปถึงนี่ฮะเจ้าสุดท้ายครับเป็นทางด้านของ Lexa นะครับผู้สนับสนุนหลักในการในด้านของหน่วยความจำหรือว่าแรมนั่นเองครับก็ขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีทุกท่านเลยนะครับ
ใช่ครับแม่เรียกได้ว่ามาทั้งคอมในตรงนี้นะใครที่แบบอยากประกอบคอมนี่ครบเลย
ใช่ครับมาครบเซตของเราใช่ครับ
นะครับมาดูทางด้านฝั่งตัวสเกดูหรือว่าตารางการถ่ายทอดสดของเรากันดีกว่าผู้ชมครับในทางด้าน PGS 7 นะครับตรงนี้ครับเราจะถ่ายทอดสดกันแบ่งเป็น2ช่วงด้วยกันคือรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจและรอบไฟนอลสเตจครับซึ่ง 28-30 นี้จะเป็นรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจกันก่อนนะฮะวันนี้วันแรกกรุ๊ปสเตจก่อนนะครับมีการซัฟเฟอร์กลุ่มกันไปนะฮะสำหรับสับเปลี่ยนกลุ่มครับและเอาท็อป 16 ครับไปสู่รอบไฟนอลสเตจนั่นเอง
ใช่เลยครับ และนี่คือฟอร์แมตที่คุณพีได้กล่าวไปนะครับสำหรับกรุ๊ปสเตจก็จะมีทั้งหมด3วันด้วยกันเนาะ
ครับผม
28 29 และ 30 เมษายนจะมีการพักเบรก1วันนะครับวันที่1ก็คือวันแรงงานของประเทศไทยนั่นเองแล้วก็ไปลุ้นต่อในรอบ Final Stage 2-4 รู้ผลทันทีเลยครับว่าทีมไหนจะเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดนะ
นี่คือเขาตั้งใจหยุดให้แบบแรงงานเลยนะ
โอ้โหผมว่าอาจจะ
คือวันแรงงานปุ๊บหยุดพอดีเลย
ดึงปักเลย
หยอกฮะและนี่คือการแบ่งกลุ่มออกมาคุณผู้ชมกับทางด้านฝั่งตัวรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจตรงนี้ครับนะวันนี้จะเป็นการเจอกันของกลุ่ม A และกลุ่ม B นั่นเองนะฮะก็จะเรียกได้ว่ามีการแข่งขันกันวันละ6รอบโดด6แมตช์ทั้งหมดใน18 เกมด้วยกันนะครับผมและอันดับ1ถึง16อย่างที่บอกไว้ว่าจะเข้าสู่รอบ Final Stage ไปแข่งกันต่ออีก3วันนั่นเองเพื่อเก็บคะแนนกันฝ่ายนั่นเองครับ
แล้วก็แบ่งเป็น3กลุ่มตามที่เราเห็นกันเลยนะซึ่งในวันนี้อย่างที่ B บอกไปเนาะ A เจอ B จะมี2ทีมไทยให้เราเชียร์กันนะครับและนี่คือทางด้านของ Prize Pool หรือว่าเงินรางวัลรวมเนี่ยกว่า$300,000 หรือว่าตีเป็นเงินไทยกว่า10 ล้านบาทเลยครับ
โอ้ my god ฮะ
โอ้โห
สูงมากนะคุณผู้ชมครับตรงนี้ครับที่1อย่างเดียวเนี่ย100,000 เหรียญเลย
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โห
ได้ไปนี่คือจุกๆเลยนะ
ล้ำซ้ำตรงนี้
จริงสมมุติว่าเขาฟอร์มมาแรงจะจัด PGS 7 ก็ได้แชมป์ PGS 8 ก็ได้
bad go. We've got a lot to do. We've got a lot to do in that week, and all of these teams got a lot to do in game as well as they look to earn themselves as many points as possible. It's the true tried and tested super format here to get things rolling.
อ๋ออันนี้มันท็อปฟี่กับไอ้นี่
We've been doing this for a
ท็อป
while.
ฟี่กับเคเลส
If you're new, lots of points for first and points for kills. So yeah, obviously, we did see a lot of that regionally. Teams really focusing on that kill point being the difference maker, and we did see some teams like Liquid that were playing more placement driven lose because they weren't searching for kills.
And of course, here at PGS 7, there are some points on the board as well as PGS 8, of course, on the road to PGC. Now, this is interesting because already we're seeing kind of reverberations through some of these regions to the point where some of the teams would, in theory, already be qualified from their regional. However, PGS points comes first. So if you qualify via getting all these points, you suddenly start unlocking extra slots for your region, which is huge.
That's a big time. Teams like BB Team are always happy about sort of those decisions, right? Those extra slots that you want to earn, so that is a big move. Participating teams that are in here, obviously our global partner teams over on the left side get their automatic bids, and a surprising amount of those teams needed them this time around, and everybody on the right are the teams that played their way in, the ones who are in the top form, if you will.
And as you look down here with Americas, nobody could have predicted Furia and Rock coming in. Nobody saw that coming before it was announced. As we've got plenty of opportunities to see some fantastic organizations trying to represent here on the international stage. But today, groups A and B will be playing things out. It's a mixed bag.
It is a mixed bag.
Especially considering, I think that you've got teams like T1, for example, who looked spectacular at PGC, looked great at the start of PWS, but then sort of kind of wound down, looked very strange in the last week. So I'm hoping that they step things up for international play.
Yeah, I think maybe they took their feet off the gas for a second, kind of knew that they were on their way here and used that break to sort of prepare for international.
These
are the amount of moms that each of these players have. That is
moms, you say?
Man of the match.
Man of the match. Mom เขา
on a regular basis. No, Example does have the most with 8
กราฟิกทำปั่นที่ไหน
and these are just
Man of the match.
If you're building a fantasy roster right now, this is a great example of why you want some of these guys on your team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even if Example is not getting a man of the match, chances are he's ADR farming anyway. So if you want someone on your fantasy that's just going to give you guaranteed points, regardless of if they get kills or not, he is your man. And then you can only have one from Twisted Minds. So if you've got him, you can't have Perfectix. As we focus on what Twisted Minds has been able to do in the past of PGS is the most winningest team, not only when it comes to matches, but also, let's be real, PGS.
Absolutely, these guys dominate, and honestly, it seems like they found the right recipe. Batulin and the rest of his squad have been grinding for a long time to be that top team. Example was that secret sauce they added to it, and the thing I love most is over the last year, Example has come even more out of his shell. He's smiling more, he's more involved with the team, like seeing the growth of them as a foursome. I was shocked at PGC. I thought Twisted Arrow, this is their run to win.
Should have been.
Their finish was a shock to me, a shock to their fans, and a shock to all of PUBG, and I think their goal this year is to prove that it was a one-off, that they are still going to be dominant.
Was it 8th on the World Championship stage, which is funny because it's Twisted Minds, and any other team that gets 8th, you're like, oh yeah, commendable performance.
Commendable for, exactly.
And of course here, as you can be joining in, the Fantasy League over at T-Wire is available. We have all locked in our rosters.
We have.
We thought that maybe they would be quite similar, then I overheard some conversation going on, and apparently not.
Well, I always believe in Shrimsy. I got example because you talked about the ADR.
It's
and
a given.
I got a little feeling that Fury is going to come out really strong on day one.
Ooh, I like that.
You know, they just came out. They've been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and I think they're going to be one of those teams that says, hey, no one knows what to expect from us.
Yeah.
Let's make day one our day.
I like that. I mean, as long as we, well, I was about to say as long as we all beat Matrim, but that's a guarantee, so it doesn't really matter that much. Even Paper's nodding his head. This is ridiculous.
You were betrayed by your co-caster, my friend.
Yeah, that's brutal. I know you guys at home can win huge amounts of G-Coin, actually, alongside this, so make sure to be playing. I think sometimes when we've got internationals going on, I know upwards of like 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 players joining in. It's a great way of being really invested in every single battle that goes down, every single match that gets won.
And for me, it's also one of the best ways to meet new teams and meet new players, because you're going to add someone to your roster that you don't always watch because you're money driven, right? And then you're going to be like, oh man, this was really fun watching this new player. And I think it's one of the cool, like Human was underpriced last year, and I got to know him very well because he was on my team so often.
I get it. Yeah. That's a good point. Good point. And today's matches are as follows. We start on the grassy pastures, and then it's time to Tega. Then we roll into Rondo, and it's the Dusty Junes and Miramar.
Love it. That was clean. Cool.
You liked that?
I like the roll into Ronda. I missed the condo a little bit.
No, but only Avenger misses the condo.
The condo.
I even saw him looking at property yesterday, and he's like, "Is there any condos on here?" And I was like, "We're not on Rondo. Can you calm down, please, Avenger?" Crazy boy.
It is. I love that we're starting in the grassy pastures. The players know it. They're comfortable there. It also means we're going to have to play pretty aggressive.
And of course, you can join in with the co-streamers as well. They've all got terrifying logos.
Wow. That's a very mean group.
Bruh.
They mean business. As we mean business as well here for PGS 7.
Metal streamers.
They're all going to be watching. We have a few more coming up as well. Good old Pokemolodai. We got to see Pokemolodai back in PEC. That was a treat, to say the least. Backmet's not even here. He's normally always here. Come back, Backmet.
Come back. Hey, I go watch the co-streamers. Have both streams on. It's always fun to hear. Like, I think Pokemolodoid's sort of talking as he watches the play is always interesting and a nice little fill. So check them out. We're glad to have them supporting us here as well. Big day today. Number one, you got to come out with Group AB. It's got to be a huge day.
Yeah, very exciting stuff here, as we have an opportunity to really lay the foundations for international PUBG esports once again, and this might be the most unpredictable it has been for me on international soil for a while.
I mean, yes, because we've talked about the top, the pretenders, the contenders, but there's also a lot of wildcard teams down there on the bottom, right? We got Forest, we got a couple of other teams that are kind of, wow, you guys really snuck into this one, right? And I mean, Rock will be interesting for me. They slipped in 2 points over Liquid. I expect them to throw some serious wrenches into a lot of people's play style, and that's, I think, where it's going to be wild for some of these teams in the first day.
I mean, you say that, and at the same time, you know, all these players very professional. They're going to come in very studied. They're going to have watched PAS and how things went down there. That said, though, can you subvert other teams' expectations? Can you change things up based on what you've studied, as like a Rock, for example, and then maybe catch some people off guard that way?
If you talk to any top player, that's one of the biggest challenges of being at the top is everyone has to watch you. Everyone's chasing you. It's harder to sort of innovate when you are already the best, right?
Usually the Twisted Minds is the target.
Exactly. So all of these teams have been studying Twisted Minds for years, and now Twisted Minds has maybe 3 regional days to learn about these teams in reverse, and that is where you need to make a move on day 1 in these events, right? By PGS 8, everyone knows what you're doing. Your style has been exposed. So if you want to be a new team and you want to set the standard, you got to do it here during the first 3 days when no one knows what to expect.
I mean, to kind of talk to that a little bit as well, the smart money when it comes to internationals now almost always is on Twisted Minds. Even though we have a new world champion, the smart money would still be on Twisted Minds. That said, I'm keen to find out if they're
คุยได้นะต้องแชทพิมพ์มาได้นะครับผมนั่งดูเรื่อยๆนะพิมพ์มาได้เลยนะครับ
Right.
We won 7 regionals.
That's easy to say after you've thrown, you know what I mean?
Precisely. So I'm wondering how it all formulates and comes together here this time around. Because even if you are the most confident team in the world, there has to be a little bit of like, but we didn't do quite as well.
Like that little
just
inkling
a tiny
behind
bit.
you. Especially because when you look at Twisted Minds, if we go over their PGS performance, it's 3rd, 1st, right? Then you go to EWC and it's 18th. They didn't even make the grand final. PGC 8th. So there is that stressor behind them of saying, okay, we're good at PGSs, but where are we when it comes to the big show? We need to start setting that this is our era. I hope that voice doesn't affect them.
I try, as an EMEA representative, I try not to think about the PWC situation and Tycon. That's basically why it didn't occur. Damn you, Tycom. But All Gamers Global isn't here, so that's fine.
Hey, listen, from my side, I got to watch Sonics miss the PGC Grand Finals as well. So we're all kind of been that boat recently. It's been a weird. Last year was a tough year for our top teams to stay consistent because there were so many crazy upstarts in big plays.
Yeah. So coming into groups A and B, are there any particular wild cards that you think might make a shake up today, or are you looking at those big names to try and come out strong here today and figure it out?
Yeah, I'm definitely watching the mainstays. I want to see what Falcons and Twisted Minds do when they sort of have their feet under them and are, have maybe the easier lobby to make some movement on. I think teams like Furia is one of my wild cards. They're a team that not a lot of people are expecting. So that's kind of my 3 to watch. Is I'm Falcons, I'm Twisted Minds, and I really need to see, is Furia going to make a big push or not? And if they show up here on day 1, they could actually be a contender in this event.
Oh, I love having these conversations.
Right?
It doesn't even feel like working because you get to see and we get to set the foundation for what can occur here today. It's an exciting time, and the group stage is now up on us. We are going to have ourselves, all of these teams battling for as many points as possible to try and qualify into that grand final here for PGS7. Ladies and gentlemen, let the battle begin here from Shanghai, China.
เอาแล้วเริ่มแล้วเชเคเอฟเฟกต์อย่างอลังการเสียงหอยทำวิดีโอดีนะแบบว่าพรีเซนต์อะวิดีโอพรีเซนต์โคตรดีเลยแมปลอนโดเนี่ยจาเดนาซิตี้แน่นอนลอนโดแมปลอนโดโอ้โหโคตรเท่เสร็จเคแค่นี้นะทำไมเขาเอาหิมะออกล่ะครับผมมองว่ามันเป็นแมตช์ที่ยังไม่ค่อยสมดุลเท่าไหร่ครับ
Welcome PUBG fans. I'm your host Lisa and welcome back to Shanghai, China. We are mere minutes away from kicking off the 2025 PUBG Global Esports season here, and with $300,000 on the line, all the teams are ready to bring their A game. Every region has brought their best, from familiar faces with new names like Dean Freaks and Team Falcons to tried and true teams like the Expandable, Twisted Mind, and Patrick Road. Will it be the GPT team that come out on top, or will we see one of the new teams tear up the script and lift the trophy for themselves? Let's find out.
Let's find out. วิธีสวยอยู่เชสเคอิโมชันแนลมากครับแมปมันยังไม่ค่อยสมดุลครับแมปวิกเอนดี้ผมว่ามีหลายที่ยังไม่สมดุลครับโอ้เขาไล่ใหม่ตั้งแต่ PGS 1นี่ว่า2 PGS 2 Sonic ได้แชมป์เชโดโคตรเลโทอ่ะ3 PGS 3ครับโคตรเดือดอ้าว3แล้วมา6เลยเหรออ้าว4-5ไม่ได้ส่งเหรออ๋อ4-5-6เลยเขารวบเลยเพราะมันเป็น3แชมป์ติดโอ้โหจีนยิ่งใหญ่อีกแล้วทุกคนใช่รวมทวิตครับทวิต3ซีรีส์เลยเชี่ยยังสวยโอ้โหสเตจอลังมากกับไฟกี่ดวงน่ะอลังมากเลยนะเว้ยดูไฟดิเคโอ้โห สวยจัดแต่นั้นโคตรสวยอะสเตจ
Let's welcome 17 Gaming. It's Navi.
นาวีตัวเถื่อนว่ะ
Let's hear it for Team Falcons. It's Bego Pa.
เบโกปาวะ
Newer to the scene, Forest Natural Gaming. Next up, 4AM. It's
ก็อดวีว่ะ
T1.
ก็อดวีมาลงว่ะวันนี้อะไรครับเนี่ยก็อดวีอันดับ1นะเนี่ย
Here's E Arena.
Arena เอ้ยซิกเนเจอร์เฉย
Let's welcome Day Trade Gaming. Next we have Genji.
เขาบังคับให้บายบายเหรอวะ
It's Bestia.
เบสเตียทีมไม่ได้ตัวเถื่อนเลยซิลเซนน่ะเดี๋ยวดึงหน้าว่ะ
Let's hear it for New Happy. Next up, it's Divine.
เหมือนเขาบอกว่าให้เป็นฟอร์แมตเดียวกันเหรอวะแบบว่าต้องโบกมือบายบายแต่อย่างอื่นบ้างโถ
And here's Virtus Pro.
โอเคเนี่ยตึงๆมันจะมาบายบายอะไรกันหมดทุกทีมไทคูเลเดี๋ยวนะ
Get ready.
ขอฟังมาก่อน ไทคูเล
Get ready. It's Rock.
Rock Esports บราซิล
Here's BB Team.
BB Team รัสเซีย
It's Furia.
Furia Shadow
Next up is Therathon 5.
นี่พี่มอสเอาดิดึงโอ้ไม่ตึงเลยบอกมือบายบายเฉย
DN Freaks.
DN Freaks น่ารักไปเลย
It's GK Esports. Put it in overdrive because it's time for Petrichor Road.
ดึงตึงหน่อยมันน่ารักอะไรทูเต็ดไมล์ดิเจโดป้องกันแชมป์ว่ะเจโด
Back to back. Let's hear it for
เจ็ด
Twisted
ไม
Minds.
ตึงจัดเจโดทูเต็ดไมล์ว่ะเจโดทูเต็ดไมล์ตึงว่า3แชมป์เจโดโอ้โหยืนหน้าเลยตึงเลยทูเต็ดไมล์ว่ะของจริง back to back to back อ่ะ3 back อ่ะ ใช่ TE แบบไม่เอาเท่เลย
专注于自己的枪，把枪开出来比什么都重要。세계 대회는 템포가
ฝากติดตามด้วยนะครับ ฝากกดติดตามด้วยนะครับ นั่งคุยกันทุกคน
그리고 또 잘해 보자. 세계 대회 그 정도 아니다. 라고 했던 것 같습니다.
เดี๋ยวนั่งแปลให้ ผมแค่มาดูวิธีการเล่นเฉยๆผมอยากจะดูทีมจากกรุ๊ป B ครับ เพราะว่ากรุ๊ป B อ่ะผมสนใจตรงที่ว่าพรุ่งนี้ผมต้องพากไง
Everyone knows us in Europe as the Avengers, so now it's time to
โอ้
show PGS.
ได้เวลาพวกเราโชว์ใน PGS GK
我不觉得我们一直拉第二是一种诅咒，而是实力的象征。我们缺乏的就是一点运气。Sim, a gente deve ser considerado time
We are a strong team and the Valley fans strongest with Team Falcon Team Liquid must be the champion so I believe the competition
ก็หายขึ้นครับเพราะว่าเราได้กินอาหารจานย่อยไปแล้วครับต่อไปก็คืออาหารจานหลักครับผม
Such a victory for our PGC champions, the Expendables.
Một mình te đến với giải đấu VGS thì cũng là tem Việt Nam duy nhất ở VGS này thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng để đạt được chức vô địch để đem về cho mọi người những trận đấu mãn nhãn.
ได้เรียนรู้จากซาโรดค่อนข้างเยอะ ผมเป็นตำแหน่งกัปตันลีดเดอร์
팀이 많은 준비를 했기 때문에 우승권에 들 거라고 확신합니다. DNF가 간다.
นี่ DNF กำลังมาเฉียดดง
因为我们这个阵容也是第一次来到国际赛嘛，很多人也在质疑我们国际赛的实力，我们也会用枪来证明自己。希望你们遇到我们不要害怕。感觉我们比赛应该也挺好看的，就我们的打法来说。
ดึง2 คนจากนิวแฮปปี้มาเลยอ่ะเนี่ยแล้วเพิ่มฉุยชีมา เปโลน่ากลัวนะครับปีนี้ดูดุ
PUBG is a team game and experience leads to team chemistry. So the top teams being rock solid is just I think a symptom of team chemistry being one of the most important.
chemistry
You could have players like MS or Example pop off, but if you don't have all 4 of you performing, then you're not going to win the tournament.
У нас сейчас очень высокое доверие в команде на каждый кол. Мы верим друг другу. Я считаю, что тиммейты все по-настоящему уникальны. У всех какая-то своя особенность имеется.
I know that every single team is 100% prepared for us, and I know for sure that it's going to be 100% sweeter when we're going to win.
Тик-так, чуваки, вы скоро будете уничтожены.
เจโดโชว์กล้ามว่ะนูรินผอมลงมั้วะเหมือนนูรินผอมลงเลยพี่ชนชอบทีมอะไรครับถ้าผมชอบจริงๆผมน่าชอบ Twitter ไมล์ครับน่าชอบจริงๆนะแต่ก็น่าจะเชียร์ไทยก่อนแหละทีม Falcon
It's nice. It is a lot of fun to be here. Obviously, always excited to be with you, my friend. But we've got some great teams, some great players. We've got teams that have won a bunch of PGSs, like that team you're seeing on your screen right there, Twisted Minds, the defending PGS champions. They have won 3 of those in a row. Really excited to see what they can do for them. Continuing along here with God V coming back into the squad. Quite curious about what this one's going to look like. HS there, little new happy player alongside him. So a lot of really, really strong teams here. Navi, this team, I really think this team could make a splash here. They looked so good at the end of last year. They've had a little bit of trouble coming into this year.
รอบนี้ตัดกี่แต้มครับจานเชเดอร์เพเปอร์จินนะกระดาษบางครับกับมาตี้ฮะมาตินมาตี้60 แต้มเข้าไหมครับผมให้สัก65แล้วกันครับให้สัก65แล้วกันผมว่า65กำลังโอเค65กำลังโอเค
is finally finding that last little crack, taking care of it,
and then suddenly making sure that you can find your successes. Because I have to worry like Twisted, because there's a lot of pressure on them, specifically after PGC and their performance in the PCS.
No doubt. I mean, I think that's a team everybody's going to be thinking about. It felt like it was just going to be all of 2024 was going to be their year. They were going to win everything except for the first PGS, and then it was just over. But, you know, EWC was a struggle for them, and then PGC, they didn't place where they wanted to. They were very disappointed with that. They were very vocal about it, and I think for Twisted, they want to come into this year, start strong, continue to show that they are the team to beat. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Well, I mean, Kalaris and Toffees were talking about it, and this is a really interesting series that we're going to be looking at, because we do have a lot of like up-and-comers that have kind of showed up, found some big performances in that. I mean, a lot of the tried and true teams that have been around for a while, now they've got to sit back and watch what's going on in the series, but it is time. Looks like we're going to get game number 1 underway in just 1 second. No more questions, no more theory crafting. It's time. Let's go ahead and take off.
Very, very excited to get the event underway. PGS kicks off, and it is going to be a good one. Groups A and B here at PGS 7. And happy 8th anniversary, PUBG. Very excited about all the great stuff we've got going on in game. A lot of great decals and decorations and skins and everything you could ever want.
You gotta mention the skins.
Yeah,
พิดิชั่นดีกว่า
I'm not gonna lie. I have some. So.
ภาคนานแล้วครับ
I
แต่
am
ป
a
ระเด็น
sucker every single time I see
ผับจีตั้งแต่แรกเลยเพลง
Nice new flow. All right, so playing path kind of
เขาอยู่กับ
but not
ฝั่งเกาหลีครับ
cause anything for a big issue. Maybe a couple of our melee teams that might have to do some.
เกมแรกให้ไปที่
There should be any problems in this draw.
เกมแรกให้ไปที่ทีม
Yeah, I mean the only thing is, you know, with P1.
ให้ไปทวิตเต้นไมล์ก่อนเลย เกมแรก
Thinking about, you know, those teams kind of scuffling
ชอบติกตันแน่นอนติกติน
Is that going to be something that continues in this event? You know, that became personal, it felt like, but okay, there's a challenge for the central
หนู
location.
ไม่รู้จักตอนเขาพากวาโลใช่พากมาก่อนอันนี้แล้วนานแล้วครับ
How many times have we seen 17 have to defend this position? They're
เหมื
going
อน
to
จะไปฟอยทีมพิชชนมั้งมาถึงใครหมายถึงว่าเปเปอร์ตินเหรอ
Realizing exactly
ว้าว
what's going to
3
be going
จอ
on.
ว่ะ
We already
3
have
จอภูมิใจ
a little bit of
อ้าวนาวีซัดเลยว่ะ
taking some shots, but does manage to
เอา
push
เรื่อง
Sosa out. So with this, the Tommy gun going to be enough to at
อ๋
least
อ
secure the
เป
building.
เปอร์ตินใช่ไหม
Yeah, you can see that.
น่ารักเปเปอร์ตินน่ารัก
That gun right off the rip.
นิสัยดีครับนิสัยดี คนอเมริกา
Caution.
อย่าบอกว่าเป็นคนอเมริกาเลยบอกว่าเป็นคนเกาหลีดีกว่า
Both teams early. Nobody's really getting too
ใช่ใช่
aggressive just
นา
yet.
วีงัดนาวีงัด
Shotguns, some rifles, SMGs being floated around between both teams. Navi just going to set up camp. Seems like there's been
โอ้ว
a
ง
line drawn
เดย์เทรดว่ะ
in a very western circle to
วง
start.
เดย์เทรดวงทีไฟได้อยู่ครับทีไฟได้อยู่
Will there be much more that comes out of this, or is this just going to be kind of a stalemate for some time?
I mean, Sosa's got himself some toys to play with right now.
โดเนทกันได้นะโดเนทกันได้นะครับเกือบบล็อกเขาละ เดี๋ยวบอกไปเปเปอร์ตินให้
Like you were talking about SMGs predominantly on the side for 17 right now, but
เปเปอร์ตินหมดนี่แล้วไงเปเปอร์ตินหมดงานวาโลแล้วก็เลยมาพากพับจี
rest of the members are for 17, so looks like they're trying to line up, set up some defense. Couple
บิน2ที่อ่ะบินจีนบินเกาหลีอ่ะ
committals right now.
เปเปอร์ติน
God, look at this, like 45 ammo for 17.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's the AK though. That's the good news. If you find that headshot, things are going to
Best
look
SMG
pretty
in
good.
the game?
Yeah, best SMG.
Best SMG in the game.
Early game fights, for sure.
มันก็ต้องใช้พวก SMG กันแหละครับถ้าแบบงานบ้านอ่ะ
Seems like they have a pretty good read on how Navi wanted to do this. They lost
ขึ้นแถบคืออะไรวะ
control of that space, and they're sending out a counter flank of Lil Ghost themselves to the northern side.
กล้องบังไปปะ
See how the first make a couple of shots.
ไม่บังเนาะ
Xiao Bei is going to be trying to defend in. Does manage Deepak Tori at range.
เสียงดังไหมเสียงเกมดังปะ
Get a bit more high ground vision on what's going to be happening off of it.
อ๋อ
Tori still playing away. Lil Ghost still looks like he's trying to get this flank off, so he's going to start creeping on to an angle. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to spot him out from Navi just quite yet. So really, it's just trying to hold different positions. Looking around right now. See, it's all still information gathering, trying to see if they can source all of those, trying to see if any movement's going to be happening just quite yet. But I am very caught up in the 1v1.
So
lined up on the flanks. Up into the north, a couple of shots. It's going to be Ferris that gets better.
เอาว่ะน็อกหนึ่งว่ะ
That's going to open up a lot
ยิง
more
คาบ้านมันเนี่ย
for their control. It's going to make it harder
เอาว่ะ
for
นับแต้ม
17
ว่ะ
to track exactly where they're going. But
นาวีแม่ง
no
มา
doubt
ว่ะ
that 17, a team that is one of the best in the business at
อ๋อไม่ต้องขอโทษหรอก
for these drop
ไม่บอก
pods.
ไม่บอกไม่บอก
So just because they've lost one player doesn't mean
ไม่บอกไม่บอก
they're out of it by any stretch of the
ตอนขอถ่ายรูปก็ไม่ได้บอกอะ
That's going to be the first kill of
น่ารักเขาอะ
over to Navi. Just keeping my eye on the map a little bit. One team I was kind of curious about was Bestia here today. Talking to Mime a little bit earlier about his experience joining that team, and he was really keen on trying to get them ahead of the
เอา
crowd
เรื่อง
in
ว่ะ
these lobbies to try to be aggressive.
นาวีแม่งไม่สนเลยนาวีแม่งงัดในบ้านเลย
Foldable shield setup.
เสียงกำลังดีเนาะ
Try and protect this
เบาไป
team.
บอกนะ
It seems like 17 now is just
จะได้เพิ่มให้ครับ
somewhat content to hold the line except for 7-7, trying to see if he can find a way to hit the other side of Navi. But Navi, the way they've fanned out, it's going to be kind of tough.
I mean, with 17 being down a member now,
เพิ่มอีกหน่อยไหม
they're definitely going to
อ๋อ
be
โอเค
forced in
แล้ว
a defensive position. But we've seen 17; they will make a commitment.
อ้าวธนดลมาว่าเบสเตรีย
He's going to go ahead and find him. So, bit of a hard start for Bestia on that one. I think that was a bit of a rotation skirmish. So we'll have to see what's going on with that one.
จังหวะการเคลื่อนตัว
This is a very weird fight because we know that 17 will fight for Pachinki to the death. They will hold this forever.
อุ๊ยเห็น
But we also
ฮา
have
คาโทรี่เห็นนะน่ะ
a circle that is
เมื่อกี้
so Western set
เห็นครับ
that
เห็น
half of Pachinki is still inside the circle.
เห็นละ
A couple of shots now as it's starting to connect up the
โอ้
shield, but Xiaobei on the side. Soset's gonna
เอา
go
เรื่อง
down.
แล้วดิ
Xiaobei also gonna find stage.
เจ้าเบ
That's
เจ้าเบ
two big knocks there for Xiaobei.
ขอเพิ่มอีกนิดนึงได้ครับได้
Now Xiaowu knows there's a player out
เพิ่มให้
there.
ละ
He can hear what's going on. Knows that they're going to be thinking about the red.
โอ้
and they're just shutting it down.
เจ้าเบว่ะ
Xiaobei is having a heck of a start.
เซียวเปยว่ะเซียวเปย
Oh, and that's a ton of damage up on top. So troubles now abounding for Navi.
Ooh.
They're gonna get taken down. 17 gaming
ยืนว่ะ
maintains
ยืนว่ะ
Pachinki. It is their home, and they will.
โดนเตือนโดนเตือนโดนเตือน
All four of the
โดน
kills
เตือน
go to Xiaobei.
ไอ้เหี้ยทุบโต๊ะแล้วยืนโดน
Shotgun.
โดนเตือน
Oh, yeah,
โดน
they
เตื
were
อน
popping up behind us. We love to see it.
โอ้
These
เอา
guys
ว่ะ
maintain their control of this pivotal drop spot.
คู่นี้เขามีสตอรี่กันครับ
And, I mean,
โพชิงกิ
Tsunamis
เปกาโด
they've
อ่ะ
also been
เดี๋ยวเรา
aggressive
รอดูเป
trying
กาโด
to get
เลย
drop spot
เปกาโดก็เหมือนกัน
last year. It's continuing into this year, so
เซ็ต
really
โด
curious about Navi's future plans.
ได้แค่แต้มเดียวครับโดนกลับไป4เลยเว้ยโอ้โห17เกมมิ่งว่ะ โดนเตือนยังไงก็ไม่คือโต๊ะของการแข่งขันนะมันจะมีเจ้าหน้าที่มันจะมีเขาเรียกว่าจัดคนหนึ่งที่แบบยืนอยู่ข้างหลังอะตลอดคุมทีมครับคุมแบบว่าคนไหนที่แบบว่าทำแบบผิดกฎอะไรอย่างเงี้ยทีมงานเตือนเมื่อกี้ย้อนให้ดูวะย้อนให้ดูแป๊บนึง
Oh, and that's a ton of damage up on top.
ดูกล้องเดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวปิดกล้องก่อนเห็นป่ะคนที่สองคนที่สองเห็นป่ะ
They're gonna get taken down. 17 gaming maintains Pachinki. It is their
เห็นยัง
home, and
เห็น
they
ยัง
will continue.
ทีมงานเตือนเห็นยังย้อนให้ดูอีกทีเห็นยัง
Their home and down.
ทีมงานเตือน
Ton of damage up on top. So
นี่
troubles now
ดูนะดูกล้องซ้ายนะกล้องที่สอง
ตึม 17 gaming maintains Pachinki. It is their home, and they will continue to
ทีม
fight.
งานเตือน
All four of the kills going to
ง้างสุด
Xiaobei.
กลับไปดูตอนปัจจุบัน
Falcons get the kill on
โคตร aggressive กล้องผมมันบังไงกล้องผมมันบังเดี๋ยวย้ายกล้องมา
He could take the PO
ขำ
out
ที่
of
หมายเลย
Milo Pa.
Yeah,
But
nope.
you can't take
Nope.
can't take his strategies out of him.
I mean, we also did
เห็น
see
ทุก
at the
โต๊ะ
most
ทีผม
he was
ขำเลย
over
เมื่อ
just
กี้
a moment ago trying to do some scouting
แม่ง
as
โค
well.
ตรอารมณ์ร่วม
He's
อะ
going to retreat away. This is
ไว้ฝั่งนี้ดีกว่า
I mean, this is a pretty strong spot in the circle, even
Not
though
bad.
it is so far north, and especially given the amount of breathing room. There's not a lot of squads. It's just down to Gatka itself, like
Yeah.
Gatka proper, and so a lot of space to play.
You can see kind of the ideas that PO is going to bring to
หนึ่ง
this team
สี่
that they're
ใช่ครับ
carrying over. He likes. I mean, a lot of times it's him going up here by himself at first, and then
ใช่
bringing
ใช่
people over. Not
เข้าใจ
sure
แหละว่าปกติ
we
เว้ย
see
เพียงแต่ว่าแบบ
exactly
ผม
how
ขำไม่เฉย
there, but that's neither here nor there
ผม
because
ขำในพลัง
they're
แบบ
doing
บัฟ
the
อะ
similar thing where they're just watching all that flat terrain out to their south.
ถ้าเป็นคนไทยก็แบบว่าอารมณ์แบบก็มาดีซ่าเนี้ย
Birthday boy himself.
Hey, happy
เวลา
birthday.
ดูแข่งอะนะ
Yeah, if you,
เราดูแข่ง
if you
มา
kinda
ดี
noticed
ซ่า
whenever they were
เนี้ย
scanning the crowd,
แบบหนักๆอะ
scanning players earlier, I think that they've got a crown that they're making him wear.
They should. Yeah, yeah. We
อารม
gotta
ณ์เกม
embarrass
อารมณ์
the
เก
heck
ม
out of him. I hope he doesn't embarrass himself in game,
แต่
but
สนุก
you know,
เนี่ย
outside
ดู
of
รีเพ
it.
ย์
Oh, look at that.
ให้ดูรีเพย์เลยอะ
Nasty, dude.
I mean, dude, if you got to make the best of what you can with
Lob.
shotguns and SMGs, close range fight in an alleyway is going to be the way to do it.
Yeah, that hip
เป้า
fire
มันไม่ต้องเข้าสโคป
so
แบบปืนเนี้ย
potent with SMGs and close range now. Putting it to good use as Xiaobei. Just phenomenal. Just phenomenal.
ปืนมันดีเว้ย MP5K อะนี่
Such an impact.
ทุบตัวแล้วไปยืน
Obviously 17
โดน
won the
เตือน
first
โดนเตือน
feels like forever ago now, even though it's only 2 years ago. But he is
2 ปีที่แล้วใช่
especially here at his home territory, right? This is China.
And respect.
This is China. This is China.
In Pachinki, and they stick to their guns, they stick to their firefighting, and they get it
ใช่
every single time. There is an emergency pick.
ผมเวลาผมเล่นผมไม่เจอตลอดเว้ย MP5K อ่ะคือแบบโอ้โหอย่างแรงเลยแล้วปืนแบบไม่ต้องเข้าสโคปด้วยปืนไม่ต้องเข้าเป้าอ่ะคือยิงแบบเพียวๆได้เลยอ่ะเป้ากระสุนแม่งตรง
On how the lobby is going to play.
อ้าวฟิลเฟิร์สไปโดนอะไรตัดวะน่ะ
Coming into every international event for PUBG, you know, what are your opponents going to do? Who are you going to anticipate that's going to change maybe their rotation timings or strategies?
ทุกคนลองสังเกตนะทวิตเตอร์ไมล์อ่ะวงแรกๆอ่ะเกมแรกๆทวิตเตอร์ไมล์จะไม่ขึ้นฟีดเลยเว้ยทวิตเตอร์ไมล์จะเล่นแบบเพย์เซฟ
Tire or body damage.
เดี๋ยวทุกคนลองดูนะ
The start of the year and what's going on in the lobby. This is a bit more of an unruly lobby.
ทุกคนลองดูนะ
It's not going to be as
ทวิตเตอร์ไมล์จะไม่ขึ้นฟีดเลยเว้ยจะแบบว่าเล่นแบบเพย์เซฟเล่นแบบเก็บตัวมากเลยเว้ยวง2ไปอยู่ที่เดทเทดครับกลางวงเดทเทดต้องรวมว่ะน้องต้องเลือกว่ะ
We might be looking at an entirely new development.
โอ้ขวาล่างไม่มีคนเล่น
Depending on how this all goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every event, it's so hard to read because everybody's going to be trying to outguess each other, right? They're going to try to find those moments where they can catch you in a rotation trap that you normally don't get caught up in your own region, or you're going to try to get ahead of the other teams with some timings.
I've also got my eyes on the Expendables. They've got a lot of pressure in on themselves. We're talking about Twisted Minds and the getting so close with PGC. The Expendables have a lot to prove.
เอาเรื่องแล้วT1 ออก16ป่ะเนี่ย T1 16ป่ะเนี่ย T1 ออก16ป่ะเนี่ยนั่นไงเสีย2มูฟ
Furia did hear this, and it looks like they're going to be playing more to the south, so T1 should be safe for now.
เสียแค่1
Yeah, I mean, the good news for T1 is this can be a pretty powerful compound. I mean, this is where PGC
ว่ะ16นาวีผมลืมผมอินไปหน่อย
last year. So
ผมอินไปหน่อย
quite easy to fortify. We saw TSM
อินตรงหน้าจออ่ะอินแบบว่าตรงกลางอ่ะไม่ได้อินแบบว่าแถบซ้าย
This is right on top of day trade.
BB just going to land on top of the flat top itself. Going to try to navigate maneuvering through this one, slowly shifting in. See how they play. Oh, Nate's going to connect, get some damage coming out from Belmont.
แง่บ้าน
Now coming back out, but Belmont has shifted to a new angle of defense. Kind of dancing around. The rest of day trade trying to come and surprise.
ขับรถออกไม่ได้น้อง
He's just got to survive here for as long as possible.
อย่างมากคือต้องขับเข้ามาปิดเว้ย
That's why you can see a couple smokes.
ยิงจากข้างนอกอ่ะจอดนอกแล้วก็ยิงอ่ะเนี่ยสวย
Benadol's gonna hit one. Best of luck though is gonna take down Belmont and get the flush quite quickly. With Molotov going down though, it is a bit of a problem. Remember the fact that Phil First is already down as well, so it's just 2 members.
แง่บ้านยากครับถ้าแง่ต้องเข้ามาเลยเว้ย
Gotta connect, but good shot coming up from back behind.
What?
Benadol goes down. Best of
เดทเท
luck.
ไม่ดีละไม่ดีละ
But a doozy goes down as well. It is all just down to Best of luck.
Oh my God! What a drop shot from Bestalock! I can't believe he just
15เลยเดทเท
should have been dead to rights.
คือมันเป็นจังหวะที่แบบตัดสินใจที่แบบ2 จิต 2 ใจเว้ยแบบจะเข้ามาได้บ้านเลยไหมหรือจะยิงจากข้างนอกเว้ยมันเล่นได้2ช้อยเว้ยทุกคนจริงๆเราก็ไม่ได้ผิดนะเว้ยหมายถึงว่าของเดทเทดนะครับเพราะว่าเขาโดดล่มลงมาไงแต่จริงๆมันควรจะแบบว่าทำเร็วกว่านี้แล้วก็อย่างที่แบบผมบอกอะวง2เข้าจริงเว้ยพี่แต่ว่ามึงต้องกลับมากรุ๊ป4อะผมว่าแม่งโอเคเว้ยเก็ตป่ะคือถ้าวง2อย่าลืมนะวง2การแข่งขันระดับสูงแม่งแบบทีมทีคือมันทีม3ทีม4นะเว้ยระดับ2คนไม่ได้อยู่ที่เดียวกันไม่ได้แบบว่ารอยิงช่วยกันอ่ะแม่งยากเว้ยอยู่บ้านคนละหลังเนี้ยสมมุติว่าคนหนึ่งน็อกแม่งก็ช่วยไม่ได้แล้วอ่ะก็คือตายฟรีเว้ยแล้วจังหวะ2ธนดลมาใช่ไหมจังหวะ2ธนดลมาแล้วจังหวะ3เป็นทิกเกอร์แฟดมาทีหลังซ้อนไม่ทันครับสุดท้ายตายสีเหลืองคืออะไรอ่ะด้านซ้ายอ่ะ
high ground, low ground, actually somewhat playable in those terrains, and it is going to stay up in there. So still got some.
เห็นไหมบ้านบีแม่งกลายเป็นอยู่ได้เลย
Just to the north, looking where maybe some battles.
เห็นปะบ้านบีอยู่ได้เลยทุกคน
I'm gonna try to get this right.
ทวิตเตอร์มาก็ยังอยู่ได้ครับ ทีไฟสวยทีมไทยเราลงแข่งทั้งหมด2ทีมครับวันนี้เดทเทดทีไฟครับ ได้พื้นที่เล่นละทุกต้นไม้เอาลึกไปหน่อยโอ้ยคอรีมึงเดือดจังวะเสียหนึ่งแน่ๆเพอร์เฟกติกกันน่าเสียละโอ้ฟุกี้ยิงที่สวยเว้ยT5 สวย T5 ระเบิดชุบได้ด้วยเนี่ยโอ้โหยิงเดือดจัดเลยว่ะสโมกมาก่อนแล้วก็มารอชุบครับทวิตเตอร์ไมล์ผมว่าชุบได้อยู่เนี่ยสโมกไปละโอ้ชุบไม่ได้ว่ะไกลไปหน่อย perfectic แต่คอรี่แม่งเถื่อนมากเลยเว้ยกดปืนเคาะเมื่อกี้เนี่ย2น็อกอะโอ้โหไอ้2คนตรงนั้นมันอาจจะต้องมาช่วยเหลือกันว่ะหมายถึงว่าต้องมารวมห้องน้ำเปล่าเพราะนอนตรงนั้นแม่งตายเนี่ยมูฟละนอนตรงนั้นตายเดียวเว้ย
should be noted that Batulins is not with the rest of Twisted right now, so while we do see the Expendables trying to get out of a precarious positioning, Batulins is having a problem of his own up next to Begopot. So Expendables are going to be trying to play along this dip line. That's no surprise, given kind of how we've got the fields that are just going to be kind of southwest of this. That's become the no man's land, leading all the way into swamp.
ตามเพื่อนๆมาดูกันเยอะทุกคนจะได้แบบนั่งดูนั่งคุยกันเสียดายเมื่อกี้เสียดายเดเทครับจังหวะมาไม่พร้อมกัน
You know, there are worlds, I should say, where you can get through situations
Team
like that.
Falcon.
They're lower percentages than you'd probably like. Falcons, they're doing a little bit of scouting of their own. Genji still pretty spread out. So if the Falcons, if Tiggleton with the read here, he might be able to get a freebie onto Tosi. It's a bit far away for Americano to back him up. I mean, there is a car driving through. It's just kind of who's going to see who first. Tiggleton!
Did you not see?
I think he did.
Oh, yeah, okay, he's running from.
แล้วก็พรุ่งนี้เป็นต้นไปผมจะเรียกว่าติโกตินเลยครับติโกตินจะไม่เรียกติกตันครับจะเรียกติโกตินเนี่ยเพราะจริงๆชื่อเขาชื่อติโกตินนะครับไม่ได้ชื่อติกตันนะ
That's interesting from Falcons. You would sometimes kind of see Tiggleton go for a bit.
เปลี่ยนชื่อทีมจากโซนิกเหรอครับFalcon Take ครับ Falcon Take ผู้เล่น
with Gen G right next to Falcons, that's going to be very hard to get out of. So there's going to be a
มาครับมาเช็คชื่อ
trying to get yourself out.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
There is room to
จริงๆชื่อติกตินนะไม่ได้ชื่อติกตันนะคนไทยติดเรียกติกตันหมดแล้วอะแต่จริงๆคนจะเรียกเขาให้ถูกครับว่าติโกตินนะครับติโกตินติโกตินฮะชื่อเขาติโกตินติโกตินทีไฟสวยรู้ป่ะใครเสียดายที่สุดใครเซนเมื่อกี้เนี้ยรู้ป่ะใครเสียดายสุดผมว่าเดเทดเสียดายเว้ยมันคือตำแหน่งเก่าที่แยกเล่นของเดเทดอยู่ตอนแรกอะเดเทดแยกกันเล่นอยู่บ้านที่ทีไฟอยู่นะวง2อะรออะไรพี่ของแท้อ้าวล่วง2ฟูเรียกู
Furia getting involved. Megopot, a team of, well, frankly, you could call them PUBG boomers at this point. A lot of them have been around for quite some time.
We're all PUBG boomers at this point.
That's true.
8-year anniversary,
8 years, baby. Love to see it.
จะเป็น 8 anniversary อยู่เลยอะมีเค้กป่ะเนี่ยอุ้ยฮวนเฉินวงเดเลยอันนี้ในไทยไม่เมื่อกี้เฟส2อ่ะบ้านที่เดเทอยู่ตอนแรกอ่ะก็อยู่กลางวงแต่ว่ามาช่วยบ้านเนี่ย BBT ไหมก็เลยโดนใช่แล้วถ้าทีไฟแชมป์เดโคเสียดายคืออย่างที่บอกแหละไปแยกเล่น 2-2 ไม่ได้กลับไปรวมกันไงก่อนที่เขาจะโดดมาอีกหมายถึงว่าก่อนที่ BB อ่ะก่อนที่แบบ BB จะโดดมาใส่อีกจริงๆแล้วเขามูฟกลับไปบ้านนั้นได้เว้ยแต่ไม่ไป
as the solo. Remember, he made a drop around this compound just a little while ago, so he's now kind of shifted in, and he has a ton of friends around him. How can he exploit it with this?
วง4แรงนะเว้ย
He actually does have an opportunity to survive.
วง4โคตรแรงอ่ะ
Clear the path.
Yeah, this is difficult. It's actually cold. TKL getting
Cold
involved.
119.
Find a big knock onto H-Win. Sorry, birthday boy. You're gonna go down. Singleton down. Genji striking.
Big defense.
Oh man.
เอาวันเกิดเหรอวะ
From Jinchi, and that is just all
เรียบร้อยเลย
from
ฟอร์คอน
Best of luck.
นี่ไง
Tries to get involved, but it's
มาติน ฟอร์คอนไปแล้วมาติน
also coming back behind this one. Bestia does hear this. Looks like they're maneuvering for an angle. Could be coming back behind.
ฟอร์คอนไปแล้วมาติน
Gonna be running down. Looks like he doesn't have the quite
เคิร์ดนะ
he wants to work with. Best of luck. What are you going to do? He's gonna have to try to make a move forward. Got to be careful around.
โอ้วันนี้มันเกิดนี่หว่า
Trying to defend up this position.
28 เมษา
Two different threats and one backstabbing
ไม้2ไปทีไฟเลยเหรอ โอ้โห แล้วดูบ้านดิไอ้เชี่ยทีไฟแม่ง3 ล้านเปอร์เซ็นต์โซเฟียไปแพร่มแล้วไง
17's gone right through the shack.
Just no fear.
T1
Just pushes
ตาย
all the way through it, and they're going to run all
ล่วง
the way up into T5's positioning. It's going to come at a cost. Ian is down, but
โอ้
Rain
ฟุกี้เอาเรื่อง
managed to get into at least a position to get out of sight line. Can't even really call it cover. It's just trying
ที
to
ไฟ3 ล้านเปอร์เซ็นต์
No, you're exactly right, man. This is a tough
ใช้ได้เพราะว่า FM ไม่อยู่
I mean, you
ให้
can survive
หนูเจอไหมเหรอ
but it's pretty unlikely.
FM ไม่อยู่ FM ไม่อยู่ FM ไปทัวร์ ไปทัวร์โป๊กเกอร์ FM ไม่อยู่
that are around you to your west, to your east, things like that. So it's again doable, but very difficult. So let's see what T1 and Reigning can do. They try to find some kind of success.
ทวิตเต็ดมาว่ะ เบโกปามาว่ะ
Got down to 9 teams. Bagel Pop continue to assault Twisted Minds.
แง้มมากไม่ได้เว้ย ทวิตเต็ดมาแม่งกำหมัดจัดอะตอนเนี้ย
coming in right now. Twisted's in some trouble. They still do have the Expendables that are down to the south of them. Begapod directly on top of them.
ชิดแล้ว เรียบร้อย โดนแฟดไม่ได้ยิน
Begapod starting to find more successes. It lines in.
เนี่ยแฟดใส่อย่างเงี้ยไม่ได้ยินเสียงเว้ยวิ่งขึ้นอะ
The Expendables can start setting up a defensive line, just waiting to go. And it's going to be
Fat.
Songjung moving forward, gets the
ไม่ได้ยิ
utility
นเสียง
out, just walks in, but
เทรด
does
ส
go
วย
down. There is an exchange. Trade comes in quickly. Too hard trying to line in. Lou going to be coming up back behind and see maybe he can pick up some kills. He's in a desperate position. He's got the nades, trying to see if he can get anything ready, trying to see if he can pick up any more kills. The Expendables trying to creep forward. Duck Juice trying to run up, see if maybe he can get something out of the blue zone. Up on top of him, Lou just walking through, murdering everything that he can get. But Begapod shifts away. Too hard looks back up. Lou firmly using defensive cover for the time being, but here come the Expendables. They get sight lines on everything that moves.
Oh man, that was a crazy fight between Twisted Minds and Bagel Pot. Looked like maybe BGP was going to be able to come out on the better end of it, but Too Hard going to take a moment to try to go for some heals. Blue zone grenade thrown out as well. Try to see if they can flush Lou out of this wizard house. Too Hard, old Griffin player, quite a few years ago, asked to come back up to replace Pio for this squad. Can he come through with a big 1v1 win against Lou?
This just feels like
พีโอไม่อยู่ครับ เพราะว่าพีโอไปเกณฑ์ทหาร ทูฮาร์ดเลยต้องมาเล่นแทนนะครับ โอ้ โดนตัวเองตาย เฮ้ยทีวันว่ะไม่ทีวันทีไฟเดินเคลียร์ว่ะหน้าบ้านสวยจัดสีเคียวสวยจัดพื้นที่ทีไฟแม่งออกไปเอาเลยโคตรเดือดสโมกกลับบ้านนะเอาเรื่องว่ะทีไฟไก่อะเนี่ยเกมแรกเลยเอาเรื่องว่ะกลับบ้านน้องเข้าบ้านเขตเข้าบ้านเขตอย่าสงสัยนานเข้าบ้านก่อนโอ้โหเอแพกว่ะหัวตารางว่ะเอแพกว่ะบารมีจานชนเหรอ3 ล้านเปอร์เซ็นต์นะเนี่ยไอเบสเตียก็น่าสนใจเว้ยเบสเตียอ๋อตอนนั้นดาร์ฟคิงเว้ยตอนนั้นดาร์ฟคิงมันทำให้ได้มาเว้ยทำให้เบสเตียได้มาเว้ยเฮ้ยฟุกกี้ว่ะเอาเรื่องอ่ะฟอกอว่ะ
They're trying to see if they can shore up
Farmat
their defenses. See the
Farmat จัดให้เหรอ
coming out from New Happy. They're coming in quite quickly with Inuyasha down. They have a
ระเบิด
little bit more space to play from, but it's going to be everything New Happy has to throw at them. While this is going to be happening, Cool is going to be coming back behind them. They have to be careful.
ทีมชาติจะไปไหนน้อง
It's going to be Zilong that does manage to take down
โอ้
Pine.
ทีมชาติจะไปไหนอะน้องชาย
He's
ฟอกอ
trying to
ว่ะ
hold the defensive lineup. Takula, how are they going to come into this one?
โอ้โห
It looks like they
พิมพ์แล้ว
realize where the
ถ้าเป็น
shots
ช่องแชทหลักพิมพ์แล้วนี่ TSA นัตกอฟุกกี้แล้ว
by two different teams at the exact
ทีมชาติจะไปไหนวะ
It's going to be exactly what New Happy wants.
เออ
Does manage to pick up, but look.
ถ้าฟอร์มแบบนี้นะ ทีมชาติไม่หายแน่นอนฟุกกี้บอกเลยบ่องตรงเพราะไม่มีใครยุ่งเลยไว้กับธีรทรไฟตอนนี้แม่งเล่นเคลียร์ขอบวงก่อนทีนี้ก็จะไปเหลือก็เรียกว่าช็อตสุดท้ายละไก่3,000,000%เนี่ย
New Happy knows they're trying to punish this. I love it.
They're unrelenting. They are just charging into this.
พรุ่งนี้ไม่ได้มาถ่ายนะครับพรุ่งนี้ไม่ได้มาสตรีมนะพรุ่งนี้ไปภาคนะครับเปโลแข่งวันไหนพี่เปโลแข่งพรุ่งนี้ครับเปโลแข่งพรุ่งนี้ BC นะครับ BC เจอกันวันนี้ AB นะครับวันนี้ AB พรุ่งนี้BC แล้วก็ AC นี่ตามนี้เลยที่ผมพิมพ์พรุ่งนี้ BC แล้วก็มาลืน AC ครับแล้วก็รอแกรนด์ไฟนอลเลยPGS 7 6 วันครับ PGS 7 6 วัน PGS 8 อีก 6 วันครับทีไฟว่ะเดินซัดว่ะมาดิฟุกกี้บอกมาดิโอ้โหแต้มจ๋าทีไฟเดือดจัดใส่ดีรออะไรล่ะเอานอกโซนไหมเอานอกโซนว่ะเรียบร้อยทีละทอนไฟนับคิว
Early control of the compound, and I love this push at the end to claim the win.
I mean, that was a crazy ending for our very first game. And New Happy we saw trying to exploit in.
เอาเรียน
that shifted in just perfectly on that one. T5 heard the firefight, knew the numbers, shifted out, knew how to get success, how to find the victory, and
น่าจะแข่ง3เกมแล้วก็พัก1อ่ะ
It felt like in the south, and specifically the fights around the Wizard Towers, that's kind of what set up everything moving into the tail end of the game. As we are going to go ahead, shift it over and throw it.
เปิดไก่แรกเลยทีละทอนไฟเดเทดไม่รวมครับเสียดายจริงๆเดเทดควรรวมเว้ยเฟส 2ครับเดเทดไม่ได้รวมเว้ย
All right, well, that is Thailand starting things out strong. Therathon 5 getting themselves a brilliant win. Once that North ship comes in, it seals the doom for a lot of those other teams going up against that compound.
Honestly, this seems like the story of Erangel lately, is you just go for that prio compound, you hope the circles work out for you, and we just see a lot of fights on the outside. I think I counted 5 players dying to blue or self-sacrifices in that game before we got to the final 4 or something in that ballpark. So I think a lot of teams really knew as you watch this highlight that it was not going to be a late game option for them. Probably not the most exciting first game I've ever seen at TGS, but maybe a symptomatic of like we're all kind of figuring each other out right now.
100%. This felt exactly like that.
100% ว่ะฝรั่งให้100%
Just pull back the curtain a little bit here with TGS's. Yes, we have scrim games. Yes, we have some practices on the stage and things like that. Do teams take them totally seriously? Not entirely.
Not at all.
So this really did feel like the first proper game these 16 teams have really taken seriously against one another. And it kind of, how many? I don't even know where to begin because it was slow in some spots, it was aggressive in some other spots where you weren't really expecting it to be. It was all over the place.
Absolutely. So we're getting to the meat and potatoes. A lot of teams have changed rosters. They haven't played together. It's not like we have an international scrim group where they can practice with these new rosters against each other. So they're all feeling it out. Then we've got what happened. I still don't. It boggles my mind. Navi versus 17, hot dropping again in Pochinki. How many years have we seen teams
represent
Dead Head
เลย
and it
ยืน
just hasn't worked?
The answer is many. And the answer is many have failed.
I mean, I've seen teams throw entire tournaments away trying to get them out, and 17 doesn't care.
And one of those teams was Na'Vi last year, actually, when it came to PGS. However, at the same time, when it comes to trying to dislodge them, it looks like they may end up committing once again for this. Remember, both of these teams are GPT. They are guaranteed to get to the PGSs. And if Na'Vi really wants to try and wrestle this away...
ไปก่อนครับเดี๋ยวเกมท้ายที่ยังไม่จบต่อไปเข้ามาใหม่ครับพี่โอเคมาตินเจอกัน
And that's the problem is even then I don't see it happening.
พรุ่งนี้มีเปโลนะครับพรุ่งนี้มีเปโลมีอีอารีนา
They don't even have to count on sort of getting well here at these events. So that is, I think, something you have to consider. And Na'Vi really needs to sit down and have a big talk and say, I understand we're setting ourselves up for EWC, PGC, etc., etc. But I don't think you unseat 17. And after what we saw from them in that fight, that was insane. Xiaobei just nuked everybody.
Yeah, it's a bold play, Cotton, and we'll see if it pays off.
We'll see.
But I don't know if it will. I think, as you say, like when it comes to that hot drop as well, it's become even more dangerous, I would say, as well, with how some kind of meta changes, right? You've got MP5Ks that are suddenly very, very powerful in these situations. Shotguns are terrifying in spots as well. And then suddenly, as you say, Xiaobei is able to utilize both of those to look brilliant whilst doing it. Na'Vi, like, I mean, in moments where the third kill goes down, they looked a little bit lost against that position.
I mean, part of that, I think they got thrown. So Xiaobei does this peek with the double barrel and gets the knock, and you see them readjust going, okay, here comes the re-peek after the double barrel reload, and instead he just switches to the M5 and nukes them again. And so part of that, I think, is we saw a little bit of unexpected chaos. We saw him with that little crouch shot. We saw Besselok's drop shot on the day trade crash later on. I think some of these quick movements are maybe catching some of our teams off guard, but that was also a fun one to watch. Take a look at the top 4 teams. Marathon 5 does come out in first place with 7 kills, but a lot of that, I think, based on they had such a good spot and that circle made it, you just can't push that compound. There's nothing you can do.
No, very difficult. And even the teams that were kind of just situated in dips and divots near that compound as well were the ones that really were able to...
7 คิว 17 แต้มเดเทไอทางด้านของธีรทรไฟ
What we were saying before of like this really felt like a feeling out game is the top teams all have like 1,000 damage. Really not much at all. That's not what we normally expect on an international stage for an international win. Take a look at the boys from Therophon 5 a little bit closer. Fluky, hey, I mean, as much as I was making fun of the scrim games, Fluky was an MVP in one of those, and now he's going to be the man of the match in this one as well.
And maybe someone should start taking it a little more seriously. T5 obviously did, and they got some points out there. It's a good start for them. I think they needed this to come off of those gates really fast. Taikula also got themselves in the top 4. That's going to be a big move for them. They needed to have a strong start.
พ่อหนุ่มหน้ามน
going to go to
Fluky
37, but again, this was all sort of in that late game. They played cleanup. You saw them literally hunting down the last 2 players, trying to say, hey, there's no free points here. You don't get to deny us. We need everything we can get.
One of the quickest Erangels we've seen on international soil for quite a while, but they did mop things up. And as you say, even when the circle starts bearing the compound, it's not only that you can't dislodge people from that compound, it's that if you come near it, you're going to be exposed from a lot of angles. So they flex out, they get themselves 17 points to clean up as many kills as they could. New Happy, a good start for them because they're not necessarily the team from China that a lot of people are talking about. Obviously, you have the conflicts that will continue to occur probably on those central locations. 17 have traditionally been very strong. This is not the previous New Happy that you're used to, especially with Ming Ming not there.
Very different roster, so for them to come out and get themselves that sort of 6 kills and the placement points off the gate are going to give them, again, a sign of hope. That said, I think all of these teams are understanding this was kind of a weird circle.
พรุ่งนี้ผมไม่พลาดนะครับพรุ่งนี้ไม่พลาดไม่ได้มาสตรีมนะพรุ่งนี้วันนี้มีอะไรก็พิมพ์มาเยอะครับ
teams were just like, all right, well, we got to abandon this spot and go all the way around the swamp. We got to fight over at the old Welcome to South
พิมพ์มาคุยกัน
We saw that sort of mess with Twisted Minds, and it was Bagel Pop push.
ทีไฟหาเด็กๆเก่งจัง
That is not a fight that you would want to take or a push that you would do under normal circumstances.
No, definitely
เดี๋ยว
not.
แก้นี่ก่อน แก้ตารางงานก่อน
Chinese teams, right? Like actually being able to have a really nice rapid start for these teams that I wasn't really expecting much from is a brilliant position for them to be in for an Erangel. Now what's interesting is that we were even having this conversation backstage.
ก็ทับเหมือนเดิมอ่ะผมว่าโพจิกิ
The slower map in general.
Yeah, I mean, on it feels to a certain extent like the pacing has fallen off because in Erangel you have the choice. It's not like Miramar where I can hide behind this fold or make an interesting push. You have to either hard crash or just hope you catch that circle. And so I think a lot of teams are scared of that hard crash. We kind of brought up Petrichor. What are they going to do tomorrow when they show up? We saw a lot of that aggressive four-man smash play in the regionals, but no one wants to do that because there is no forgiveness here, right? You make that four-man smash. Even Bagova smashing into Twisted Minds, who traditionally we'd say Twisted Minds easy win, gets dismantled because you just don't want to be put in that situation.
It's a bit of a rough spot, is that Wizard Tower actually?
It is.
พี่จอนพี่ดิกหน่อย17หรือนาวี
The consolidation position on
ผมว่ารอบนี้นาวีว่ะ
But then oftentimes you get caught there, and you saw how the utility.
ผมว่านาวีว่ะรอบนี้อันนี้แบบพี่ดิกโพจิกิใช่ไหม
Yep. And then hold teams from being able to push you.
I think the hold is the hard part, right? Because they're always going to be pushing you up from that north, west
side.
You don't have any vision outside of that position, so you can make a nice blind.
ถ้าพี่ดิกโพจิกิผมให้นาวีว่ะรอบนี้
Which we saw.
นาวี
There's no good way to collapse and defend.
นาวีมันแก้
That is again the trouble with Erangel right now is that you have to take these.
แต่ถ้าพี่ดิกใหญ่ผมให้ไป
Hold them in a way that is very difficult.
You know that never eat shredded wheat thing. It's very regional, right? Like
you guys don't do that.
Well, no, we did that in England.
Oh, really?
I'm surprised that you do that.
Well, I just can't remember north, south, east, west.
Like other places do different ones.
Really?
I've heard way different ones. I can't remember them off the top of my head.
Well, help us out. If you're in chat, go ahead and throw up what you do to remember NESW. Never eat shredded wheat is my go-to. I'm glad I got to do that for you on stream.
I was just taken aback. I'm surprised that that's the same. But anyway, yes, we have Twisted Minds on camera. They're not going to be
sure
with how it went down over in that tower. But again, only one game deep.
Only one game.
It's not that severe just yet. But for, a BB team, right? They kind of got a little bit dismantled as well. Obviously, big drop shots coming in. A little bit, but you're wounded going into that.
It was. It was a good fight to watch, but again, you're limping after that. You're not going to walk away with a lot of points. The only upside for all these teams is none of our runaway threats were the teams that finished in the top 3. So that does mean it's kind of open for everybody to make their moves going forward.
And we're taking a look at all these teams getting ready and good to go. Seems we have a few more minutes before we get into this game here, so we can take stock of. There's not much to take stock of a game 1 like that.
Right.
I suspect our second Erangel might be a bit more of a return to normal play. We'll see.
It will. So as we take a look at a couple of teams, we just saw Gen G, a team that has left nothing but question mark after question mark coming into this event. Getting them here, but they aren't sort of putting up their numbers. Another big question mark here is Na'Vi. Can they make the play? It didn't work out in the first game. Are they going to go and hot drop again?
Definitely. All right. Well, teams are getting good to go now by the sound of things. As we get into our second Erangel. It's already been a great start for Therathon 5. That northern shift on Circle 3, I think it was. Hugely instrumental in them being able to hold out a compound like that. Up until that point, it really
ให้ The Expendable แล้วกันเกมนี้
a significant control of that middle part of the circle.
ให้ The Expendable
No, again, once you have that compound, once that shift goes up, there's just not much.
เบโกปานี่แบบคนแก่นั่นเลยเบโกปา
Right? Like they don't even want to expose themselves to the Therathon 5 position because they're like, let's just battle it out for 3 and then run off into the blue for whoever is left. I think we even saw Mime drop a blue grenade on the
Let's get it going then. Game number 2 as we head over to the commentators here for Erangel PGS 7.
Okay, it is time. Are we going to see another commitment back down into the chain? 17. How many people are going to drop on 17 gaming before they go? Okay, I think we should.
You would think by now people have learned their lessons, but they haven't.
No,
I get it.
I respect the ego. We think that we can do it. Nobody's ever been able to do it, but we think that we can do it. But then they go, oh, it's the same idea everybody's had.
Well, it's got to be infuriating for these other teams, right? Like you come to these global events, and every time it's 17 sitting there, just squatting on this territory, and you're like, surely they've let go of this. Like, surely nobody's been contesting them that much.
มีสิทธิ์วงเขากระดูกมากเลย
You know, they're rusty.
มีสิทธิ์วงเขากระดูกมากเลย
Got this, and then you just get dumpstered by him.
Yo.
Talk yourself into some great decisions.
Yo, Rick.
But it looks like the commitment's coming in. Navi is
How are
also
you?
going to go for another drop in.
สบายดีไหมครับ
They say, okay, we did get the first kill inside of last time.
Yes, I see.
We'll have to see if we can get a follow-in. And this is a
T5
very hefty
got
drop.
the
Two members
winner
already
chicken
got
dinner.
killed. See a quick turnaround.
WWC
It's gonna find himself
D.
vectored right off the get-go, and that's going to be great for close range.
Navi,
Good
oh
shot
my
coming from Jalbay.
goodness.
Down already.
He's got another
Silver.
Dude, he's just great with him.
It's
He's trapped.
unfair.
Uh-oh.
He's okay. He's okay.
This is a god gun, bro.
All considered.
Oh yeah, he grabbed a bunch.
This is a god gun. MP5K, bro.
Susset just dumps a bunch of 9 mil.
Oh my god.
I love the vector.
Oh.
For no reason just other than
What's
that.
happening?
One is also fighting 4 a.m. by
4 a.m.
So that's another. We've got 2 hot trucks. What a great start to the day.
And we have Duck Juice.
จริง
He's
ปืน
in
เม
trench.
ตา
He's technically here as well. What is
Oh
even
my
happening? Okay,
god.
4 angry
4
men
angry men.
get
Oh
eliminated,
shit.
So T1 wins
Straight.
that one. Jalbay does go down. So
Straight.
T1 has to be careful. He has to step away from the angle of approach from the nade itself. Navi. Okay, so back in between the two. So
รอบนี้เสียเซี่ยวเปยเว้ย
3 and Duck Juice. I don't know why Duck Juice is there, but respect.
Duck Juice
I love it. He's
ดึก
killing
ใหม่
it.
เนี่ย
Yeah. This is Apex style, right? I mean, you remember Buriram used to mess with the power grid fights back in the day.
พูดถึงบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
I mean, they're hungry for points. They know they need points. You know, the first game not too bad for the Expendables, but
So Yasnaya was the
ย้อนไกลมากเลย ย้อนนู่นอ่ะบุรีรัมย์อ่ะ
where we saw we
ย้อน
saw
ไกล
in
มาก
kill feed 400 men go down. So that looks like it's entirely resolved. No other enemies that are going to be around them for the time being. I find this interesting because the other members for the Expendables have kind of moved in a bit more to the west. Duck Juice is still staying there. Might be able to exploit some.
absolutely. I mean, there's high ground up there too, so he's going to be able to
ที
see some of this.
แยกมาไกลมากคน
Takes
เดี
an
ยว
angle on a roof because they think it's safe.
น่ะวงเขากระดูกป่ะ
Expose themselves to it.
ใครเซน
There's a world where he
ใครเซนเห็นป่ะวงเขากระดูก
of this fight. Maybe gets a free point
เท่
out of it.
ไง
Just have to wait and
ผ
see
ม
what
พ
he
ลาด
does.
เกมมาตั้งแต่ 2019 อ่ะเนี่ยขิงไปเวขิงอ่ะ
Well, you know what?
โอ้
I love the
ดู
fact
เก
that
ม
he
มา
just
แบบ
kinda hung around
ช่ำๆ
to
อ่ะ
see what happened with
นะ
it.
ทายวง
So
ยัง
back
ถูก
to the rooftops.
พรุ่งนี้ใครเซ็นไปป่วนนะช่องแชทเลย
Trying to figure out sound
ไป
sources.
ป่วนช่องแชทเลย ช่องหลักอ่ะ
I just love that.
ช่องทวิตก็ได้ ทวิตหลักอ่ะเดี๋ยวผมไปเปิดดู
Those MP5s.
เปิดดูแชท
I too want to replicate
เป็นหน้าไม้ให้ผมหน่อย
Players are excited.
คนเชียร์ผมน้อยดิ
I genuinely
เดี๋ยว
have
พรุ่งนี้
no
เจอ
idea what
ย้อย
that's
ๆพรุ่งนี้
about.
ย้อยๆแน่นอน
Oh, maybe it was the
Dawn.
Killer Melvin? Yeah.
ดอนส์
Could be Dawn.
ดอนส์ดอนส์ดอนส์
Maybe that's why Duck Juice retreated. I don't know. We do have kind of also a lineup around Everest.
เอาอีกแล้ว MP5K กันอีกแล้ว แก๊งนี้
We've got Skula that's going to be up on top.
ไอ้แก๊งนี้ MP5K กันอีกแล้ว 17 Gaming
That's its own kind of brew going. As
Oh my god
Moving forward.
State
This is a bit dangerous.
State นี่มา
So
อายุ
we can see
18
that
เองนะครับ
Navi is much
State
more condensed.
คนใหม่
So
Navi
they kind of go for it. See if they can find different angles to pick apart what's going to be going on with the defensive line for Navi, but that does mean that 17 inherently
ใช่เหรอ
is putting
ไม่น้อยเหรอ
themselves in very
โอ้ย
disadvantaged
คน
firefights. If
คน
Navi
เชียร์พี่น้อย
find the
ตาย
lanes
ช่องหลักอ่ะ
faster than what we can see the condensing
มีแต่
down and
มีแต่คนอื่น
coming out from 17, then there is a way to flip this back behind because you can see that 17 is playing this pretty
แอ
slow.
ดมิน
They don't
แอดมิน
wanna
เขาก็ไว
overdo it
เหมือนกันนะ
because
แอ
they
ดมิน
know
ธีรทร
that's
ไฟ
going
อ่ะ
to screw up a 100.
Well, yeah,
ไว
at 17 here, you're taking position and what
ได้
you're
ไก่ปุ๊บ
sacrificing
พร้อม
is
ดี
the
ขึ้นเลย
ability to cover each other as easily, right? So they're spread out on the roofs, taking high ground, keeping track. This is smart from the logo.
คือเมาช้าเสร็จเลยเว้ยแล้วหลิวโกดไอ้หลินโกดอะรู้แล้วเว้ย
He's just looking straight down. There
หลิว
is a
โกด
world
อะ
where one of
หลิ
them
วโก
tries
ด
to get
รู้
up
ละ
on this roof, and they're just gonna die as they try to vault up. But we'll just have to see what Navi wants to do. So, you know, the good thing for Navi. Oh yeah, no. He's also trying to get an angle on this. They're coordinating their locations very nicely.
So my concern with it is Jiaoru, though. He's kind of isolated on this. So if he tries to make too quick of a run in, there could be
เจ้าวูโด
But you can see Hacktori's already trying to creep forward. I think that they've definitely heard Little Ghost positioning now. So this is all just going to be about angles. And oh, Jiaoru, that's a beautiful angle. If he can kind of get anybody to step back for just one moment, just takes a couple of taps.
นาวีน่าจะโดนว่ะ
In this
ไข่เซน
position, can't get involved in the firefight without kind of jumping down into the thick.
น่าจะโดนว่ะมุมแบบนี้นะมาถึงนาวีอ่ะน่าจะโดนเว้ย
This is kind of a 2v3.
ถ้าน็อกอีกหนึ่งอ่ะผมว่า 17 เอา
Position.
ถ้าน็อกอีกหนึ่ง
Patient
เนี่ย
with the trigger. They were looking for a knock from those frags from 7-7.
เห็นแล้ว
Weren't able to connect with them. Old Tiamba member.
ถ้าน็อกอีก1เอาแน่17อะ
Tiamba was so well known for back in the day, that grenade usage. Instead, I think Xiaowu has been identified. Looking for that other third player. They know he's in that building, but obviously you don't know what window he's going to be peeking out of, which angle he's going to be taking. Stayed. Oh, that was close.
I heard that thing just rip through its bullets in a half a second, but careful. It looks like it is going to be Hakatori that's just trying to shoo away what's going to be going to Xiaowu. He does take some damage, so he's had to jump off the top of the buildings. And so going to be able to pick up.
เอาแล้วนาวีจะโดนนะอย่างเงี้ยผมบอกให้
Isolated here right now. He can't get too much more out of it. Here we go. 7-7's going to jump over. They have the numbers. They're going to go down for the lower.
เอาแล้วข้างล่าง
They're going to be trying to run through it right now. Can't find him
ข้อเท้า
fast enough. So little ghost. Tries to go for a run across, goes for some sprays, quick follow-up. It's going to be 7-7, but walks right in the counter, providing some cover for Na'Vi. Quick exchange between them, but now Hakatori gets a line in, and it's the collapse. Na'Vi very quickly following it back behind. Hakatori knows exactly what's going to be going on. Shotguns flipping back out. It looks like a quick push coming out, slowed back down. Stepping around new angles and trying to see if they can get a counter. Little ghost shifting back around. Hakatori defending great.
รีบไปหน่อยนาวีว่ะ
What a play here from Hakatori.
เอาแล้วขอคืน
4 kills onto 17. So round 1 went towards 17.
เอาแล้ว1-1
like a battle that is going to continue on into this event. Neither squad giving up. You gotta love it.
เสียแค่1เช่นเดียวกันเอาแล้ว
Because you're spreading out and you're trying to go for some of those individual plays. You get that knock and then you wait for your teammate to get there. But when your teammates got there, that means the res has already come through, and then they try a bait and switch. Yeah, you get one, but you also get traded, and then your other player takes way more damage than Na'Vi did, so you're way behind in that fight. They weren't able to recover. Great work by Hakatori with that scar.
Daytrade trying to get out as they are right on top of Jinji. Jinji also trying to get into a res.
แล้วถ้า TE แชมป์พี่ชนเวอร์ไปนะพี่นะมันจะเวอร์ไปใช่ป่ะทั้งเขากระดูกใช่ไหมทั้งวงเขากระดูกทั้ง TE ทั้งนาวีใช่ไหมเพอร์เฟกต์เกินมันทายเก่งไปเลยดิบางทีอ่ะเดี๋ยวก็มีคนมาหาว่าผมไปเคมอีกเคมนู่นนี่นั่นแล้วเคมไม่หมดโซเฟียแม่งขี้เคมวาโลผมโดนไหมตอนผมไปภาควาโลอ่ะผมโดนโอ้ยชนแม่งชอบเคมว่ะเอ้าก็กูพูดเรื่องจริงของผมเมาดิเนี่ย1,600 DPI นะผมก๊อปไปก่อนขอก๊อปเซตติ้งฟุกกี้ก่อน
Tanvu did find an kill onto Orca there from Genji, so big power weapon in the hands of a big team. They are collapsing in towards Genji's direction. Another knock on Atosi that they're trying to get the res for. Genji scraping by, but only 4 points in that first game. They're already down a player.
มีคนหาว่าผมแบบชอบเคมไหมติดเคมแต่เปิดแอร์นึงร้อนเป็นไรนะปัดละ
Oh, big knock. So this is just a repeat of what we saw earlier between 4 Angry Men and T1. Again, this is a fight that is going back to last year. That's got to be frustrating for 4 AM. T1 has been really tenacious.
แล้วแบบเหมือนรู้จักผมนะกระเป๋าเลยไม่ได้รู้จักกับผมเลยไม่มีเลยคำเรียกพี่หรือน้องหรืออะไรอย่างงี้ไม่มีเว้ยแต่ก็ยังดีที่มันเรียกคำว่าชนอย่างเดียวมันไม่เรียกว่าไอชนก็บุญละถ้าเรียกไอชนผมก็คงจะปี๊ดอ่ะโอ้โหทีไฟว่ะวงเหลือจะเชื่อทีไฟไปรวมน้องสวยดูจากแมปนะเดทเทสสวยฟอร์คอนลงล่างโอ้โหนิวแฮปปี้ว่ะไม่บ้านริมเกาะบ้านริมเกาะเฟี้ยวแต่กลับยาก
I have seen some circles end up all the way out on the tip of that peninsula. It's in the northwest corner of
16K เปลี่ยนชื่อมาบ้างนะทุกคนขอโทษ
Teams now
ผมดูข้อมูลด้วย
scrambling to get into George as this
เหมือน
is
เปลี่ยนชื่อมา
very likely to end somewhere in or around the
อยู่
city. I think if you're
CCG
TE and you can get on the houses that are on the southern edge of Georgia
Chosen
proper,
Clip
you're going to be pretty happy with that. The compound just south of the or north of the hospital, that's fine. You want to be somewhere in that vicinity, so you have some control in case it shifts to your south, so you can watch those hills, take care of business. Everybody else, though, just going to be scrambling. And with Bagel Pot again in Twisted Mind's general direction, this could be a little bit difficult. I mean, Bagel Pot's dug in. Twisted Mind's been able to read this. I think some shots might have given it away.
CLC ไทยลูก
Having a little bit of mic trouble with Matt.
Okay.
We're working on it, folks. Sorry about that. It's too hard. Did find a knock on to Type, actually.
ปากโปหูแมวหูแมว
Trying to find some kind of safety. Not able to get there. Park Pro. Barrel holding the angle. Anybody from Twisted peeks that.
โอ้นะมาละ New Happy
of trouble. New Happy dropping in right next to T5. Got some
เวลาภาพพี่เตรียมข้อมูลเยอะไหมเยอะอยู่ครับเยอะอยู่
Good push out from Twisted Minds. Multiple players taking those angles. They were able to back him off. Blue trying to run out. There's a grenade.
มีแบบว่าเรื่องจะแบบว่า represent อะไรอย่างเงี้ยสมมติว่าผมจะ present ทีม Twisted Mind อย่างเช่นผมจะ present เบโกปาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็อาจจะเอา present เรื่องของทีมด้วยเรื่องของตัวผู้เล่นด้วยครับส่วนหนึ่ง
Twisted Minds on the march, continuing their way forward. Going to figure out if there's any more Bagel Pop players hiding.
ต้องเตรียมข้อมูลไปพูดครับเพราะว่าถ้าไม่มีข้อมูลพูดมันเกมมันเปื่อยครับ
Tremendous diligence being shown here.
ก็พอสมควรครับ adapt เอามีพูดบ้างมี play by play บ้างนะครับสลับกันสลับกันไปครับ
Just trying to cover the angles from the mountains. Don't want to give up any damage. You know there's going to be teams up there.
คือถ้าแบบไม่มีอะไรพูดเลยอ่ะเกมแม่งตื้อเกินเว้ยโอ้ TE แม่งเลือกวงสวยวะ
TE just chilling. Furia over to the west controls quite a solid chunk of South George there.
Guisela
got some nice room to maneuver. Really, if this circle swings south or west, they're in good shape. It's just if it goes east, it's going to be a problem. All right, well. All right, Lou, gonna find that kill onto Khan. Point over again towards Twisted Minds. Much cleaner fight for them. This go around Bagel Pop. Spread out. Not really
วงกลับมาโอ้โห
cover these knocks.
วง T5 ว่ะ
This circle is gone straight north.
จบไปแถว TE แหละ
All of the bridge in it. This is a bad circle. Absolute insanity.
Bad circle ก็ไม่แบดนะเดทเทดเล่นได้ซ้ายมือยาวๆเช็คบ้านเฉยๆทิกเกอร์เข้าไปเล่นได้อยู่เอารถจอดหลังบ้านมูฟได้อยู่วงต่อไปอ้าวมันเขาเงียบอ่ะ
Yeah, Spaceman doing a good job. It's going to be that
อีกไมค์พังมั้ยเนี่ยไมค์มาร์ตี้พังนะ
from this bad situation and grenades nipping at his heels. That one's right in front of him. He's able to find just enough room there between those two frags, but it's actually Batulins who finds it too hard. So Sungjong, the only one alive for Bagel Pop, trying to get through, trying to get out the smokes. Now there's other cars driving at him, and he's just done. A nice headshot. He's going to connect. It's actually Ranger X. He's going to find that final kill. Bagel Pop out in 14. Here comes Bestia sliding on in. They have found.
แต่ T5 ต้องระวังเว้ย New Happy อยู่ใกล้มาก
They're taking a bunch of damage. Silzen, 1 HP. Okay. Silzen, yeah, that was
ทั้งวาโลทั้ง PUBG เกมคนละแนวเลยวงเมืองนัวๆไปออกมาถึงข้อมูลแล้วครับลักษณะข้อมูลคล้ายๆกันครับลักษณะข้อมูลคล้ายๆกันผมทำในแนวของผมอะจะเอาอะไรไปพรีเซนต์จะเอาอะไรไปพูดนู่นนั่นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแต่เอาจริงนะผมถ้ารู้แบบว่าแต่ก่อนผมจริงๆผมโตจาก PUBG นะโตกับ PUBG ค่อนข้างนานอะนานกว่า2019อะเพราะ2018 2017ประมาณนี้ผมก็สร้างห้องซ้อมแล้วไง
bit further into this circle.
2019 คือมาพากงานแรกอะไรเงี้ยครับ
Happy's noses. This is dangerous for him. There's a
เอา
lot of players here, and wow.
เพื่อนยิงมาเกือบตาย
Got the
เด็กเท
cover
เวล
fire there. Kraken going down.
ผู้เล่นเก่าคนเดียวที่เหลืออยู่นะ
But did not get
ซีหลง
knocked. So Furia tries to send a player forward. A little bit unbeknownst to New Happy, and did not go great. Haven, Zera. Oh, I kind of hear you.
มันเสียงหายแล้วเนี่ยเสียงหายแล้วครับ ไม่หายครับ
All right, well, that is a good crash there for BB team. Good decision being made there. Doozy down, but still 3 up and running, still firing. Takatori goes down to his own molly. Not sure what's going on with Na'Vi. Go first. Throwing some grenades out there, but being already dead, so those are just going to be thrown into the nether. BB team has full control over this southern side underneath Hospital. Falcons making their move to their east. They are starting to slide into the circle. Hills,
เชื่อยัง
Hospital Hills are going to be
เชื่อยัง
alive.
พรุ่งนี้ทายเลย
Falcons.
พรุ่งนี้ทายไทยเลยพรุ่งนี้
Trying to make a coastal
พรุ่งนี้
play.
มีเดทเทดมี E Arena มี Forest พรุ่งนี้มี3ไทย
Just slowly but surely making their way through. They actually have some
วันนี้มีแค่2ไทยพรุ่งนี้มี3ไทยครับเพราะไทยมีทั้งหมด5ทีม
Rise of Bestia, which they are just going to go down into the water to do. I think this is the
ใคร
right
มันว่า
play.
พี่
You
ผม
can
เคลม
actually
อะ
wrap all the way around to the
ช่อง
bridge,
YouTube
come back up over in that direction.
เบโกปานี่ทีม PO เหรอครับ ใช่ครับ เบโกปาเป็นทีมที่ PO ทำขึ้นมาเล่นๆครับ
Heady Twisted Minds play. Got 4 kills
เบ
already
โก
in
ปา
this
คือ
one.
ทีมที่ PO ทำขึ้นมาแบบว่าเอามาเล่นๆครับใน PWS ครับ PUBG Weekly Series ของเกาหลีฮะ
Get moving, Twisted.
แต่ว่าคัดเข้ามาได้ครับ
Circle's not too close.
ส่วนเจ้าของทีมครับไปนู่นแล้วเจ้าของทีมไปรับใช้ชาติอยู่ไปเป็นmilitary service ฮะไปรับใช้ไปเกณฑ์อาหาร
Even a Panzerfaust did lose back pocket. Something to keep our eyes on. Couple frags for
โอ้
him
โห
as
โล
well.
แพนเซอร์ฟาวว่ะ
Still just
เอาตัวรอดเก่งนะทวิตเตอร์ไมล์วนดีนะ
going on in this circle right now. There's just so many buildings, so many compounds around.
Yeah, could be good. Am I in now?
I hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Let's see how this one goes out. So with this,
ไม่หายอ่ะ ปาร์ตี้ไม่หาย โอ้ fuck gone is gone
Yeah, once again, lost my good friend Matt. He's doing a great job though, folks. I swear.
ไม่หาย
feels
ไม่
bad,
หาย
man. Feels bad, man. You're nailing it, and they don't even get to hear it. All right. You can. I mean, there's plenty of room. Come on over. Come on over. I don't know. It's a unidirectional mic. All right. Navi's out in the blue. Actually, I couldn't see them on the map stream. They're way out in Narnia, trying to get through, but Falcons watching that angle. I don't think Stade can really do much other than just try to outlast this, see if he can get into some placement points. But even that, maybe
โอ้
tricky.
วง
There's
TE
too many compounds left inside of the circle.
ทุกคน
And
ทีไฟพอได้อยู่
towards the north now. Twisted did make
โอ้
their
แต่
way
ที
up.
ไฟเล่นยากแล้วครับวงต่อไปต้องตีกับนิวแฮปปี้เว้ย
Northern side of things, up and over. Now they're trying to make their cross, taking a ton of damage. Out goes a Panzer. What he hit?
What?
That? Lou, you madman!
you madman
It's crazy.
I don't. Oh, it looks like. Can you hear me here, Paper? Oh, it looks like we might have some stuff going on with this one. So beautiful Panzer Palace. We saw just 1 second ago. Now,
มาแล้ว
quick look what's going to be going on with Twisted Minds. They've got themselves an
Oh.
outside position that they're going to be looking at what's going to be going on with New Happy.
ลูเมื่อกี้มันยิงโหดมากเลยไม่รู้
Going to be circling back in.
แพนเซอร์เฟา
At the same time, it looks like T1
แพนเซอร์เฟาระยะนั้นโคตรเดือด
over
ยิงแม่งยัดเข้าหน้าต่างเลย
going on with Hospital itself. So day trade over to the west has complete control. Everything's kind of clustering up into this northeast, and it's going to be Twisted Minds trying to cut a path, and they're going to have to go through multiple teams to secure themselves a position. On the forefront of it is Perfectix. It's going to be throws from both sides, going to be going back and forth, forcing New Happy just a bit further away from
เสียงเขาน่าฟังเว้ยมาร์ตี้
to watch. Are Bestia going to try to see if they can pounce on a different angle? Looks like they're just going to be jumping in the vehicle. They might use the opportunity, but that does mean a T5 is focused up, taking shots at them. This could be an opportunity for it's going to be Twisted Minds to crit forward as they are just taking inch by inch, firefighting their way directly into the circle, and New Happy just can't seem to find a way to stop it just quite yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, T1 doing a ton of damage out there. Just taking down Bestia. Like you mentioned, Bestia tried to make a decision, tried to make a move, and it just got thwarted at the triple warehouse compound. Twisted, I tell you what, this is one of the best city fighting teams on the planet. I mean, they're one of the best teams on the planet, period. But in particular, I have seen them win so many situations like this. You know, PGS's last year, I think in one of the final games even, they came through and cleared out George and got some big points.
ดูยิงดิ
Look at this Panzer shot. Oh my God.
That is just sexy, right on top of him. So also the way that
ยิงยังเดือดเลย
New Happy off the angles.
แม่งยิงแบบไกลมากอะเมื่อกี้
So beautiful to watch. They were
แต่ดีเว้ยทีไฟเราแจมได้
There was any piece that was coming out from New Happy.
ไกลเวลาเมื่อกี้ใครเซ็น
The throwables, but they still had to be careful because T5 could have
ใครเซ็นชื่ออะไรพี่จะได้เรียกถูกชื่อเล่น
and they managed to shoot both of them
พี่
away.
เกียรเรียกชื่อ ID แล้ว เอ้าโดนว่ะ
Making sure to
เอช
coordinate
วิน
every
ว่ะ
single one of their movements, but it is going to be 16
ข้ามยากเว้ย
right here. Zlong, we saw him have a big
ขอ
pop
ซ้าย
out just a moment ago.
อเมริกาคอนเนคชั่น
Twisted hasn't finished the push
โอเค
yet.
ต่อ
Right on the cusp of it. T5 trying to shift out of it. Falcons
Okay,
gonna
ครับ
get some vision on it. T5 kind of hurt
พี่
them
ชื่อ
a bit
ชน
more
นะ
into New
ยินดี
Happy's
ที่ได้
position.
รู้จัก
It's all gonna be onto
ผม
New
ไปรายการ
Happy
นั้นเฉย
getting
ไทย
slowly
PBS
from so many different angles.
ชื่อรายการยินดีที่ได้รู้จัก
It's tricky. T5 took a ton of damage though when they had to get into this new circle.
เชี่ยคือลูกนั้นมันแบบ
Furia and Falcons
บ้ามาก
both
เลย
at
นะเว้ย
angles
โอ้โห
into
ว
their
ง
cross. And speaking of Furia, they're in a nice position, but actually
เด
there's
ทเท
a
ดได้อยู่
knock-on
นะ
from a good
รอบนี้
grenade. Oh, it's their teammate's grenade.
Oh
A bit of an
man.
oopsies.
The
เดทเทดได้
circle
อยู่
still
นะ
continues. They hate Twisted as they are going to have to walk through New Happy and then walk across the road. So Twisted playing off the back foot has to dodge out the nade, take some damage, but not enough to stop.
ทีไฟเข้ามาแจม
Trying to find
น้อง
angles, but it's
ต้องเอา
gonna be
แต้ม
so
น้อง
easy
ชาย
to stop.
อ้าวดีเคียว
Gonna find Perfectix, but Tulin gets the knock on to Zlong. But it is all close range combat right now, right across the side of this with T5. Cannot get involved. Falcons are taking some shots into him, so New Happy
ไปยากแล้ว
has to
ทีไฟ
shift off of the
ยิง
angle.
แล้ว
Continue to relent more and more
แจม
territory
น้อง
to
เอา
Twisted
แต้มแล้ว
Minds.
This is a really
ผมว่ามอสน่าสั่ง มอสน่าสั่งแบบต้องตีละ ไม่งั้นไม่ได้อะไรเลยเว้ย
Stuck in between a bunch of different utils. Is, I think, gonna just barely get through. Yeah, found room outside of that blue zone, and he's able to get the first aid off. Still, he's the last surviving member for New Happy. This is tricky, and now you got the Falcons trying to find their way in.
They're just flooding in off of this. Blue zone's going to be coming in right now, right on top of Twisted. What's going to be going on with
เอาเลยเหรอ
New Happy?
เอ้ย
Falcons want some kills. They're gonna
ถามจริง ถามจริง ฟอลคอน มาทำไมเนี่ย
everybody. Falcons just ran into the wrong neighborhood. T5's going to go down. But look, the distraction coming up big enough. It's a big problem for Twisted. They had to find some
ต่อ
way to
ที
play
แชมป์
away
ต่อ
from this. Falcons just flooded into this. 2 members now down, just 1 up. And Twisted continuing to find pathing, but it's coming in damage, stacking, just being more and more attrition onto them, but they're still finding successes and finding a new foothold.
Man, if you could get that Panzer back up from H-Win, Falcons might be able to turn the tide of this battle, but somehow, some way, Twisted back up to 4 players, 6 kills. They're just chugging along. TKL
โอ้
has
เดทเทด
BB
ก็มาดี
taken
เว้ย
out
รอบนี้
out in the hospital vicinity. So you do have the expendables as well. That still doing some damage for Tanvu.
Yeah, and we got Fury on a new angle as well, so getting more and more complicated. The blue zone continuing to stack. You can see Shrims, he's got himself the Panzer Faust trying to go for res onto his teammate. Twisted, going to just jump the walls, trying to get closer to the circle. They're finally finding some type of
ทีแชมป์ทีแชมป์
He's gonna drop a nade onto example back behind
เราจะผิดคอนเซปต์ดิ เราทายไปแล้ว
Turn back behind the man to be cautious. Tick trying to lead a path of his own. Does find one, but he's gonna go down. H-Win, the birthday boy, in some trouble.
Birthday boy, birthday boy.
He's still got Inuyasha that's gonna be back behind him, but Twisted in front of it for the time being.
เรียบร้อยเอชวินบายบาย
Just continuing to pop off. While this is happening, though, Furia has to look onto a new angle. Falcons goes down. It's going to be Day Trade. Hearing the shots coming up from Furia, they're going to start taking control over the circle.
Yeah, this is now gotten much more difficult for Twisted Minds. Only 2 players left. Still have to worry about a backstab potentially from Inuyasha. If they've been kill feed tracking properly, they know he's still out there. Oh, Perfectix, though, hits the headshots onto Clories, gets the knock. Is that going to open up enough space for them to make their move? Still have that AWM to consider in Tanvu's hands. He's watching from a different angle to see if and when Twisted Minds crosses this road. Day Trade fanning out, try to maybe pick apart these players. Everybody knows they want these points, and Twisted basically dead to rights. I mean, you'd have to have probably 12 or 15 smokes just to get across this. Twisted just trying to do what they can to get points.
พิมพ์มาให้ก่อนแทนวูเบิร์ดเดย์
He's got control over a compound with vision on what's going to be happening, but that does mean that since they've been so focused in with what's happening with Twisted, Day Trade's got a bit of a foothold into the west. Takula has moved into the south, so that's what we see the play going on. Expendables have also been taking some shots into Twisted, but they don't really have to worry about too big of a move just quite yet. They're playing that area just to the northwest of Hospital, so they're fine for the time being. Oh,
ทานู
I have to see how we see Twisted try to fight their way out of this one. But I mean, Spaceman getting involved in a fight with Flash does mean that there's new distractions that could arise. Twisted could try to exploit this.
เดย์ยากเห็นปะ
I
ล่ะ
just don't know how Twisted can get out of this though.
I know. I'm with you, Matt. I think it's going to be very, very challenging. Flash is going to be finished off by Spaceman. He was a tremendous fragger in the PCL this year. Belmoth, yeah, okay, Perfectix tries to make the move. Actually, Tanvu steals it.
I mean, he's got a tool to steal it. He's got 1 bullet left. Lou, he might just be going for some type of med battle. I don't know if he's going to be trying to make too big of a move yet.
ปั๊มยาสู้หมดแล้วยา
Firefight's going to wipe out another squad just yet because Day Trade should be able to regroup. But you have to give it to Twisted. They picked up 7 kills. And they fought 2 to get there, but there's just too many opponents that were in front of them. So
They hit top 4.
What to do is we now have our top 4: Takula, the Expendables, Day Trade, and Fury.
Still, there's just like no other teams that can make that move like Twisted can.
มาลึกมากกว่า
I mean, the fact that they got to
TKL
where
อ่ะ
they were, they
ส
had
อง
to
เก
fight
มแล้วเนี่ย
through so many different teams. They came out with 4 up when the Falcons got there. That's when they lost a couple players. So, tip of the cap to Twisted Minds. That was a really well played battle, and they still come through with some placement points and a bunch of kills. So, that is not bad at all given their situation. Now over to our last 4 teams. 4 up for Taikula. God, I hope I'm saying that right. And then the Expendables, Day Trade each have 3, Furia with 2. But still a lot of space in this circle, a lot of buildings, so kind of depends on this next one.
It's also got these hillsides, which are going to be very useful for Takula to play from. It's just right on the edge of the zone is the problem with it. Nobody wants to move down into the lower areas because they're
ไทคุล่ามาดีจัดว่ะ
It's a valley of death that everybody is going to have to try and navigate. Fury is going to have Day Trade just to the west on top of him. Takula is going to be trying to see if they can stop out what's happening with the Expendables. But if the Expendables can find some type of way to get out, maybe over to that rock that's going to be in front of them, they might have some breathing room to play from.
Yeah, that's a good point.
โอ้เดทมีสิทธิ์ไกลสูงอยู่นะ
A lot of smokes having to be expended, but
TE ยากแล้วครับ
imagine the
TE
Expendables
ยากละ
have quite a few
ไม่ได้อยู่ในวง
those left.
It's true. They've been playing there for a while.
Exactly, Matt. Exactly. They've been chilling, so there's a chance they can find a way in. Might be a little bit tricky with some of these angles that Taikula is going to have on top of it. Like you were talking about, those hillsides very, very powerful in this position. But with Tigger having the Dragunov, if you could just find that one headshot, it's one of those guns that could be a difference maker, especially in this late game where the one taps will come through.
Phase number 8. You can see the blue zone now starting to come. Oh, the Expendables just hop inside the vehicles. They've got laser valves ready. They're trying to just make the run in. It's going to be big explosions. Furia defending up.
ความคิดดีแล้วครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้
Day Trade trying to get some retaliation, get some kills of their own, see if they can get something out of it. Does get some damage, but doesn't get the knock just quite yet. Takula's been playing up on that hillside, and the hillside could have spelled death if they have to time this wrong.
ดีสุดละ
Do get
TE
eliminated, but Takula has to be careful. If they wait too long up on that hillside, that means that it could be 2 different teams in Furia and Day Trade that both line into Takula trying to move down, but the distraction. Furia can't look up the hillside right now. Day Trade is up on top of them, and Day Trade is hungry. They're trying to find 3 different angles on this.
ตาไม่เข้า
Timing is what they need to find. They've got a pretty decent amount of space because Day Trade and Furia are just fully committed on top of each other. Decent damage done by Spaceman there on the window drop. But
TKL เนี่ย
they got to make their move, and they got to start making it while these smokes are obscuring vision.
Yep. All right. Blue zone's going to start coming in any second now, so it's going to force more of this firefight. Fury is just trying to contend with Rats right up on top of Nade's going to come out and get some damage, but not enough to really turn the tide just quite yet. Takula is trying to exploit everything that's happening with the circle, shifting in, seeing if they can find any more cover. I think that they had a tree just a second ago. They now found a crate. Pose is taking some damage. Has to be careful. Down to 7 health. Just narrowly makes it back into smoke. Furia just trying to fight with everything. Zera goes down, so it is just now getting eliminated. Day trade. Back up. They have to move into the circle. Let's go. Already got control over almost everything. It's going to be about the firefight and Bell. Pumping out some damage.
Yeah, goes down. Got to look for some big connections here with that Dragunov. This knock not able to be flushed by Day Trade out in the open. Again, Spaceman. So clean.
Okay, Tigger's going to be on the high ground trying to look down into it. Nade's going to bounce. Not going to make it far enough just quite yet. Takula has to be careful. They're running out of cover, just playing from the smokes. This is entirely open, and yes, Day Trade has cover, but just for now, the blue zone is now starting to envelop the building. They have no option. They're going to have to start stretching out, and they have nowhere to go. Look at this. Takula's lined up on multiple angles. There's nowhere for Day Trade to go. Bouncing off of him. Runs out. Somehow Tigger survives.
That is crazy. Those were really good. Finally, it is going to be the knock. Yeah. Big one there, just Belmont less for Day Trade. Can he do anything else?
Tries to get the angle, but he's gonna go down. So with this, Takula picks up the victory.
Oh boy, this has been
เอาเรื่องว่ะ
game. Quite the start to today. The first game just battling the whole way through. This game, battling the whole way through.
I mean, I'm about it. I love what's going on with Aaron Gale lately. Whenever we get to international,
สวยแล้วสวยแล้ว
it is so
เดเฮดดีขึ้นครับเดเฮด
people know that they got to go after kills. They've got to play a little
จังหวะเล่นมันไม่มีแล้วไงเพราะฝั่งนู้นเขาแบบเล่นสบายขึ้นคือเดินได้สบายอ่ะไทคุล่า
Okay, so with this, let's go ahead and get everything prepped to throw it over to our analyst desks as we move into game number 3.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight. Fight. We ready. Ready to fight.
Takula here with the big win for them as we have our Erangels done for the day. A very important south shift considering those compounds in the north were still in play, and that means they're able to ruin the day of old Day Trade.
As of now, Taikula's entire tournament is built on south shifts. We'll see if that continues throughout the experience, as that's 2 games in a row where they've really benefited from that, but they've managed to maximize some good points, make a couple of good plays. Now, we all saw a lot of highlights. We saw double hot drops in that game. Navi and 17 continue to say, let's fight this out, and it went the opposite way this time, so Navi does come out ahead.
Yeah, for all those players out there with a guy like Hakatori on their fantasy team.
So good.
He manages to scramble back some points after that first one. Where
Do you have Hakatori on your team?
Actually, no. It's weird.
Weird.
Yeah, strange. Anyway, moving on quickly. We have... I mean, the world champions, obviously, they got a little bit of work done as well. Tambu, seeing him doing some work in the previous game as well as this one. But they were over what we previously called pharmacy. And then getting out of there, considering those shifts, that was always going to be hard for the Expendables.
Yeah, it was one of those, once it went south, we even saw Day Trade kind of made that rotation, a really nice move on the south side, and then went back down. And that was just like, that's when it's really frustrating as a player to see that and be like, we made the right choice.
Yes, I completely agree. I mean, you saw where Furia was, right? And I was thinking, people are looking at that thinking to themselves, oh, well, Furia should have this one, considering there was a spot that they were in. But looking at the Day Trade spread, it's rare I give Day Trade compliments, but here we are. They moved brilliantly to kind of like coalesce up on that north side. Over the circle and those compounds, and then would eventually be able to push up against them. But then that south shift happens, and that gives Taikula so much more opportunity into this game.
And it forced all of the other 3 teams that were up to sort of fight each other. You see this big crash right here between the Expendables and Furia. We did see Furia put up some nice points there. Expendables, like you did what you had to do. No judgment on you. But this fight significantly weakens everyone else and ultimately ends up blocking Day Trade into an untenable position. They cannot push out of their building. Taikula, despite taking the knock early on, is able to get everybody back up and just defends the south, and there's not much you can do.
Yeah, slight glimmer of hope, right, when they knock Dons, but then getting out of there, you don't have any cover to go to. You've got no vehicles, you have no smokes, you are dead to rights.
I think we saw the knock, and we went, oh, maybe, and then Thanadol goes down, and everybody in the green room goes, oh never mind. And that's exactly how it went. It was a really good counter knock to sort of hold things for Taikula. And, you know, to be fair, this is a team without a lot of pedigree, right? They did the best, I think their best player, Spaceman, they brought in from Weibo. Everybody else has very little T1 experience. So for them to keep their cool and to get 2 good finishes in the first 2 games, if you're talking about an inexperienced team, you cannot overstate how valuable a strong start is in terms of confidence with the big dogs. You know what I mean?
I agree. And the damage coming in kind of reflects that, right? From a 2K game coming in, this seems a bit more normal compared to our previous game. Even though, again, it was a little bit of a weird one for me, considering we go the shift of the circle. We're in that South George area. There's a lot of water that exists. That means all of these teams suddenly are like, okay, well, I guess we commit to South George. And then you get the pseudo-urban environment for a long, long time. 721 damage from Spaceman.
Wow.
We were singing his praises backstage. Excited to see how he's going to fare here once again. Now, again, as you say, that Weibo is not here with him. So here for Taikula. Love it.
I absolutely. So I love seeing what they got. It is nice to see Spaceman kind of out on his own, doing his thing. He has been a strong player. I don't feel like Weibo was the place for him. I was skeptical about Taikula, but hey, if they keep doing what they're doing here, then I was completely wrong. He will be our man of the match with 720 damage. That makes perfect sense.
Yep, very well done. Very well done, considering they were able to hold a strong line down at the bottom. Hold the rest of those teams dead to rights.
That's a good point. I will say, when you talk about that damage total, there is a certain thing to be said about the fact that you get to hold that high ground where nobody can really cost you anything, and you're just poking teams as they crash. It's a great way to farm up that ADR. If you were smart enough to put him on your fantasy roster, that poke damage is going to be incredibly powerful for you.
Yeah, it could have been a completely different story if they do not get that south shift, and then they end up in a similar situation to how the Expendables were, where it's like, okay, 1, we hope we have cars, 2, we're going to have to try and crash that compound, and you saw the area, the very barren area between where they would have had to go from to those vehicles, so to those compounds. So could have been a completely different story.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at the match leaderboard as Taikula comes out again with that 20 points, looking pretty good. Furia, nice moves. Now they managed to get themselves into that sort of shift position, held down one of the few buildings everybody was pushing into, and benefited from being able to pick off. We saw them, I think, they got some Falcons, they got some T1. They were able to sort of like stab every other team trying to get in. So that's where they picked up most of their points.
A Twisted Minds with 10 points. That's, I would say, a decent start for them overall. They already had the 5 prior, so they get themselves 15 points so far, find themselves in 5th place. Taikula, #1 with 30 points. I did think that maybe Daytrade could have got more from this. However, it was not to be. But for Twisted Minds, though, when it comes to their position in South George, the way they were kind of moving from building to building, this reminded me a lot of a kind of a high-octane moment that they were going for in 2024, when they were very up against a position where they were going to potentially qualify, or at least I think be the champion of one of the PGSs. And they're very familiar with how they need to move from those buildings to buildings. So it doesn't surprise me that they got 7, which is kind of almost a consolidation game for them, considering they don't get podium.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Them and a lot of our other experienced or pedigreed teams, they pushed into George, right? They said, okay, here's where the math sits out. We don't see this circle a lot. We know this is probably what's going to happen. They sort of played the statistics. Taikula, I think, benefited from everybody playing the statistics, right? They got that lucky shift, and it worked out really well for them for the second time. I hope that continues. It is kind of fun to watch them play, and they definitely have caught some of these other teams off guard. That said, the fact that Twisted Minds, out of our sort of favorites group or our old school heroes, them and Expendables being the ones at the top where we're seeing a lot of others struggle, is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, I mean, for the 2 teams at the top, 30 points and 20 points, good, right? That's a brilliant start for you here to get things going. Beyond that, everybody is so even on points, because these 2 games, even this one still, has sort of felt like a little bit of a feel-out game. Not as much as the first one, but that's where we're sat right now for our Erangels. All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, we have game at number 3. We're going to those wildcard maps. Don't you go anywhere for PGS 7.
2 เบรก โอเค เบรก 5 นาที 2 เบรก 1 ครับ ดีหน่อย ถ้า 3 เบรก 1 แม่งเหนื่อย 2 เบรก 1 โอเคครับ
For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
ขอบคุณครับวิสกี้ขอบคุณครับ subscribe ครับอยู่ครับผมขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ thank you นะครับ subscribe ครับเทียร์1ฮะเดือนที่2 thank you ครับกรุ๊ป A ดีหน่อยครับเพราะว่ากรุ๊ป A มันได้พัก1วันครับใครอยู่มั้งเนี่ยช่องแชทขอเลข1หน่อยจะได้อธิบายกรุ๊ปสเตจแข่งกันกรุ๊ปละ12ทีมสวัสดีครับจานบอยนครศรีสวัสดีครับเกมหน้าเจออะไรโอ้คิดไม่ออกเลยอะเกมเมื่อกี้ให้ TE เกมแรกให้ทวิตเต็ดยังทายไม่ถูกนะไดโก้เหรอโอเคกรุ๊ปละไก่ละอันนี้เกมแรกกรุ๊ป A ได้เกม2กรุ๊ป B ได้เกม3มันจะกลับไปกรุ๊ป A เว้ยเตโก้ผมให้นาวีแล้วกันผมว่านาวีมาเตโก้เตโก้ผมว่านาวีมา
Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them.
คือจะบอกว่ากรุ๊ป A อ่ะกรุ๊ป A จะได้พัก1วันครับคือพรุ่งนี้คือถ้าวันนี้ทำผลงานได้ดีแล้วอ่ะพรุ่งนี้ก็มะรืนก็สบายๆครับแต่ถ้ากรุ๊ป B ทำคะแนนไม่ดีเนี่ยอันตรายครับกรุ๊ป B ถ้าแบบว่าไม่ทำคะแนนแบบต่อเนื่องอ่ะอันตรายครับเพราะว่าวันที่3จะไม่มีสิทธิ์เล่นแล้วครับของกรุ๊ปสเตจเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเนี่ยกรุ๊ป A อ่ะโอ้โหทำการบ้านด่วนเลยเอาจริงไหมตอนนี้รู้สึกว่ามีสิทธิ์สูงเหมือนกันนะหมายถึงว่า 4AM อ่ะ 4AM มีสิทธิ์สูงที่จะไม่ได้ไปรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะครับ
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Oh, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
Dark and Darker Mobile กำลังคุยเรื่องเก็บคะแนนกรุ๊ปสเตจครับเพราะว่ามันสำคัญเนี่ย มันสำคัญมากๆครับเกมหน้าให้ไปนาวีครับนาวีน่าจะมาละมันตัด16ทีมบนเพราะแล้วผมว่าประมาณสัก65แต้มอ่ะ65แต้มกำลังดีครับขอไปย้อนดูปีที่แล้วอ่ะดิปี GS 6 PGS 6 รอบกรุ๊ปสเตจตัดที่54 65ก็เยอะไปเนาะแต่คะแนนมันไปดีขึ้นบนหมดอ่ะดิประเด็น
Bro, this has been a wild start on Erangel, so I am excited as we make our way over to Tego.
Yeah, man, this has been just a crazy start to today. I mean, just some intense action the whole way through. It's got everything you could want out of a PUBG Global. You've got hot drops, you got crazy circle shifts. This has been truly a fun day.
We've got so many hot drops, we can't even watch them all, and that is always a fun sign.
You wouldn't have it any other way. You gotta love what you're seeing. I mean, I think some teams still trying to feel out the lobby a little bit. You've seen some kind of weird maneuvers here and there, but for the most part, everybody's just kind of scraping by, doing their best, and you know, it's coming down to some of these moments where it just takes one kill, one little piece of action kind of dictates your destiny, as is always the case in PUBG, the butterfly effect in full force.
And it's been very interesting to see how fast teams are responding to strong positional play.
ฟูเรียก็น่าสนใจครับ เพราะว่าฟูเรียเป็นอันดับ 1ครับของอเมริกาครับ
But the speed at which we're seeing teams make the committal into locations, or even just like Falcons, what we saw inside that last game, whenever they hopped inside of a vehicle and they're like, we're going to do the wrap around where Twisted is at. It's just so, no other way to say it, just so bloody on the battlefields right now. There are just so few options. You're having to make the best of a lot of bad decisions.
Yeah, I like the confidence though. I like that you're seeing teams like Bagel Pop make pushes in game 1. The Falcons there, yeah, it didn't work out, but they made a play and they committed to it and they went for it. So I'm excited for Tego. What else can I say?
All right, it is time to Tego as we are getting everything.
มันไม่ตามนักแข่งว่ะเมื่อกี้นี้นักแข่งมันเพิ่งวิ่งเข้ามา
Just south of prison, southwest. So should be just about anything you could want on the table. I'm curious to see if we're going to see any hot drops or other further contestants coming into play right now. As it has been the theme of the day so far in the first 2 games.
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty curious.
And Western Circles, I guess, right?
Yeah, Western Circles and hot drops. That is the name of the day.
2 games, I'm already working on the math, right? That's the way it works, right? Statistics or something, I don't know.
Well, we're not quite hitting statistical significance yet, but a few more games and we'll be getting there. Looking just to see, you know, is T1 going to be messing with anybody in Yongchun? Is Bagel Pa going to do anything kind of weird off the rip? You know, we're not seeing that same kind of classic PO play, but this is classic. These 2 teams are going to fight over Terminal, it looks like.
ทุกแมปครับนาวีกับ17ว่ะ
For one of these squads as they make landfall up on top. Looks like it's going to be try to save what vehicles or what weapons you can find as quick as possible.
เอาแล้ว
Can he find the 3rd? Yes, he can. That is a big set of plays coming up from Navi off the start. Fayrus just absolutely demolishing everything that's going to be going on around him.
3 น็อก
11
นี่ไง
bullets,
นาวี
What do you have? What do you have?
แต่กลุ่ม 4 ต้องทำกันบ้านไหมไม่ต้องครับ โอ้โห
But he's gonna go down. So 17 Gaming eliminated yet again.
เอาอีก
All right,
แล้ว
well, that's 2 for 3 for Navi. Doing a great job there.
ประเด็นยาวครับผมบอกเลย คู่นี้
The battle is won by Navi.
เอาแล้ว
Huge stuff in the beginning there.
เอาแล้ว
Putting those SMGs to work. This time the UMP doing the lion's share of the damage. Tried to go for that last one and came very close.
เอาแล้ว
Well, that one was so fast.
Yeah, Fayrus respect.
17 Gaming มีปัญหาแล้วครับ
Up on top and grab the gun and go as fast as possible, but 3 kills for Fayrus. He does go down, so it does mean the fact that
เอาแล้ว
get pretty much the center of the circle as well. Now that we've managed to see that.
โอ้โหแล้วกลางวงด้วยครับสำคัญเลย
But up to the north, T5 is going to have some
โอ้โห
options on it. To the south, though,
แต้มหาย 17 Gaming แบบนี้ไม่ดีนะ
Kind of one of those circles where it's very interesting because there's a couple big mountains in and around Terminal, and then you've got some fields out there. So the circle is very dictative of how this could shape up. So it's going to be keeping our eyes on that, keeping our eyes on Taikula, excuse me, and they have been really coming out the gate swinging, really putting on a show for the home crowd. As they have 30 points in the bag already, 10 points ahead of your Game 1 winners in T5. And then the leaderboard starts to drop a little bit. So a little bit of a top-heavy start to the day. See what Tego brings us. T1 doing some damage with the kills. They haven't been able to get super deep in any games, but one of those obviously was a hot drop in a game, and they got some nice kill points out of it at the very least. And all I'll say after watching that last game a little bit was I have type on my fantasy team, and I am I'm content.
Dude, I almost always get type, and for whatever reason this time around, I was like, nah, I'm gonna try something else new, and then, of course, type is just so like, I guess whenever you're looking at fantasy, he's just such a good buy.
Yeah, he's solid. He's always putting up points. I mean, he's just a very consistent player. There's a reason that T1 was very high on this young prodigy.
17 Gaming ไปอีกแล้วครับนาวีจัดให้
He is
แค่แหละ
very talented mechanically, makes good decisions, and again, you bring in a coach like Sonic to T1, he's going to get you fundamentally sound at this game at the very best. Yeah, at the very worst, I mean. Like, he does so much more beyond that, but...
ไม่โดนเลยมาม
Mime wanted that one. This is a hungry guy. He wants to make a splash at this event, and this is a guy that's a historic inside of PUBG, but this is where he's managed to fight himself into this position through just a very brutal set of things that was going on inside of the PAS.
Yep.
I had a chance to talk to him. He try and take care of stuff for classes, adjusted time zones and everything else like that. Was afraid the fact that he might have missed turning in one of his homework assignments, since he's technically traveling during school right now, just try to see if he can get the cash, get a victory, as well as trying to get himself a degree all at the same time.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, what a story Mime is, and I mean, this player right here, absolutely insane from Fairest. And then finally, the feet
that is
with the mutant. The two-shot mutant barrage to the ankles. It's nice stuff there from Navi, but Mime, real quick, I want to give him so much praise. I've always found him to be a glue guy. Like, he's the guy who's going to do some of the dirty work for you. He's that blue-collar kind of guy. He's going to, be the one who's loading up the car with some of your extra util and things like that. He's going to do some early scouting for you. He's very active in the comms, in the mid-game and things like that. So he brings a lot to the team in terms of his general just knowledge and understanding of the game.
And he puts a lot of pressure onto himself, and I know that sometimes
ต้องดูว่าเกมนี้จะเป็นยังไงด้วยนะ2ทีมไทยพรุ่งนี้ไทย3ทีม วันนี้แค่2ครับพรุ่งนี้3
Oh yeah, no, I mean he wants to win.
กรุ๊ป B สำคัญเพราะว่ากรุ๊ป B พรุ่งนี้จะจบแล้วนะครับกรุ๊ป B ก็จะมีเดย์เทรดเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้อาจต้องเชียร์เดย์เทรดเยอะหน่อยครับส่วนทีไฟไปเชียร์วันสุดท้ายด้วยเชียร์วันที่3ผมดูกันลืมวันนะ
Some of those shifts to go their ways and some of their fights haven't really panned out probably how they would like, but I think not a bad idea. We've seen some of the teams that are able to grab some of those priority compounds early, like T5 in the first game, are able to get deep results.
I'm such a child. Every single time a caster says panned out on a PUBG cast, for whatever reason, it just makes me smile. I just have like the sound effect that goes off in my head.
Oh yeah, I like that. That's good.
Okay, so we got a stack of people that are all trying to play around center at the time being. No big firefights happening just yet. Day Trade is playing very far to the south. Almost everybody else is touching the circle in some fashion. Fluky's kind of off by himself, but the rest of his team has already got himself positioned. Begopa is playing just on the other side of the river, so that might be why we haven't seen them firmly regroup yet. Falcons have themselves a pretty solid position right along the, I guess, Dried River. A lot of people, there's like 5 different names for this river, Minor River, whatever you want to say. So they do have themselves pretty close to T1, but looking at the moving factors, Takula, who've just come out swinging today. That's all you can really say. Yeah. Chaos is a ladder, and they are climbing fast.
Yeah, I mean, they were tremendous in the PCL playoffs, especially this guy right here, Spaceman. And he only plays on 400 DPI.
Respect! Another 400 DPI guy.
I'm at 800. 400 is a little too low even for me, but this is...
you got to get that arm workout when you're playing, bro. Move the whole hand.
Well, yeah. No, I mean...
เมาส์
I can see where that's the case, but I'm
เมาส์400 DPI นี่โหสะบัดทีนึงนี่แบบหมุนแล้วหมุนอีกเมาส์
It's like I made the change up just because I got old. I need the extra sensitivity, but just so that way I can have more control inside.
ออกกำลังกายไปในตัวมาร์ตี้บอก
range and like trying to go for snipes or anything else like that. It just feels so much better.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody ends up on top of you trying to spin around and get them,
that's
in itself. But you know. Win some, you lose some. That's my viewpoint on it.
100%. 100%. I mean, it's quite funny how everybody has their different preferences, but like, I mean, you could see like earlier we saw a player at 1600 DPI, he's at 400, and yet, everybody's kind of not too far away from each other in terms of individual skill in some cases. So, okay, Sil's in.
That's a bit close. Oh, this is Sil, dude. He is just like a predator. Oh, Tigger says no though. Instantly drops him off of it. couple of shots. Now come out. Draft King can't quite connect the way he wants to. So Bestia, what are you going to do? Looks like they're going to have to just step away from the angle. Mime doesn't have any angles that can really assist too much on that one. So just going to have to surrender. It looks like they're going to hop back in vehicles and regroup.
That's crazy good stuff from Tigger. I mean, that's a really hard spot to read.
I mean, I feel like maybe he spotted him at range.
Spot to read.
He came at that one, but I don't know for certain. We were kind of watching a different thing before we jumped into it, so it's one of those. We can make assumptions, or
we can make asses.
We can make assumptions, or we can make assumptions. That's kind of how the way it works with it.
Yeah, I mean, still though, I think back to the PAS. I think it was day 2. Where Silza was hiding in that bush.
This is why Fluky isn't regrouped with everybody.
Yeah. He's got to get in the glider, bro. This is classic T5.
Vision, information. It's how you win PUBG.
Yeah.
Or you get shot out of the glider. One of the two.
One of the two.
Either way, you have fun.
It's exactly, and that's what half the game is, anyways. Having some fun. But yeah, I mean, this is just very stock standard. The way that Rossita Jr. Likes to kind of lead things for this Pterodon 5 team. Get some information from the sky and make plays off the back of that. Find some safe space. TE
20 วินาทีวงอัปเดตไปที่
very, very late from the western side. And they're going to be finding a little bit more open space, but Delwyn should be using this hill, I assume, to get a little bit of scouting info.
พิมพ์มาได้นะทุกคน
How they're going to make their approach.
พิมพ์กันจะได้ไม่หลับเดี๋ยวหลับกันซะก่อน
Close to them. I mean, there is TKL up to the north, and then Fury out to the east. Speaking of east, that is where our circle wants to take us.
โอ้ยนาวีโดนนั่นน่ะฮากาโตรี่
โดนรู given the way lay of the land is kind of sitting with the river and the way it's going to be stacking up. So math just working in your favor on this one for the time being. So as we start to see this act, yes, we are only in circle 2, so it could have gone a bit everywhere, but I mean, where else are you going to go, right?
บีไปชนใส่เจนจีว่ะเจนจีมีแค่แยกเล่น 2-2
TE looks like you can see the lines where maybe they could go for a longer wrap around. That would be the safer option, but it looks like TE just has the goals of trying to get in, and they're just going to be pushing right in on top. Meanwhile, Jinji's going to be taking some shots at the BB team to kind of force them away from this for the time being. Bessie's going to use that opportunity to go right past on the other side.
Ooh, that was very close. That was very close. Vesto down to low HP there. Just by the skin of his teeth. Able to get away from this 2-2 split that Genji has set up pretty central in the circle. They're going to be able to control quite a bit of real estate around them, as you can see. When BB team tried to make a move, they were thwarted. A knock there for Tanvu. So TE continues to choose aggression, and I think that's going to be a point on to Haven. Wait.
When has TE ever not chosen aggression? Delwyn just going to go ahead and defend up his Kraken's going to go down. I don't know. What, TE, you're going to continue in. Gizero's on a new angle. He's just trying to jump into a car and get out of here because, dude, these guys hungry. Every firefight. Every firefight.
Hungry.
No, they're and they're so effective. In these fights, they find one knock and then, another car is coming to try to res the teammate, and Delwyn's in a perfect position to cut that off. Just extremely efficient in the way they play. Furia has to lick their wounds and try to find some other way through deep into this game with only 2 players up. And you just got the Porter and the UAZ to try to make this work, but seems like for now they might have found a little bit of safety. There's that small house out in the middle.
Well, that's what I love about the Expendables, is it feels like they exploit so fast and so cleanly. If there is any opportunity, it almost looks like chaos, the way that they come into fights, but it is exactly the way that they want it to go. They're just coming in at just full force, trying to see if they can catch an isolated player, very quickly shift over to another one. You could see that that's kind of the way the line came in. Okay, we got a knock onto one, the other one comes in a vehicle very, very close. It's just full-on control in the way that they're playing around it. Bestia just has to kind of relent position and step away.
Yeah, I mean, their style for the Expendables is quite unique. You're not seeing too many other teams quite play the same way, and you have to assume that's part of why they won PGC. I mean, just an incredibly talented team. You've got great fraggers on there, and you've got great ideas to back it up. Bagopot they're trying to get into the circle, and I think they've just found enough space out on the eastern side.
Well, the thing I love about the Expendables and what's going on with them while we're watching Bagopot is that there's a lot of, I guess, methodology that comes into PUBG since we've been playing it for 8 years now, right? Everybody has an idea on how everything's going to line in, specifically Tiggleton. He knows how to line in quite well with these mortars, so we'll see if he opts into pulling the trigger in just a moment. So the whole thing is that whenever you pop in and look on him, you never quite know. They might decide, no, we don't want that one. But the Expendables, it almost feels like since everybody else is moving a bit slower, they exploit that by just coming in so fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is
where to go
at these international events.
โอ้
I'm not sure if
เด
the
ทเฮ
trigonometry
ด
was
วงเดทเฮด
quite
อี
on
กแล้ว
point there, but
เดทเฮด
I
จะ
mean,
สวย
I think
เล
for
ย
the Expendables, it's a team that catches other teams off guard because you're seeing a lot of teams try to mirror what Twisted Minds is doing. It's sort of this methodical, kind of controlling style, and oh boy, right into 4 a.m.
This is going to be difficult. 4 a.m. is split into 2-2, so they have the numbers if they manage to stack in fast enough. Defense for 4 Angry Men gets a couple of shots out, but not enough to force anything away. This is a full run in from Falcons. Are we going to see a regroup coming in? Yes, 4 Angry Men are inside of a vehicle. Looks like they're going to be trying to roll in roughly at the same time. Nate is going to connect. Long's getting a long to right onto Kickstarter. Let's slow it down a bit. Can he get the follow-up? Does he exactly know the line of two different throwables coming out? Same time, not going to connect just enough. Furia is going to get spotted out.
Furia ไม่ดีว่ะ
is going to be able to pick that up. All right, so lined in. We also do have T1 that's getting some vision on it, and also new
เอาเรื่องแล้ว Falcon
Falcons 4 Angry Men situation. So that's why you can see Falcons are playing on one side. They're in a bit of trouble over here, having to play against a lot of utility being thrown at them and a lot of nades.
No doubt, this is not the position you want to be in as the Falcons. These compounds open themselves up to their long sides for some of these nades to get through. I mean, they're getting help from T1 now. Was a knock on to Godby, so that's got 4 a.m. taking a pause on this attempted fight, and T1 just going to keep their eyes down on towards this 4 Angry Men squad. No love lost between those two teams, so certainly T1 is not going to make this any easier. Long's trying to get in there, trying to find a way to pick up some points, but the Falcons do have everybody back up.
Oh, they're so close to Longs. But it's so hard to peek out right now. T5 is going to be back behind where we can see the Falcons going to be playing from. Two different angles in a 2-2 split, so taking some shots, while T1 is harassing what's going to be going on with 4 Angry Men. We did talk about New Happy just a second ago that had an Overwatch on this. They're going to be taking shots at T5. So that's kind of pumped the brakes on the aggression that the Falcons were wanting to bring into it, as well as Longs dropping a nade onto Kickstart, of course.
I'd like to see some smokes here from the Falcons that cover the compound that's to their south to keep the rest of 4 a.m. cut off from the vision of Longs. Yeah, you might open a door for him to escape, but you also know he's right out there. This is really smart. I love what they're doing.
But I love this as well. Look at 4 Angry Men trying to see if they can get some distracting shots down in. And that's just going to open up Longs so close. If Tig steps out, he is in a lot of trouble. And instead, it's going to be Tig that spots out Longs, gets the knock, and a quick flush. Now 4 Angry Men playing at a man disadvantage, as well as having multiple people harassing at range. Daytrade even starting to get some vision in this, taking a couple of pot shots into the butt of 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men, what are you going to lean into doing? With Tickleton now down, it is pump the brakes yet again.
ออกไปไม่ได้อยู่
Every
ดี
single
โดน
time
ยิ
this
ง
firefight starts to kick off, it just gets immediately slowed back down.
Patience, but some good shots from Shrimsy. Gonna back a Tungbu off. I'm not sure if that Molly got close enough to Tiggleton. Yeah, the Molotov not gonna be quite there for 4 Angry Men. So the Falcons continue to fight another day. T5 continues their harassment. Circle is favorable to both these teams that are in here, though. A crate drop on top of T1 for Heather.
T5 เข้าสวยวะ
some gear.
ข้างบน
But for 4 Angry Men now, I think you might have to just kind of consider this settled territory.
Yeah.
You've used a lot of utility to try to displace the Falcons.
Oh no!
That glider's going down.
Oh no, Fluky, can you at least regroup? He's got some air. Path and Pong's already taken some damage out of this. He's getting really close. Team Falcons are very committed back in. I think that with the territory of what you're talking about, that hillside, 4 Angry Men going to be getting the higher part of it, and it's going to be Falcons getting the lower part. T5 couldn't quite get there fast enough to really exploit them.
Yeah, T5, I think at one point, Fluky was actually shooting Falcons players in the back while he was in the glider. I'm pretty sure he seat swapped up there. But Vinny is going to hear and see some players encroaching near his territory. And he kind of wants to have something to say about it. So he's going to let loose with the frag, tries to find some shots, but he is all on his own for Bestia. They've split out, so he has to be extremely cautious.
This is interesting whenever we look at kind of the way that this hillside is going to be playing from. The Expendables are playing the low point from it. Bestia does have themselves a bit of a split on the top for some cover. But as we see the way that the new circle is popped, a lot of teams could be rolling through this territory, and it's got not a lot of cover to be played from around that. We also have where we were looking at with Falcons and 4 Angry Men up on top of the hillside. It's got those trails that are going to be just to the southeast of it, and it's going to roll down into the, I guess, river, where on the other side of it's where we got Bagopod, Daytrade maybe going to be posting up at, and New Happy. So the Expendables playing this lower point, you can see that they have the dip, but we still have Gen G, BB, Day Trade regrouping, Takulu, as well as Na'Vi, they're all going to need to make a way into the circle. And with the stacks that are up into the north, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these teams maybe have to shift down and be more aggressive into the expendables location.
Na'Vi's got a good angle on top of Taikula. They're starting to let loose with some of the util as well, seeing if they can get Spaceman isolated and taken down. Cold up here to try to help them out. Stade just got a vision of Cold. He's going to let loose with the frag. He gets some damage.
Oh, but did he shoo him away from the nade? It does look like it. We also have, I believe, one of the members, so said, pretty far out, trying to see if maybe he can get a hold in line onto what's going to be going over here. But no, not too much yet. Stade is going to be creeping forward. Hakatori on a new one. Takula, sorry, in a little bit of trouble as they just keep having to relent territory, and T1 just kind of juking around up into the north of this, trying to see if they can spot out anything. Stade seeing if maybe he can get something, but he's going to go down. Hakatori has a similar idea, but Takula just doing a good job on using the little bit of cover that they've got, even right up against the blue zone, to try to hold it out.
Yeah, they've been hitting some good grenades along the way to just harass and damage Na'Vi as they try to come down that hill, and now Na'Vi's stuck out in the blue. Not a lot of hope. They're getting a little bit of help from Twisted Minds, though. They're doing some damage. BB team in a scuffle with Gen G. Orca did find a kill in the midst of all this. Oh, right behind you! A doozy! He's got Tosi!
Just runs right out in front of each other, but both members now down. A BB, just one member up. Molodok, can he manage?
But
he's going to try to roll the nade up. Not going to make it up the hillside just enough. So
เกมตึงจัดว่ะวง5แม่งเหลือ48คนน่ะเกมตึงนะถ้าโดนเริ่มแล้วว่ะเดทเฮดเริ่มมาละ
He just has to worry about the nades that are landing right on top of him. He's isolated. There's not too much that he can really do, even if he tries to crest up these hillsides. So he's really just trying to survive here for as long as possible.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Now you're starting to see the kill feed light up. Day Trade involved. We even saw some mortar kills for Tigger there. T1 doing some damage to TKL. They're all but out of this. I think they only have one player up. And that's a ton of damage here to Gen G. Oh, what a tap.
I mean, he's punishing them every single time they step out of the smoke. He wants everything over there, but it does mean that also Festi's getting some vision. You can see starting to go for some blind spray, see if he can connect in, get the kills that he so really wants right now. All blown by himself on this one, trying to creep forward. Can he manage to line in a nade on top of the two down members and at least secure some points? He's getting harassed, has to make the run in. Meanwhile, back over here with 4 Angry Men and Falcons trying to press in. Falcons just trying to run in, but it's going to be a pretty messy push coming out on it. Tiggleton, H1, still up, but 4 Angry Men still holding some type of defensive position for the time being. BB team does go down, so now that means it's going to be all about the push that we're looking at right here, right on the edge of the zone. God V trying to hold up, but Tongmu trying to get meds back up, shifts over to the other side. God V gonna go down. Falcon seeing if they can pick up more. Tongmu, the last one up, does manage to get the knock onto H1. Now just trying to go for the flushes. Gonna go for the spot up, but no, Tig's gotta pick him up.
Yeah, Tig's having a really nice day today. He has gotten some big kills for the Falcons, but only Shrimzy is resable. The other two members flushed out, so eventually the circle forces the issue here. Heather from T1 had flanked up close to see if he could maybe pick off a few pieces of this fight. New Happy able to cross the shallow river, get right underneath both these teams' noses. Good timing here from New Happy. Really like the way that they're taking advantage of this
เผลอ 4M แม่งหลุดจากพาร์ทเนอร์เนี่ยผมว่าถ้าจบนี่แล้วแบบไม่ได้อะไรนะผมว่า 4M แม่งหลุดพาร์ทเนอร์แน่
Day Trade's got pretty much control of everything to the southeast. Gen G, it looks like they're doing damage control after everything.
Day Trade มาว่ะ
So they're starting to get most of their members back up. The west, Twisted Minds.
Day Trade เอาไป1,000,000%
hold inside of the circle. And then we've got
แชทขยับหน่อยแชทผมจะหลับแล้วแชท
over there next to Falcons. Ian also is providing some support.
พิมพ์มา
Just kind of playing right along the edge. I think that they're picking up some.
Day Trade 1,000,000%
Remember, all right, some dead enemies that we managed to spot out just a moment ago.
Navi
still just kind of playing along these dips, still going to find themselves inside the circle. But I mean, it's going to be very hard to defend. There's going to be a lot of angles of approach.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they can get to those crates easily. They're in pretty precarious positions. Our Bestia, they've got some hills, so they've got a little bit of cover. But once you start going a little bit further east, there's some down slopes you might run into, some angles some teams might be able to find. Twisted on the move. Going to be able to find the edge of the circle there. Looking down to their south. There's another hillside that cuts Gen G's vision off momentarily, but Orca out in the open gets some help from the bush.
อย่าเพิ่งหลับกัน
Eyes on first place. Trying to see see if they can get an opportunity. And Twisted really wants it. We watched a couple of replays. What kind of happened with Begapa around this bridge? This was what was a lot of the distractions that were going on. Twisted now starting to get some more angles. So it's going to be Orca going down with this high ground. They're going to be able to spot out Genji. Tigger has also moved pretty far to the south for day trade. It looks like he's trying to see if maybe he could pick up kind of what was going on with Genji as well. He's going to be kind of corralling Genji a bit more into Twisted lines. Twisted already also spotted out T1, so T1's going to do some retaliation shots back on. We still have Heather lined up right up against Falcons. This is a very patient play coming out from T1. They are very committed in keeping Heather there to make sure the Falcons cannot get out.
Yeah, it offers them a couple different things. Control of that northern side being established by the 3 players here on the west side, whereas Heather can keep their east side clear. However, they have to make a move. Circle is continuing to leave their territory, so that means it's going to be up and next to Twisted Minds. Lou on the backside starting to throw out some smokes ahead of time. Batulin Spray not really doing much there initially. And I mean, Daytrade is on the warpath. They've already got 10 kills in this game. It's actually going to be taken over by Duck Juice, though. He's stealing away onto Tosi. Example, grenade is out. If it's close, ooh, just a bit short.
Great follow-up nade, assuming the fact that they might have to jump away from the rock. So going to exploit that quickly. See, now that Heather's back over here in position, they've got a couple of plays that they can make around it. Nade's going to go just a bit too far. T1 having to weather the nades, just landing on top of them. This is just beautifully thrown time and time again. Stepping in, seeing if they can exploit the down member. Can't quite get the timings to work. Trying to see if they can use the spots out, get some damage, but not enough. Retaliation nades now starting to line up from T1. Reading that, you can see it's going to be Twisted, trying to step away, narrowly dodging one. Sample takes a lot of damage, but nobody really feeling like they've got the opportunity to really push into the firefight yet. Instead, discretion, the better part of valor.
พื้นที่เดเทโอเคอยู่อะแต่เดเทต้องระวังนิวแฮปปี้ด้วยเว้ย โอ้โห T1 คุมอยู่ต้องใช้รถไม่ใช่รถตายหมดระเบิดมาระเบิดมาสวยด้วยโอ้ระเบิดสวย
able to find one with a grenade of his own onto Perfectix, but Trimsy has that Mark 14, and he is making life difficult for this Korean squad.
And this is why both squads, T1 and Twisted, were both fighting over control.
How's
that nade gonna land? That was close. T1 was hoping that they could really exploit the high ground advantage in Twisted's position, but just good defense coming out. But Tulins gets a knock onto E-End. And T1 is going to have to make a pretty desperate send either through Bestia or next to Twisted, but this is also stalling out Twisted. The circle has left this position and shifted over into those trails.
นึกว่าไปหลับหมดแล้วหมายถึงว่านึกว่าคนดูไปหลับหมดแล้ว
New Happy on another one. T1 trying to see if they can get enough knock to try to shift out of this. Does get the knock onto Batulin. See if they can get enough damage to maybe shift something back in their favor. Bestia does have a knock on one side of it as well, but it's going to be Heather continuing to line up, and Perfectix gets the high ground that they were both fighting for so long. Raining is going to be running in right up on top of this thing. Now, maybe the down member can feed some information over. Goes for the peek up over the rock. That is going to be raining down bullets, and it is going to be T1 that does get the finishing touches on everything that's going on with Twisted Minds.
What a nice little combo play there from Heather and Raining. They're able to take down Twisted, who I thought might be able to outlast them in that fight, but Raining actually going to be the one. Just got there in time with the car to finish most of that fight. Some really good stuff from Heather on the Freaks previously, and this year moving over to T1 and looking really good.
That was so complicated for T1 there. They had Raining kind of looking up after what was going on with Bestie. Whenever Bestie had one of their members get knocked, Raining could then shift back down. Heather had to try to control what was going on with Twisted on one line of it. Both members executing. Yes, they do lose one for it, but they should have died there most likely, and they managed to fight their way in and now have at least the opportunity to touch the safe zone. The problem is there's a lot of teams that heard that firefight and are waiting for somebody to walk into their sideline.
Oh yeah, Shrimzy's been tracking this the whole way through, and now he's in a little bit better position to potentially punish this. Vinny, speaking of Shrimzy, almost got the knock there. Raining is going to get taken down by DraftKing, but had to be out in the blue to do so. And he's got Vinny pinned on the other side. DraftKing right up next to Shrimzy. Shrimzy doesn't have much of an angle out there. If he had a frag, he could maybe bounce it, but I'm not sure if he does.
I mean, that firefight was going on for so long. I have no idea what they have left. But hey, don't worry. Belmont has one. There for you. Shrimzy is also going to get the knock onto Vinny, so Bessie is going to get eliminated. That means that we are in a 4v3v2 High ground is going to be favorable for the Falcons, but they only have the 2 members. New Happy is not going to be inside the circle yet. Day Trade's pretty much got control over everything except for the high ground, so that is going to be a problem for New Happy to have to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, Day Trade had 10 kills early on in this game, and they've been able to last into the end game with 12. Still all 4 up. The only team that can boast that achievement here in this lobby so far. Inuyasha trying to get some kind of angles. Curious about that rock, but actually Flash abandoned that position, swinging uphill with the rest of Day Trade to get better firing lines. So New Happy gonna try to find some cover to take this fight, but Day Trade may be aware December the 12th might be getting a little bit ahead of the curve.
I mean, but he also could get himself into a really good flank position right back behind Day Trade, provided this flank.
ต้องดูปะวะดูอยู่แล้วเชี่ยทิกเกอร์ยังเดือด
Now down Inuyasha trying to see if maybe he can provide enough support, but I mean there's too many different angles. Belmont did go down off of that as well. Inuyasha gonna have to contend with Flash, just creeping down even closer. Day Trade, they've been running amok on this lobby. If they can clear out everything that's going on New Happy, it's gonna make it a lot cleaner to now look uphill. And now it is gonna be Falcons. This is a straight 2v2. Make that a 2v1 as Flash is gonna go down. Tigger has to pop off against 2, and high ground is going to go to the Falcons for the time being. Looks like Tigger might be trying to shift up into that trail. He's trying to see if maybe he can flank in back behind that, but that one little shack playing from a second ago might be enough to buy them some cover. Tigger doesn't get the knock.
Position revealed now, and he's gonna have to either try and reposition. He still wants to get that res. You could see him looking over at Flash to see if it's possible, but Tiggleton, in the position he's in, could cover a lot of those angles that he would have to cross over. So instead, it's a change of direction back towards this northern side to see if he can catch Falcons off balance.
Ops against the res. He doesn't want to give up the timing and the flow of what's going to be happening. So instead, seeing if maybe he can exploit. This is faith in his ability. And I mean, he's got 7 kills right now, and he's got his eyes on trying to get 9. Meanwhile, Falcons have managed to creep up into 3rd place. Securing 1 more kill and a victory would be huge for them and put them in contention for that top position that Day Trade is presently holding. Looks like the full read has come out. Tigger is just trying to slow down the pacing on this one, force everything to shift in, because notice that center dot does mean the fact that Falcons might have to shift down that hill. It's going to be just to the left of where we see Tigger playing from the time being. Means that while they do have the high ground for now, it could be a problem once they crest it.
They need to be smart with these stuns. Shrimps only has 2 left. A little bit of a pop off from the AUG there. Gave away their position. Yeah, they just have to be methodical. 3 stuns as well for Tiggleton. So as long as they can keep him underneath this hill and they can find the timing, they don't overstep, don't get knocked, they should be able to flash and just take him down. Nicely done by Trimsy.
Do manage to pick up a lot of kills stacked up for Tiggleton as well. I believe we saw him sitting at 6. So Falcons do manage to find themselves a victory in our 3rd game.
Dude, think about the way this game started for the Falcons. That battle they had against 4 a.m. on the double shed compound over on the riverside that lasted for forever, and then 2 players come through and get the win?
With 5 teams that were essentially third-partying it.
สวยแล้วครับ Dead Head
That was just a battle uphill all the way from the Falcons. But I mean, they saw a point that they wanted to play from. You were talking about it. That's kind of the new meta. Go for the compound that's going to win you the game, even if it costs you a member or 2, because you can buy it at the end if you have the firefighting capabilities. So shout out to what we saw inside that game, because on top of that, we also do got to talk. Day Trade hurt this lobby.
Even Day Trades here. They just were crazy in the beginning of that game, finding so many frags, and certainly they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit about that one, Matt.
Okay, it is time to get everything starting set up. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Calaris and Toffees.
Well. Tig pleases the crowd and gets a brilliant victory here for Falcons. To me, it was looking like once again, Day Trader put themselves in an unbelievable position to maybe even take a victory, but no, it was bristled away by the Falcons.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. We thought they had that for sure, but you cannot write off the Falcons when you're staring down the barrel of a Shrimsy Tiggleton 1-2 punch. And they definitely took the fight to them, but it was about the patience, like the way they held the top of the hill. They didn't get over pressured. They just sort of managed their space, and it was Falcons playing at their peak.
Thankful for them, of course. I thought, Day Trade going in 4 strong towards the end was going to be great for them, but obviously they were wounded down towards the end. Falcons here providing overwatch over this position. Overall, as Tagos go when it comes to this, obviously a lot of open space you can see as the kind of the later stages of this game do unfold. And for the most part, I mean, Falcons played it well over on that northwest side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you saw right there, we had people playing Billy Goat's Gruff as they're just trying to find bridges to hide under. We saw this really kind of big showdown with the Falcons versus 4AM that lasted for a while.
Yeah.
Falcons came away with 2 at the back end of that, even though they went up 4-3 early on in that fight. And also, there was a point where it kind of seemed like they were saving. We saw Shrimsy just sitting in a shack while Tiggleton was sort of outside the circle saying, I hope we get some points here. And then with that last shift, they were back in the game. So they were able to sort of make something out of nothing. I also loved what we saw out of T1. They looked really good in that game. They found a lot of points where I didn't think there were points to be found.
Yeah, definitely. Eventually, they did come to an end there as we go into the top 4 and see how this all unfolds. Yeah, these kind of high ground positions really work very, very well here for the teams on this east side of the road. Anyway, I was concerned what was going to occur if we actually had shift onto the road. Of course, that would have caused absolute pandemonium here, but smiles all around for the Falcons boys who get themselves an important win for day number 1.
You know, we were sitting in the back talking about how the games have gone today, and I think Foro brought up, hey, you guys mentioned those teams need to have a good start before they run into C. They haven't done it so far. Falcons able to finally put that together and find a big win there is going to put them on the right track to push forward. Because so far, really, the top 4 teams are teams that I was kind of surprised to see there at that point. They've had a couple of good shifts. They've made the most of what they've been given. But I feel like as we move into Tago, Rondo, and beyond, we're going to start to see our more expected teams sort of pull things out.
Here are the numbers. Here's how it breaks down for Tago. And, I mean, even at the very beginning of the day, Toffees, when we were talking, you were mentioning you were keen to see how Thailand and Southeast Asia was going to be able to perform. Day Trade here again. They were controlling so much land over on the east side of that road. 14 kills. Tigger had 7 going into the late game. He was blasting.
Yeah, you know, there was that showdown where I think you're in the back. We're like, oh, it's Tiggleton versus Tigger. Which one's going to come out with that big win?
Who gets the name?
Who gets the naming rights? And Tiggleton does take it away, but they played a very, very good game. This is a team that, with the exception of Tigger, who was added recently, they've been together since 2021. They know each other's play styles, and you can see that in the way that they're doing their macro rotations. The problem I have with them is when we see these micro fights against things like the Falcons, the gunplay just seems to often favor their opponents.
Yep, and here are the numbers. Tiggleton gets himself a man of the match by the looks of things. 755 damage. 6 kills going the way of the big man. Who's going to stop him?
No one. I mean, this was the end of that match was the top 2 players on Fantasy, the top 2 players arguably sort of statistically right now going up against a 1, and you're like, well, that's when you know it's over. But Tiggleton, and I'm going to be honest, this may not, he has a lot of fans, I'm not going to love this.
Yeah, okay.
Tiggleton, I think, has been hyped for a very long time.
Yeah.
I think Tiggleton had a fall off a little bit last year. I think we didn't see him play as the superstar that we know that he is. I think that Tiggleton coming back to us this year is looking really, really strong. He's playing confidently. He's wearing tiny shirts whenever he's in the stadium to show off those muscles, and he's putting those muscles onto the field of play constantly.
Yeah, there's very few moments you see him not walking around in a vest. But anyway, 21
True.
points go their way. At number 1, Day Trade, though, another 20 bomb. Despite not getting a win. That's a very rare sight for us here. On an international stage, getting a 2nd place, but then still bagging yourself 20 points. What a performance from them so far.
Absolutely. Their ability to sort of clean up and walk away with those points has been really, really impressive. Again, I want to give a shout out to T1 coming off the back of that game. That's a team that didn't have a lot of Tier 1, ironically with the name, experience last year. They spent last year gaining that as a team and are looking a lot stronger coming into it this year.
Christy Mines kill heavy, but not points heavy when it comes to the placement.
Day Trade.
They find themselves in 4th place here. Not too bad, 24 so far, as they're able to push on up nicely. Now, the interesting thing about that is actually them and T1 are very interesting in this regard because both kill heavy, not getting those placements just yet. Generally, I would always say at this level of play or in competitive in general, as if you keep getting the kills, eventually the placements will come. It's just a matter of time for these two teams.
I think that's what we saw with the Falcons in the last one. It's probably going to see at least one of those, if not both of those teams, proc their circles in our last 3 games as we go into them. You're absolutely right. And that's where teams like Taikule have to be worried. They got off to a good start. They caught their circle early. They really have to sort of shore it up and try to manage those points going through the rest of the day. Because again, as a fun reminder for everyone at home, tomorrow Group C joins the fray. And teams like Petrichor Road are going to be mad about seeing what happened today. And they're going to come out with guns blazing. So I think Falcons, Twisted Minds, T1, they want to have those 1 or 2 more games to make sure that they're far ahead before we ever start that.
Well, for Tego, the hot drops continued.
Yes, again. They're like, you know what? Well, we're not just fighting over Pachinki anymore. Let's go for Terminal.
And guess where we're going next?
Rondo.
Yes.
Where everybody wants the same spots.
We want the test track. We want the Neox factory. It's not only Twisted Minds here. It's not only Na'Vi that's here. It's also 17 here. There was other teams in the past, like 4AM, that have wanted these locations as well. Everybody's in. Everybody's in for it. What do you think?
I mean, hey, listen, if you are a viewer who's joining us for the first time here, you don't get to watch a lot of PUBG esports, we'll just tell you straight up for Rondo, when it comes to Test Track, when it comes to Neox, the statistics say the circle is going there. So teams are battling for that constantly. They're early rotating towards that section. And I think that means that we might see even more action. We've seen multiple hot drops, not just Na'Vi and 17, right? We know that other teams were willing, 4AM was willing to go after it in their first game. So here, I think we might see 2 or 3.
Yeah, probably. I mean, so it's weird, right? Because in EMEA, it feels kind of figured out, despite we having 2 teams there. Generally, you'll have Twisted Minds going towards Test Track. Then you'll have Na'Vi going towards Neox Factory. Both teams say a little wave and then walk away from the situation. But now here on International,
17 ลงไหนดีกว่า Rondo
I think one thing that you see at the tail end of 2024 internationally was that teams would even just like slightly drop on the edge of it all and then maybe kind of peer in, see what was going on if they wanted to contest.
Well, we even saw that in game 2 with the Expendables. They dropped, I think it was Duck Juice, over on the church at Pachinki to watch that fight. So I expect that to happen here because especially with the circled trends on Rondo, having one player drop on the fringe to be able to sort of ID where you want your team to move in from the outside is a really strong international strategy. So I expect to see that. My other beef with this area is that because there is so much loot right there, you get multiple teams sort of sharing out that location, which means there's not a lot of space.
นานกันนะวันนี้
Right? You can't sort of push out and try to get
เริ่ม 5 โมงเย็น
If we have 1 plane, if we have 2 planes, it causes a whole other dynamic. But anyway, let's get to it. Rondo is on the card. Let's go to our commentators to bring you our 4th game of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. Great breakdown on everything to look forward to. Test Track, Neox Factory, how everything goes. Looks like we do have the 2 different plane paths that are going to be maneuvering in, as well as going to be lined up right up on top of Test Track and Neox Factory. It's like those guys know the game really well and broke down everything perfectly in advance for the storyline.
Yeah, I like how the plane path is just putting a big X on it for us, too. X marks the spot here. Right
X marks
on
that
top.
it's not going there. That's where it's not going to go,
hope,
right?
I mean, I don't want it to go there.
But you know who's probably going there?
A lot of teams?
I'm going to assume Na'Vi.
And
Looks
Twisted?
like Twisted. Yeah. 17 does. Then no. They're
I think 4AM's not going to contest it, it looks like. There was another team that we have seen flirt with this location before, but it seems like it's just Na'Vi Twisted.
Yeah.
And we've seen them kind of just have it, you know?
This isn't really a hot drop. It's just kind of a lukewarm next to you drop, right? It's, again, like the analysts were talking about a second ago, it can support 2 different teams. You don't really have to make okay, we need to firefight over this right this second kind of thing.
Yeah. No, this one, unless somebody finds a cheeky knock, like then sometimes things can kick off, but okay, well, okay,
Not
maybe.
west of Test Track.
Well,
that makes me happy.
Yeah, so
well,
it can still like hard shift over, but we pray that it does not, and that it goes east in some fashion. That would be ideal. But there's a lot of water, so it's kind of tricky.
Yeah, so this is kind of beneficial for day trade.
Day trade วะ
Now popped.
กลางวง
They've got some area. Nobody really to their north or east along this line. Yeah, they do have Takula. That's going to be pretty far north from them, but they've got a lot of different areas that they can play around, and kind of gets first dibs on how they want to navigate everything outside of what's going to be going on around Neox Factory. We can see 4 Angry Men are inside the circle as well. They're going to be kind of the north of where Test Track is, so they've got some space to play around and going to be doing a bit more of separated looting. I wouldn't say necessarily trash looting, but it's not the best, it's not the worst. It's take what you get.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the Expendables. Looking at the map, they have the ability to maybe kind of split the difference here with the river. I would assume that with Tanvu already close to Meiran, where Day Trade is, that they might just kind of set up shop somewhere in and around there. It can be a little bit difficult. But we do have an interview with my GOAT, Sungjang from Bago Pa here coming pretty soon. I'm very curious to see what he has to say.
뛰고 싶었던 마음이 더 큰 것 같습니다. 좀 재밌게 즐기자는 목표로 대회를 나왔었는데 하다 보니 조금 욕심이 생겨서 즐기되 할 건 하자라는 각오로 대회를 임할 생각입니다. 사실 젠지를 경쟁 상대라고 생각 안 하고 있어서 당연히 이길 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 이게 제가 지금도 이 자리에서 인터뷰하고 있는 거 보면 아시겠지만 나이는 크게 중요하지 않습니다. 노련미로 승부 볼 생각입니다.
Doesn't see Genji as a rival. Love it. I love that there's like respect but also banter that comes out in the region all the time.
Yeah, I mean, for Sungjang, it is quite interesting that, you know, he comes back to play, but he doesn't want to be like a quote-unquote pro. He just wants to be able to play with people he enjoys playing with on his own terms. And like he said, he just wants to try to get the best results he can. And look, they got here. You know, that's not an easy task, especially in the PWS.
I mean, isn't that kind of the esports dream, is to be able to make it to internationals just playing with your friends? If anything, he's kind of got the core of what this all started and was about right off the get-go, right? And so, well, yes, they're not absolutely tearing up the leaderboard. They're tearing up my heart. And I
feel like if you were going to make like a crappy TV show about esports, like it would be like playing with your friends, and you keep like climbing higher and higher levels, and maybe one of your friends leaves to go to the big, you know, pro team, like he goes to the Sonics or you know, like whatever, and then
unlike Falcons, none of them are friends. They never hang out with each other ever. All right, so speaking of Bagapal, looks like Two Hearts got some goals. He's going to jump in. Spray goes a bit longer than he wants it to, so it's going to buy a little bit more time for the Expendables. And good Molotov right back around the corner. But Nate is also going to fall. That was a beautiful set of bounces.
Oh, TE.
Oh man, this is devastating for the Expendables. They took their time trying to get in towards the river. I'm not sure if Navi's rotations out of test track might have slowed them up, but Tanfu had been on his own here for quite some time, and Bagopa able to identify, isolate, and eliminate, and that's a really nice start to the game for them, and that's some really prime, potentially prime real estate as well. So let's see if Bagopa can capitalize on this and get deeper into the game. But the Expendables, I mean, I think they'll be fine. Honestly, I don't think this is that big of a deal for them.
Yeah. Expendables losing a member, yeah, they're
still going to frag.
That never happens with the way that they play. So with this, we do have Navi that kind of shifted out of the test track Neox Factory area pretty quick. They're due center in the circle. Day Trade is running a bit of a split 2-2, I believe, just to the north and east of that positioning. Twisted's already also left the compounds. You can see Falcons. I like this play. They're using the bridge just down next to Judean City. They're going to shift across it, and they're going to come in back behind the entirety. Instead of going down along the peninsula and the river itself, they're going to use the natural terrain to their advantage and use the bridge to kind of bisect around a lot of the mess, be able to creep in right back behind what we saw Begapon.
Yeah, well, let's hear from 17 Xiaobei as well, see what his thoughts are coming into PGS 7.
Welcome to the interview, and here with Xiaobei from 17 Gaming. So Xiaobei, you pull off an incredible 1v4 clutch against Navi, and you wipe them out. Can you just walk us through what was happening at that time? So Xiaobei, 可以跟我们复盘一下跟第一把跟 Navi 的1v4的弱点吗？
第一把就是我们先手被他们溜了一个，被他们提前拉位置了。然后呢，我们3个人，我们也把他4个人位置点清楚，实时爆炸。然后我就抓住机会。然后先手打了2个，然后第3个我队友也给我爆了，然后我们跟个透视一样，我发现第一把打他们就跟普通绿丸一样。
Okay, so Xiaobei was saying that his teammates has really gave him information really clearly to make Navi very transparent, and of course using the MP5 to swipe them out. Thank you for Xiaobei, and back to the casters.
Okay, we are jumping right into the thick of it. 3 members down for Gen G right now. Opposing side, TE, remember they lost a member just a second ago, so they are down to just 1 member as well. 1v1 across the side of Glorious. Does get some
TE ไม่ดีว่ะ
but now gonna realize, runs out, he's got the sawed off, he wants to pop this one off. Lee's gonna be able to take out 1 of the down members. That means that less information to be working from. Glorious seeing if maybe he can line up a nade through the small window. Bounces aren't gonna go the way I don't think that he wants it to, but Glorious trying to see if he has any peeks that are coming around. He doesn't have time to go for the reses, but instead now down to a 2v1. Oh, never mind. Reses didn't manage to come out the way it looked out, so that's going to be a quick pop off, and Glorious picks it up.
Dude,
Shoot him away.
Yeah, I love the way he played that, right? Like, he had the shorty in hand. He thought, okay, I'll just run out there, try to do something. Okay, he didn't give me the opportunity. I'll take the flush. Ooh, dead body. There's a frag. All right, I'm going to jump on this car hood, throw the grenade in the window, see if I can get something going that way. Nope, okay. Back to the rifle, and just outduels his opponent. Really nicely done. And, well, I thought this game might go okay for the Expendables. It goes okay, I guess. They get kills, but now they're down to just their last player. So, going to be pretty tricky for them to kind of rack up too many more points.
But it is Glorious.
It is Glorious. He is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, he do things.
สวัสดีครับ
everything's gotten pretty quiet.
สวัสดีครับ
Taking some shots.
นั่งดูก่อน
Everything else is just about slight
มาแล้ว
rotation.
พี่โอเคครับ
Day trade still buying a lot
เกือบ
of
หลับ
space. 2
กลับมาได้
different interests they hold with the 2-2 split in Meiran as well as Yuzing. So this is going to be interesting to see how the circle collapses in, because we've got kind of the river to the north, right? And we also have the river that's kind of cutting through the south. We've got that little mini lake. There, I want to see how this is all going to lay out.
I think this either just goes hard west or northeast, but we'll have to wait and see.
Because Meiran also, isn't there like a small creek that goes around the outside
There is,
of it? So
yeah. But I have no idea what's considered unplayable and not around that area. So it's kind of hard to say for sure. I really like the way Falcons, we didn't get to talk about it too much because there's some interviews and things, but I really like the way that they're approaching this circle. Like you mentioned it when they were crossing by Jadena City, but into the way that they take high ground and they get info on this map, I think is some of the best in the world. I really like the way they approach this map. I think they have one of the better reads on the way you can handle it. It's actually, in my mind, somewhat similar to the way Twisted plays Miramar in certain situations.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like Twisted likes to get up on the high ground, right? Like they're going to want to get to
พรุ่
the
ง
top
นี้
of the
เชียร์พวก Forest เชียร์ EA ดีกว่า
Falcons where they're up on the top of those
เด
guys.
ย์เทรดวันนี้ก็ต้องทำอะไรให้เยอะที่สุดอะ
And they did it here
ผมว่า
too,
พอยต์ตอน
with
นี้
some of the high points on the
พอยต์ตอนนี้
system.
เดย์เทรดต้องทำแต้มให้เยอะก่อนอะ
Their late game moves. That's not quite the
เพราะ
same
ว่า
as
พรุ่ง
Twisted,
นี้
but
เขา
it feels a little
พรุ่ง
bit.
นี้เขา
Right,
ไอ้นี่
I
ไง
know what
พรุ่งนี้
you're
เขา
like
แข่ง
from-
วัน
if
ท้าย
we're going to look at it from a top
สำคัญ
down,
เหมือนกัน
like
ครับ
steps 1, 2, and
สวัสดี
3
ครับ
are
ปอน
very, very similar.
Exactly.
So lined up into it, we'll have to see how they manage to use that information to their advantage, and then they're just going to keep on creeping in for the time being. It's going to be 4 angry men. It's going to be pretty close. Another pretty centered up circle on this one.
hit.
T1's going to be rolling up pretty close to Glorious as T5's Fluky up inside the glider yet again, just kind of seeing what he can see. Who's going to shoot at him? Let him know where everything's going to be at. T1 is going to make the collapse in, and what can you do, Glorious? There's just too many people. Heather is going to pick that one up again. Heather's having a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, Heather is. A lot to prove here for Heather, but he has gotten some big kills for this T1 squad. That previous game on Tego, him and Raining really showing
T5
up.
แม่งวนดีอยู่
The most. He's going to be able to get that car into a little bit of safety. T1 has claimed that compound. I mean, I could see BB Team watching that compound, but they don't seem to be making any aggressive moves just yet. Now they have to deal with 17 Gaming on their eastern edge. Watching this is Bestelak, and he knows that he can't hold this down by himself. So it is just a retreat to the safety of the other teammates. But they're going to try to bypass T1. They're going to try to rotate around them. So it seems like BB Team trying to get a step ahead, trying to leapfrog in front of T1 Korean team. 17 just has this edge, and I don't think there's anybody who's going to mess with them for a little bit. Although I'm watching New Happy, they're driving all the way down to the Jadena City Bridge again.
Well, my worry with 17's positioning is with the way that they've got the river that's just to the east of them, they're going to be kind of funneled in, right?
Yep.
So while it's buying space for now, you can see that T1's already, we just saw them finish out Glorious a moment ago. They're going to be a defended position off of it. There's not easy crossings. I think that there is a pretty thin point that you can kind of cross just to the west of where we see 17 playing from. School is going to be up to the north. They're going to have T5 that's going to be pretty close to them, but they've got a couple of different pathing options. Well, ish, because again, we still have like those like minor water obstacles that are kind of creating their own barricade in between them and 4 Angry Men. So this is open, but not. It's almost like it's kind of got a river cutting through it all the way. It's just a whole bunch of different
คะแนนไม่ทิ้งกันมากครับเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วมี
Yeah, this is one of the more
โอกาสเปลี่ยนได้หมด
I've seen on this map.
ทุก
It
ทีม
is a
เลย
little bit hard to read how it's going to play out. I mean, you know, there's some of the teams that are in the middle of the 2 rivers that have some like Navi, T1,
น่าเป็นห่วงตอนนี้คือ17ครับ17 Gaming เนี่ยน่าเป็นห่วงมากเว้ยถ้าไม่ได้เข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอล
cuts towards them more and cuts off teams around their southern flanks, then they kind of dictate the pace of that game for those teams on the outside, because they're like you're talking about, there's weird spots where there isn't a lot of room to get in unless you make like really wide wraps out in the blue, which you could still do for the next circle or two, for sure, but the later that goes, the more dangerous that gets. So we'll have to see if anybody's going to make that aggressive move, similar to what New Happy is doing right now. They're one of the ones they went all the way from the east, now they're going all the way back over to the west, trying to find some way into this, and they might have to just go through Neox Factory. I can't see anything else on the map that really looks comfortable for New Happy to do.
So whoever survives this 2 Rivers battle, does that mean the fact that they're the Dragon Reborn?
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะครับ
Nice.
There's like 2 people other than
4M อยู่กรุ๊ป A ไงมันเลยมีวันพัก1 วัน โอเคอยู่ละ
So now Falcon's going to be using that information, backwrapping, find 4 Angry Men as it
4M มันจะไปได้ลุ้นวันท้ายไงกรุ๊ป A
between these squads. They seem to have prioritization on the exact same compounds, and they have similar goals in their what they're
ทีม
trying
ฟอ
to
ล
get
คอน
out
ก็
of
ส
this
บาย
game.
ฟอลคอนมาแข่งอีกทีนู่นน่ะมาลืนเลย จบวันนี้พรุ่งนี้มันได้พัก1 วันเนี่ยกรุ๊ป A หนาววี่ว่ะ
And we're going to keep a bit of all the rivers still in play.
Oh, they're going for the tires here. Our New Happy. I don't think they might have popped one, but there was enough momentum already created by that vehicle. 17 was able to get out, so New Happy didn't wrap all the way into Neox. They opted to try to cut through, ran into a fanned out 17 who is now regrouping, rerouting. A lot of teams probably going to be eyeing that open compound. Yeah, I totally agree with our observers here. T1 may be the first to get there, but I think there's going to be 3 or 4 teams that are going to be thinking about this.
And they're all coming in at the exact same time. 4 Angry Men is going to be tailing in right back behind Takula. Does get some damage, but doesn't get enough to really shoo them away just yet. Finally, there's going to be Dons gets down and flush. 4 Angry Men, Thanadol, going to do a 1-2 punch onto him. 4 Angry Men still just kind of trying to lead out around this one. Takula is going to stop off due to that. But that does mean that it is going to be T1 with a bit of a foothold right up in front of this one. They've got themselves a shack. 4 Angry Men's going to be rolling right next to them. Shot's going to come out. Long doesn't go down just quite yet. So if anything, 4 Angry Men looks like they might have to shift back down. Compound's just going to be in that other position. New sets of firing lines coming out. 4 Angry Men also weathering that storm. Navi does get some vision in it, as well as
เบสเตรียก็เรื่อยๆนะเบสเตรีย
just by the
4M เล่นไหนครับ
teeth
โดนนั่นแหละทำเล่นไม่มีที่เล่นนั่นแหละ
third here comes New Happy on an entirely different angle. It's going to be December 12th. Spots out, and finally one of the members for 4 Angry Men goes down. Longs down and flush.
That was an AK spray, but he's going to pay the price. HS though going down. Just Godby left for 4 Angry Men. He's trying to drive down New Happy members. Get close. Oh, 16. He's got to
4M.
Oh, but the cost is massive. 16K wants to get back over there. He wants to res December 12th, but he can't. It's going to be too many angles, so that is going to be finished off by 7-7 with a little bit of friendly help. I believe that Twisted was also taking some shots, so we had a lot of people
4M กลายเป็นไม่ดีเลย
right now, but
หนักจัด
the circle remains kind of similar. We've still got Falcons as an outside.
ว่า 4M ไม่ได้ไปแล้ววะแกรนด์ไฟนอล
kind of cemented in
ค่อย
position.
ดูนะ
I thought for sure
หนักมาก
before that fight between New Happy and 4AM,
หนักไป
I thought
ฝีมือ
4AM
หนั
was
ก
going
ไป
to crash T1 and we were just going to get the inevitable battle between those 2 teams.
Well, especially around the shack, not the compounds. T1 wasn't in the compound yet. They had stopped off next to the shack. But them being in the shack, it feels like it kind of forced everybody else to go, oh, that means the compounds have to be taken. Let's not go there. And the open territory was available. They just kind of got lost in the sauce of the mess that was happening at the time and didn't make the committal into an open compound.
Yeah, it's one of those Sun Tzu things, right? Show strength when you're weak and just kind of keep your opponents guessing what's actually going on with your setups and your formations. Falcons have a couple kills in this game, and they're chilling on the south side of a lake. Got enough space in this current circle that they can try to find a way through. I mean, there's a 2-2 split in front of them from BB team that they're going to have to be identifying and thinking about. Bagel Pass, slow but steady here in this game as well. Still 4 players up. TKL on the move. They've got a lot of distance to cover. Bestia, T1, Navi, all in the landing zone potentially, but this is an in. So they're going to have to use this hill for a little bit of scouting. There is Teraton 5 up there.
4 minutes later, Takula is like, hey, let's do that idea we had just a moment ago. Maybe it's all calmed down. Bestia rolls up pretty close to them, but a couple of shots going to be exchanged. Souza is going to go down. Tigger does spot him. Tigger's going to be on the other side of the, I guess, tail end of the river end, whatever you want to call it.
ไม่มีที่เล่นแล้วเนี่ย
Flash already hopping inside of a vehicle. Looks like he's going to be wrapping around right into Takula's positioning. I think maybe seeing if they can exploit the down member fast enough, but I don't think that he's gotten over here fast enough just quite yet. Well, Ranger X is going to help out. Spaceman's going to go down with the throwables now coming out. Takula hasn't been able to stop. And Flash, dude, this is Day Trade playing real aggressive, just getting up into the face of Takula.
This is a great read by Day Trade. They've got crossfires from the city, from Lo Haoxing, excuse me, and they are just going to have an opportunity to really do some damage and maybe even eliminate TKL, but there's also Teraton 5 who's got a bit of an angle into this as well, so you can see smokes completely covering a lot of this fight. Day Trade trying to use their vehicles to hide themselves from Teraton 5's angles, but damage being done.
Down to the south, we do also have Vegaput and Falcons that have bumped into each other, and it looks like it's coming at a massive cost. Remember, this firefight is also not inside the safe zone yet. T5 is making some type of commitment to see if maybe they can get some kills out of it. Means that they're not making a move for the circle either. Day Trade trying to get the inside track, still left Thanadol back behind, seeing if they can just open with their firefighting capabilities, and that is going to be Flash. One down, Falcons does get eliminated in that southern firefight, so Vegaput should be able to win off of that. T5 going to be trying to circle in back on what's going to be going on to the north. Day Trade does win the firefight for the time being, but is Fluky and the rest of T5 going to make now a shift into after Day Trade because they are neither team in the circle just yet.
Tanadol's got an important role to play here for Day Trade to try to do some damage to T5.
ยางแตก2 ล้อ
Keep them from getting ahead of where Day Trade maybe wants to go, but it's Flash at long range. Gets Rossita Jr. out of the driver's seat, and it is going to be T5 scrambling to try to continue forward.
5 kills already for Day Trade. It feels like they're starting to get the momentum. Bellamoth has to go for a peek up on top of that hillside to at least try to stall out Fluky, but it means that Thanadol has a new angle stopping that one out. But now Thanadol is going to be taking some damage. Blue zone already on top for the time being. It's just continually shifting and look, Day Trade hits from one side, then tries to shift into another one. But Path and Fong finally manages to take down Bellamoth, which should slow the pacing that Day Trade is trying to set.
Ooh, Pat and Pong just took down Tanadol as well. That is some great shooting from him, and that opens up a lot of extra breathing room. There you go. Going to get the flush as well on a Tanadol. Those are some big headshots for T5 to continue on in this game, but T1 in front of them, they did suffer a knock. They're trying to go for the res while harassing T5's movements. Flash again! Unbelievable!
Dude, Flash is just putting in work all by his lonesome on this hillside, seeing what else he can just rip away from the opponents. New circle popped. T1's compound not inside of it. Navi's compound not in play. Fury is going to have to make a move. So as well as our southern teams, I believe that BB that had control of the south also going to have to shift in, but they already have one of their duos inside of a compound. So should be able to regroup around that. To the west and to the north, it's going to be Twisted Minds and 17. Well, we've got just Solo and Mime hunkered down in the hills, watching the bullets fly over his head.
Something to keep in mind here is how important this game is right now for some of the teams that are towards the bottom half of our leaderboard. Navi, Furia, BB Team 17 with, 13 points or less between them, but they still have all 4 up, so they really need to get deep into this game, get some kills, get some points, so they can feel a little bit more comfortable trying to get to that grand finals. That grenade just a bit too far.
Well, Bounce almost gave him something off of it. Ian does go down. Molodov actually spotted out. 2 different pushes that are happening right now. You can see that it is T1 that sent Heather and Type outside of the compound to kind of creep around, see if they can catch what was going on with T5. Fluky is shifted down, but down to the south we have Furia that's trying to make the push into Navi. Navi trying to fend in. It's going to be Haven that's cracking already.
2-2 split in this game to collect points here and there throughout. Posa out in the blue behind a tree trying to heal through the pain, but I think he may be coming to an end relatively shortly. The thing about this for Navi is expending a ton of utility, expending a lot of frags, a lot of throwables. How many more are they going to be able to pick up?
The timing on this is perfect. BB is looking at Mime and sending one of their members to regroup in the compound. Navi shifted out looking for the remnants of Furia and Posa and didn't manage to find him. So the timing on that for Navi was almost as exquisite as you could want because BB was doing so much harassment into Furia that stalled them in their tracks. And I thought that there was just an easy pickup. But Posa, we know this guy can play solo. He knows how to hunker down and just try to find some more placement points anytime he is by himself.
Oh, he is one of the best in the business at doing that, Matt. That's for sure. We saw that much.
He's gifted with it.
He is unique in that regard. Like, he's just one of those players that has some great salvage point ability. And he has shown us time and time again, especially at the global level, that he can get it done. Na'Vi, though, not a ton of room to maneuver here. You've got firing lines from a couple different teams on top of you. You've got some of that cover, that deployable cover in front of you, but it isn't a ton to work with. T1 trying to get ahead, but Twisted is on their backs.
Okay, so that means Fury is finally going to go down. Na'Vi has a pathing into the circle. Flash is going to be pretty close to him. T1 was wanting to try to get some control over the circle, but Raining is going to go down. Twisted playing very close to 17. There's going to be this hillside that everybody's going to be working around. This is the end game right now. So it's going to be about buying position and control. If you can control top, great, but it is going to mean that you're going to have to contend with very strong squads. Twisted going to hop inside of vehicles. They're going to be roaming right next to T1, right up on top of T1. Spot him out. Does a nice little juke around, and that was just clean, baby. That was so nice.
Yeah, that knock opened up the door here for Twisted to make their move. They felt the pressure of 17 behind them. But they needed to clean. T1 out fast, but Tide has something to say about it. That's 2. Is it going to be 3? Yes!
Look at Tide just absolutely trying to get back around. You have to give respect, but now everything's coming apart. It's going to be Twisted. They've had a lot of damage done to him. Na'Vi can't creeps in. BB is taking control of a lot of what's going to go into the south, but quietly. 17 Gaming is moving up the hillside, and they're going to start getting a lot of vision of what's going to be happening. BB has to exploit this as fast as possible. With Na'Vi weakened over here, it's going to be on the BB to pick which target do they want to go for. Best of luck is looking at 17 Gaming. Well, it looks like a doozy and Molotov are focused in on Na'Vi.
Yeah, this looking like it could be BB's game to win, but the problem is 17's found some safety. They've cut off sight lines, and now they're trying to finish off Twisted.
But BB doesn't have the cleanest vision on its Twisted, so that means Rises are trying to come out, and 17 wants to stop this.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, and I was wondering how fast 17 was going to be able to try to punish Twisted after they almost got cleaned out by Type and T1, but they took their time. They're focused on the position itself. There's nothing safe that is south of this hill. It is all under BB control. So the only thing you could do is take control of the top of that hill or find that divot where Twisted is. That's it. That's all that's really left to play here. And that's why 17 has opted to play safe now, because they have one of the more powerful spots that's left.
So Twisted managed to reset. I mean, there was a lot of damage done to him, though. So with this, that means that BB gets even more control down to the south. 17 tried to go for a 2-2 split, keeping an eye on what's going on with BB, and then sent Xiaobei as well as Little Ghost over to the north to see if maybe they could take on Twisted. But Twisted cleanly and quickly managed to reset, and they've got a little bit of that hillside as it recesses down from. This is now kind of shifted. BB was kind of the one that was executing a lot of plays a second ago, forcing a lot of the movement, and now it is going to be what's happening up into the north. 17 Twisted right on top of each other means that there's more space that BB's trying to exploit while this is going on. Nobody can really make a big shift right now except for BB. 17 can't get the shots onto Twisted that they want. Twisted is finding ways to survive it, but while they are weathering the storm, a new threat approaches, and it's going to be BB that has a new firing line onto Twisted. Throwables could be a bit of a problem if we see this get much closer, but instead it's all going to be on to sight lines. It's going to be Best of Luck that spots out Perfectix.
There's a ton of frags left for all these teams, and 17 is trying to get them in. BB team as well, starting to make it rain. The blue zones combining there to get the knock onto Batulins. Blue running out of bullets, has to go back and hide. Perfectix down, Twisted getting cut apart by these crossfires.
17 has realized that BB has the line onto Twisted. Now they've set their eyes back onto the circle. They're shifting in after it. Looks like they're trying to see if maybe they can catch a doozy while he's kind of focused in on trying to defend in. This is 17 saying, nah, man, you guys can go ahead and have Twisted. Let Twisted maybe see if they can stall you out. We're going to go ahead and see if we can use the opportunity of you being focused on them to find a new way to play around this one. And we are finally going to see Example go down. But Twisted, dude, these guys have just been fighting so many desperate battles today and somehow surviving for way longer than they should.
Yeah, that's just the Twisted way. Getting points where you wouldn't expect a team to be able to get many. They're doing a pretty good job. 17 might have felt like they had enough pressure with the combined fire of them and BB to take Twisted down, but Twisted still clinging to life, but just barely. You do have a doozy down on the southern side of the circle as this anchor position for BB team. That's going to be a potential point of interest for 17 Gaming if they're going to keep making moves, but they have to back off.
17 Gaming เปอร์เซ็นต์สูงว่ะจะได้ไกลอ่ะ
that high ground advantage they had.
วงกินอยู่
This is an interesting situation if you're BB team. You know you want to get rid of Twisted because of what they can do, but Tulins has already got a knock on to Phil first. The more that they have to focus in on this, it's just meaning that they're surrendering more terrain over to what's going to be happening on the opposing side of it. Luch is trying to see if he can get into the circle itself. Does get some damage on Bestalock, but Bestalock has the cover. He has the angle. BB now at 10 kills. 17 though, they're just going to hop in vehicles. They're going to see if maybe they can get into a position to set up a counterpoint. And whoa! 17 just instantly finished that out. The moment Twisted fell, they knew that they had to pounce, and they just caught BB out.
The PGS1 champions coming through with the big chicken dinner here on Rondo. Tough spot for Twisted Minds to be in. Tip of the cap to them. They fought like hell.
I mean, I get 17. They're at the end though. I love the way that they played that. They had to shift in because of BB's positioning. Look at Twisted Minds. But the moment that they saw those knocks come out from BB, they said, no, let them do it. They can't control the circle anymore. They shifted back out, let BB try to hold up against Twisted that has been so entrenched, and then just flooded down back behind him. It was so smart the way that they played that.
It was really well handled. I mean, I thought there was a moment where they could have been more aggressive, but boy, they nailed that.
They nailed the aggression at the end.
Yeah, and at the end, they did it the right time.
Got there eventually.
And with that, 17 Gaming gets themselves a victory on Rondo, and it was perfect timing for them at the very end of this. Having two of these teams locked bullhorns together and then being able to vanquish BB team once they finished off Twisted Minds. Perfect stuff. Perfect.
I mean, we watched the drop from the very beginning, James. You went, Rondo is the EMEA map. Look at all of our teams getting Neox and Test Track.
Damn it.
17 drops on the far side of the map and then makes their way all the way over.
Two planes.
Oh, dude, the 2 planes was awesome, though. Like, crossing right on Neox Test Track, that was cool. That said, though, 17 went off to an off position. They made a big rotation. I really thought that was BB team's game. I think the fact that they just had, Aduzi had to give up that defensive position when 17 crashed, it just put them in a tough spot.
Yeah, as soon as you're 3, right?
Yep.
If they're 4, I think it's a different story.
100%.
Maybe you could actually stay where you were, but for Aduzi, had to fall back, and then it gives up. It takes too long against Twisted Minds, and then it gives up too much room. And as soon as you see 17 in the cars, moving, ready to go, like, how do you actually shut that down as BB team? It's not possible.
I don't think you can, and I give credit to Aduzi falling back. If there's a team that you know is willing to throw bodies at you in a 2v1 or a 3v1 situation, it's 17. So he falls back. They made the right play. It just took too long for them to get Twisted Minds down, and by that point, 17 smelled blood in the water.
It's like they not only smelled blood in the water, as soon as they came around the corner, the cavalry comes along. The ending was as quick as a flick. It was so fast, because 17 was just, they knew exactly where they needed to go, they knew exactly where they needed to look, and they knew exactly when they needed to pull the trigger.
And they were also really smart. They know Aduzi was in that south compound. They saw him load into the car and try to make the sprint to his team, and they were already preloaded themselves to follow with their own vehicle and put them in a 2-2 situation. And that split was just really, really strong. So 17 has been actually really, except for the fact, I think they'd be, if they weren't hot dropping, right? If they weren't losing people in these early games, they would be a force to be reckoned with right now.
Definitely. I mean, obviously, if hot drops had all gone their way, then it would have been a different story. But that's not to be the case. You're not, if you're going up against Na'Vi, even on all the other battlegrounds, you're not always going to get a victory against them. They will, even if they're just going to take 1 or 2 scalps.
Exactly.
Then that wounds you for the game.
And that's exactly right. It's 17 every single time. Every team that's come out of those fights has been limping. And this is the first time we've seen 17 with full strength going into an end game in this event, and they play it really well and come out with a win.
Both teams, of course, though, know as GCC that they are going to be fighting all year if this is to continue things on. Not the biggest game for 17, but playing things on edge and playing it steady and knowing when to strike is as important.
ดาเมจเยอะนะเซียวอู่แต่ไม่มีแต้มเลย
So only the 4 kills going their way, and that's a very small portion of this being overall for the man of the match.
Absolutely. I want to give it, again, I love this roster. I love the fact that I think some of these players, Xiao Bei, Little Ghost, have been like 4 years together. Xiao Wu has been with them for 3 years. And this is staple team that has been consistently able to get into the top. I just wish that maybe we could get away from the hot drops to see what these guys could really do when able to sort of go, because they didn't have a hot drop spot. They didn't even have a prime position in this game. They were so far off, never each west side, that I thought they were kind of out of it, right? And that is just, they have a really good macro game. I don't know why we focus so hard on having to win these early fights.
Yeah, slow in from that west side. It even said, it's rare, I actually quote distance done, but it was 37,000 meters across the whole team. That's very far that they had to travel to try and get to these circles to then start moving around on the edge of these circles. There was no center objective really for them to try and hit, and especially on Rondo, right, where you're kind of where we're expecting those circles to go. But overall, it's BB team from a compound that will take the 16 points at #1. And it's an interesting thing, right? Because I was saying to you whilst we were watching it back, this is a team that, for us in EMEA, generally an edge team, edge control team. But in recent months, recent regional, they found their groove a lot in some of the most center compounds. Holding strong, holding down, getting themselves a few kills on the board, and just waiting for the game to come to them.
And do you think that's because your region has become more edge-centric and they've adjusted, or you just think it's a new style of play that they're exploring?
For EMEA, it's like there's threats that lurk on the edge that you can definitely be scared of, even if they don't necessarily get to international, right? Like Foot is a great example of that. They'll always just take fights, not care, and use that as a kind of negation of having to go for the big rotates. Although they're not strangers to the big rotates, but anyway, we're getting off track here for a second. We could talk forever. Yeah, no, I get it. 42 points for Day Trade. Fantastic start for them here in the groups. This is almost certainly shoring their defenses up for BC tomorrow.
BC. And now here's my other big takeaway. Great for them, but also 2 and 3 right now is Twisted Minds Falcons. Those are the two teams we said we need to get off to a big start, preparing for BC tomorrow. To see them at this point after these games is really good news, because we're going to Miramar, and all of these teams in the top 3 tend to thrive on Miramar. They work really well with the more ridge system, the harder transitions. They're very smart with their macro, and I think that all 3 of those teams are going to thrive in the next one.
I will hold for Rondo that if you give EMEA that much room, again, in these other games, it's not going to always go that way for teams like 17 to be able to come and eventually sweep. You had Na'Vi, you had Twisted Minds, you had BB team, all holding very strong positions towards that late game. EMEA will bite your hand off if they give them this much room on Rondo.
Absolutely. I mean, I think 17 got lucky that EMEA was so tangled up. Absolutely. They got away with a little bit of murder there.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, we have got our Dusty Dunes on the way. 2 Miramars will be coming at you here for groups A and B for PGS 7.
ท่าถนัดเขาแหละท่าเนี้ย
Rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in your live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Okay, this has been spicy to start, and I feel now that we're making our way over to Miramar, it's just gonna get even spicier. Our hot drop's gonna continue? I don't know. I hope so.
Probably. It feels like it is the day that Na'Vi is going to do whatever they can to claim their territory as, you know, no matter who is gonna be fighting them for it. I mean, obviously on Rondo, that we knew wasn't gonna really be a point of contention. It was just more of a, hey, you know, Twisted, you guys get that side, we get the other side. So be it. But beyond that, I think this has just been a great day. We've started to get some really intense late game finishes where teams are kind of stepping up in these big moments. Like we had 17, we had the Falcons that were coming through with some pretty clutch wins. So stuff like this, you know, the teams are starting to get a feel for this lobby, and you're starting to see some really great, especially end game play.
Yeah, that was also just an in general very weird last set of circles on that map. One, we weren't on test track, which I'm always going to be happy about. And so with the way that everything was kind of lined in, I love watching players have to play from difficult positions because you get to see like the work in progress. You get to see like specifically what they consider to be their win conditions, whether it's fighting or playing from terrain or just trying to read the circle and get control of compounds. It really gives you the character of how the team plays and the mindset that they have, what they're after.
Right there with you. I'm right there with you. And I think that's a big reason why I like Miramar is because there's all this terrain to work with. It offers a lot of different kinds of endings that you can see. So 2 more maps to go here for day 1 of PGS 7. We'll see exactly how this is all going to shape out. A lot of teams towards the bottom of the leaderboards that need to start making moves so they can get themselves in more comfortable positions to get to the grand finals, because like we've been talking about all day, Group C is looming for everybody else in this lobby the next 2 days, and that is a stacked group.
That is a scary group. Whenever we look at everybody that's going to be in it, what they've managed to be able to pull out is going to be very hard. I mean, that's where we're going to get Petrichor Road coming. Freaks are going to be making an appearance. VP also going to be in there. I mean, even Irina, where we've seen Irina have some successes in what's been going on with the PUBG series in the past. So
PGS4, yeah.
This is going to be really, I guess, the better opportunity for these squads that are struggling, as we only have 3 days of play through the group stage. So you've got to make sure that you're making the most of it right now. So what do you have left in the tank on Miramar as eyes are drawn, and yes, Picado is back on the table.
Oh yeah, this was pretty expected. Kind of curious, you know, Twisted Minds gets Power Grid all to themselves. Maybe T1 might be
เอาอีกแล้ว
scraping with some teams trying to get to their drop with Chumacera. So
มาต่อครับผ
this
ม
one could be interesting, but are we getting just the boxing ring fight, or is this going to be a split? Looks like maybe apartments. Oh boy, this is
apps to apps.
Yep. And remember, there was that Deagle play.
Yeah, but it feels like Na'Vi in their positioning up on top is gonna. I was gonna say has some vision to work around, but the low ground positioning for loot, that 17 with where they made that lower drop, does mean the fact that they have access to a lot more kills to work around, as they're going to be getting a lot more utility and a lot more tools to really be able to punish. You can see that Na'Vi really just trying to scrap around with what they've got up at the top. It means the fact that they have to really quickly recondense, and boy, we got some loud players right now. They're
cold. Yeah, Cold is letting out a few Jiao-Yos there, just letting T1 know. Like, I was worried about that for T1 and also TKL. This is the other thing I was looking at, because Twisted Minds was so spread out on their power grid drop. I thought, well, maybe somebody might go take a peek at what's going on. It is a Western Circle again, but so far, 17 just trying to lock this down. It's a bit dangerous to go out onto those ledges.
Is he just trying to airburst it? Yeah, it looks like Na'Vi already heard it, and it goes a bit too far anyway. So I like the idea, at least to throw up, and here come the shots, and that's going to be a Na'Vi. Blue's going to get some vision. This is just, again, Twisted understanding what's going to be going on around them. We know the fact that this is definitely the thinking man's team, so they know that the hot drops have been happening all day today, had to assume another one's going to happen, and just sending a member over to see if maybe he can buy a kill for free.
Heck yeah. It's well worth it. I mean, there's really no cost to that. You're going to get decent loot anyway. You have plenty of time. Akatori, not many bullets left in the SOG, but a Panzer to back it up. Looks like he's going to find a sawed-off as well, so that's a pretty good combo of weaponry. I mean, he's got a lot of options in this fight now for how he can take it. Close range, mid-range, and the Panzers are just extremely devastating. So just kind of look to see if Na'Vi can find those opportunities, find those windows. And then once again, they're going to try to send that flanker out. They're going to try to wrap. It's going to be stayed this time.
And I mean, you got to give respect to Na'Vi. They were the ones that getting harassed by Twisted up on top with Lou. Their loot situation was pretty bad off, and instead you can see that they're just kind of shifting around and kind of stalling out. They're showing enough with 17 just to kind of and with style. Cold. Okay, I get why you were yelling, my man. I get it.
That is a nasty shot.
And to finish it off with Pan.
It's a thing of beauty there. He had the iron sight bolt headshot onto Lil Ghost though. Zakatori finding some more bullets for the SOG to put him to good use. Got a 3x to boot. Damage done, and now Na'Vi trying to do what they can to funnel 17 players out. If 17 thinks that backside is free, and they don't quite realize that there's been a wrap in that direction, and they try to drop out one of those windows, they might pay the price, but so far, they're just going to hunker down in the apps and just try to make this work and try to put the impetus onto Na'Vi to make the first move and see if they can punish them off that.
Yeah, this is interesting. You can see that it's almost like Na'Vi is still continuing to try to use bodies as some type of distraction to allow enough for looting. It did stall out 17 a bit, but 17 is now kind of committed a bit more into their looting. You can see getting into a much better, I guess, position as far as their loot. They haven't moved their position physically too much yet, as it's still just apps, nowhere else that they can really go. It feels like with the way that the drops and having to surrender the rooftop happened, they have no idea exactly what's going to be going on with some of these flanking positions, and it's making them nervous.
I can see Bestia up in the plane or up in the helicopter trying to find somewhere to land with their emergency pickup. But a lot of the central stuff already claimed by a couple different teams. Gen G, Bagel Pot already in the vicinity of northern Monte Nuevo. So where do you go as Bestia? I would have laughed if they just dropped.
ยาวๆไอ้คู่นั้นน่ะ
Oh, there that was. It looks like they might have lost a tire on the vehicle.
ทีวันมาดีไหมตัวเก่ายังอยู่เยอะ
Got over the hill just in time.
I mean, slowed him down, but could have been way worse. So now Path Chumasera is really only got T1 in it, so TE has plenty of opportunities in front of them. Takula kind of a bit further away, but nothing too terrible just yet. As Monte Nuevo seems to be the focus for a lot of teams, a couple others kind of dancing around Pozo itself. Of course, we've got the Picado brewing. We also do have BB, a new happy down to the southeast. At least it's going to be BB getting some vision. We might see a couple of shots, but it doesn't even look like they're taking shots at it due to the fact that Sandstorm is going to be right on top of them. Daytrade and Furia are pretty close to each other up to the north and might path in, but everything else is kind of settled real estate.
Yeah, it looks like the early game be a little bit quieter this go around. We'll just have to wait and see, but I was curious if maybe BB team was setting up a trap near that road, but it's potential that the dust storm kind of cut that off. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we've got ourselves an interview set and ready for
Welcome back to the interview. I'm Lisa and Havin Belmouth from Daytrade. So you're performing really great among APAC teams, and after TE's win last year, how strong do you think the APAC team will be in this year's PGS?
ก็ดูจากฟอร์มการเล่นวันนี้นะครับทีมของเราเล่นได้ดีมากๆเลยที่กับทีมจาก APAC ทีมอื่นหลังจากที่ทีม TE เนี่ยเขาได้แชมป์มาในปลายปีที่แล้วคิดว่ามันทำให้ทีมจาก APAC เราแข็งแกร่งขึ้นมากแค่ไหนครับก็แน่นอนครับหลังจากที่ TE ได้แชมป์เมื่อปลายปีที่แล้วมันทำให้แบบทีมอย่างเช่นทีมผมหรือว่าทีมใน APAC รู้สึกว่าทีมใน APAC ก็สามารถเป็นแชมป์ของแชมป์โลกได้เหมือนกันครับมันก็รู้สึกว่ามันใกล้ตัวเรามากกว่าที่เราคิดครับแล้วก็ผมคิดว่าที่เล่นดีวันนี้แล้วเดี๋ยวทีม APAC ทีมอื่นๆก็น่าจะตามมาครับ So of course yes we have improved a lot and I would say after TE have won last years that made all of the APAC team including us have to improve a lot to become champion and we all know that it's really close to us. It haven't been around. It's still in APAC regions that made us really need to improve.
Okay, thank you. Good luck and back to the handsome.
That's you she's talking about, right?
I don't know. We just both turned and looked at each other and I was just like, thanks.
Which one? Which one?
Thanks.
Yeah.
I know.
I think she might have got it as confused for other people, but.
Well, we know it's not Poro.
Shots fired. I love it.
I love you, Poro. Okay, so looking out on the day, yeah, I mean, Flash putting in some work, but remember also had that big.
Lisa ครับ Lisa
has also been like Best of Luck is
Besto
so
is
good,
so
dude.
good, man.
Like, and we just don't get a chance to really talk about it.
It's been a bit of a struggle for BB teams at the global events, right?
Yeah.
But they're great regionally, and Besto is often a big part of it. He's just constantly just doing damage, putting up numbers.
And he's one of my favorite guys to talk to. Like, he's so chill. He just, like, he knows how to explain everything that's going on around with what's happening in the team. I mean, also just an incredible memory. Whenever you ask him about anything that's happened on the day, he's just like, oh, yeah, no, and then just breaks it all down. I mean, there's so much talent whenever we look at what happens inside of PUBG. There's so many players that are always going. It's so hard to just give everybody their due. But, I mean, we've just had an absolutely incredible run of plays today. And meanwhile, back over in Picado, we've got a shift out a bit more to the east in Picado. Remember, this is kind of along the edge of the zone, but...
Oh, okay, he's fine. The X-ray got me.
Oh, yeah.
The X-ray got me.
Oh.
Taikula is just so loud. Every kill they're getting, they're just popping off.
They're having fun. Let them have fun.
Oh, yeah, I'm all about it. I love it. Spaceman, one of the best players. Again, can't emphasize this enough, was right up there with the likes of, Petrichor's Rhodes, Ming Ming, and Aches left in terms of kills and damage in PCL. I think he was 4th in both of those columns, so really impressive what he's been able to put together. A lot of those players kind of bouncing around a couple different teams in the PCL. You know, they've been on Weibo and some others. So coming together here and having a ton of success with this new org.
My question to you is with TE. We even saw it in the interview.
Yeah.
The pressure coming in from PGC and their performance in it. And I mean, that was just such it was a narrow victory for them to pick up.
Yeah.
But it was they did crack under the pressure there, so you know that they're
นาวีกับ17ยังคงอยู่อ่ะทุกคน
now after having 3 months
นาวีกับ17ยังคงอยู่อ่ะ
because that can lead to a different type of
เปกาโดไม่ต้องออกกันนะเอาเนี่ยเพิ่งสัมภาษณ์ตุย
we just haven't seen them really be them again just quite yet.
Not yet. We've seen some glimpses of kind of that expendable style and the success it can bring them. But it can be hard, especially on day one of a new lobby. Everybody's coming in with different ideas and
เพิ่ง
things
สัม
like
ภาษณ์ไป
that.
เมื่อ
But
กี้
I
ตุย
get
ละ
it. I think the
โด
thing that
น
impressed me talking to
เบล
Doug
หมด
James was
เบลหมด
that their work ethic didn't let up. Like he said, we just went right back to the
สี
grind.
เหลืองคืออะไรเดี๋ยว
That's
ที่ขึ้นมา
definitely
ผม
the
ยัง
right
งง
mindset
อยู่
to have, and I think one way or another they're
อ๋อ
going to
จับ
be
ภาพเหรอ
a force to be reckoned with as maybe not this tournament, but as the year goes on.
น่าจะใช่แหละ
I
จับ
think we'll
ภาพ
definitely be keeping our eyes on the Expendables, and we'll be talking about them having success at some point.
There's still a lot of, I would say, potential growth with Expendables. That's interesting to say about a PGC champion, right? Is
Yeah.
like
มันได้จับภาพ
they have still a lot of things that they can just really
เก็บรถ
hammer in on. But I
เกมอ
love
อก
the fact that they're very committed into their play style. I just want to see. It feels like they're just losing a member here or there in some of their earlier rotations, and it's just setting off their pacing and the aggression that they want to bring out.
I think you're exactly
And
right.
we were talking about the start of today, like Analyst Desk and us both. This is a bit more of a chaotic lobby than what we're used to as well, and it's been kind of difficult for a lot of teams to kind of ride the wave. Twisted, we've seen just how brutal it is for them to try to make it into some of these zones. I was expecting Expendables to kind of thrive in that chaos a bit more.
Yeah, I was too. But they've been kind of having some issues like we just saw in this game. It happened in the previous game where they're losing players early, kind of hemorrhaging as the rounds go on, and then they're having players that are on their own trying to either hold an anchor position or a forward
พื้น
position.
ที่ค่อน
They
ข้าง
get
ดีครั
killed
บ
by
ทีไฟ
themselves. Things like that
แต่ว่า
are
ก็
things
อัน
you're
ต
going to
รา
have
ย
to address after the day is over,
ใกล้
right?
ๆ
You
มี
got a game plan coming in today. It didn't quite work out the way you wanted, so you got to look at what the rest of the lobby is doing. You know, how can we take these positions that we want to take? How can we keep our solo players a little bit safer? Things like that, or do we even let solo players run around? Are we going to maybe go for more of a 2-2 kind of hold, or just more grouped up? Things like that are going to be what TE is going to have to consider going into tomorrow, but you never know. I mean, again, there's still 2 more games here. They could have one big pop-off game and feel like, you know what, our game plan was correct.
Yeah, they're not out of like touching distance at all. I mean, we still have a whole nother day of play for groups for them, so I'm not concerned or like, oh my God, why are they so bad? I know we're focused in, but it's just whenever you come out of being the PGC champion, a lot of eyes are just going to be looking at you to see, can you replicate it? Can you be able to do it? I think that the squad can. It just feels like their footing is a bit looser than it was at PGC itself, because almost it feels like whenever they feel the freest is whenever they play the best, right? Is whenever they're just going for like some sneaky backstabs and doing stuff like that.
What they did to TSM.
I mean, and we saw just a ton of cool plays like that, and it's coming. I just don't know. I just hope the fact that the lead doesn't slip too much before it does.
No, I'm right there with you. I mean, I think the Expendables are
ช่องหลักก็ไม่ค่อยมีคนพิมพ์
I
นะ
mean,
ทวิตอะ
you got to think about also at PGC, right? It wasn't till the end of the tournament when they really
ผม
picked
เปิ
up
ด
steam as
YouTube
well.
ก่อน
Like,
ดิ
they were kind of there in the beginning. They were doing fine, but it came in that last set of the group stage where they really popped off, and then they started messing around. They started having fun.
Well, they are in center of circle, and new circle has popped, and they're pretty center to it again. Navi has regrouped, and it looks like they're going to be taking the northern path
มี
inside
จือ
of
หลงด้วย
Mikado. It's going to put them
นะครับ
kind
ดั
of
ก
close
อยู่
to
บริเวณ
where
ตรงนี้เลยนะ
Wolverines
คือถ้าออกมา
play from.
เส้นหลักเมื่อไหร่เนี่ยโดนแน่นอนนะ
New Happy's gonna be trying to regroup, and yeah,
โอ้โห
that
ยอมเจ็บ
arrow
ว
doesn't
ง
seem
อะ
too
วน
crazy
ขวา
off, as
วิ่ง
there's
ไป
a couple of
ตรง
opportunities
นี้
pathing in this one. This is kind of an interesting circle as we're looking on
เอา
the
ละครับ
outskirts
นา
of
วี
low
คุณ
ground
ผู้ชม
position Monte Nuevo, as well as still having I guess the ditches outside of Power Grid still in play, and still having the hillsides just to the east of Pozo with some vision in it. This is going to be very peculiar to see where teams go for power plays.
Absolutely. Speaking of power plays, Twisted's already made one. They've got a compound dead center of the circle, a pretty good one to boot. That one across from them in the firehouse where Bago Pai is also very, very good at times, depending on where the circle wants to go. But the Hook Mountain's still in play. Bestia's up there getting some info. Really on Twisted now, it's their game to just kind of lock it down. They don't have to go fighting through 5 different teams to get into the late game, which they have been doing pretty consistently. Ooh, some mortars available.
I see what their goal is. I see what the plan.
Are they going to be able to get into a spot where they can use them, though?
That was kind of what I was thinking as well.
You could put them behind the shack, but...
Yeah, because there's the hillside, but then you're kind of weak to the hillside.
Exactly.
Hey, look, maybe T1 will deliver some cars to him.
E-End is getting dangerously close here. This is...
Oh, he senses it. You can tell. He pulled off of that shack. He was driving straight at it and was like, nah, I don't like this at all. I think he spotted out the roof of one of the cars and was shifted away.
Yeah, that's like that veteran presence that E-End is going to bring to a team like T1. I mean, he's been around for so long now, and he just knew that driving path really, really well.
That's
like you said... no. Yeah, you're correct. This is not great. And... you know, maybe that's why you're trying to get that higher ground angle so you can find a little bit extra cover, a little bit extra safety. But now you kind of have to rely on the expendables to not get a little bit too crazy, which, like we've been talking about, that team, you never know.
Could be. It could also just be opting to play safe, play for some placement points. They've got a position to play from for the time being. We do have an emergency pickup that was called by Na'Vi, so looks like we're going to be bypassing anything going on with 17. 17 did set up a 2-1 split to see if maybe they can catch anybody out. But looks like that's going to be the end of the hot drop finally cooling off. With as spicy and fast as all of the games have been today, it's so weird that Miramar feels slow.
I know, it is a little bit odd that this is the game that kind of cools off.
Miramar with a hot drop is the slowest game of the day. What?
Yeah, I know. It is a little bit strange, but I like this from Na'Vi because 17 had position on them.
Little Ghost, I think, saw the ropes.
He did.
Looks like he's trying to maneuver in.
He's going to try. Is he going to get there in time? The helicopter about to come through. This is scary for Na'Vi.
Oh, he's window spotted. Goes for the shots. It does get the knock onto one of them. Is the yoink going to happen? Does pop. Oh! Beautiful shots.
Oh, that is incredible. Little Ghost. That is disgusting. You just did Na'Vi dirty.
Little Ghost with the big plays there with that last jump out like, nah, you're not going to do us like that. You're not going to hot drop and run.
That's beautiful. That is absolutely incredible. Clap. Yep. I'm clapping. I'm literally clapping. That was so good.
All right, over here to the west, we've got Genji has inside track on a compound. BB is taking some shots at them. Fury's going to be following him back behind, but not going to be enough to be too big of an issue. Fury, I think, had eyes on Gopher.
Sorry, I was just looking at the map. Okay. No, I see him. Okay, we're fine.
And also, here, everybody that's watching right now, say it with me. Bagopod. It's one of the most fun words to say. Oh, no. Oh!
What?
Souza as well. Too cool. Going to shut down Longs and God V both.
Okie dokie. Oh, God, and now the grenades are coming through. Tons of damage being done. And Dragunov has a decent angle. Cole is just having his way with 4 a.m.
Cole!
Goodbye.
Boom! Just finishes them out. Clean and efficient. 6 kills for Takula.
Okay, now it's starting to pick up. Now we're getting some fun. Okay. This is what I like to see. Oh, Shrimzy done dirty by Vinny. Out of the shack, out in the open, and he's done and dusted. Falcons having a good day. Having a really nice day so far, to be honest.
Oh,ไม่ใช่แล้วว่ะ
Would like to get some more points to really feel comfortable about getting into that grand finals, but they lose
4AM ไม่
a
ใช่
player,
ละ
and that's okay. They still got 3 going. Oh, please.
Yeah, just cover did him dirty there, even on the explosion. With the nose of the car being the bounce point, man, you just kind of, you can't get close to
4AM เนี่ยหมดความยิ่งใหญ่ไปแล้วอ่ะ ผม
having
รู้สึกงั้นนะ
a ton of bullets dropped on top of it.
Yeah, there go the tires. I mean, Batu stealing a point there from Genji and then harassing T5 even more. They're in a terrible position in that shack. Day trade out on the edge. A bit of ways from this fight, but starting to get involved with Bestia. In fact, they find Mine, take him down. That's on the northeastern side of the circle.
เขาพูดถึงในทีม
Let's watch this again. This is a thing of beauty, Matt.
Just watch.
Just enjoy it.
That's never not going to make me happy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That did cost Little Ghost, but it was worth.
Well worth.
Well worth. I mean,
that's a play of the day.
I love the guttural scream with it as well, because, man, that just feels good.
It does.
And to do it at this level,
And against the team that you're hot dropping against, like one of your biggest, rivals in this lobby.
Oh!
So good. Oh, hello.
Bestia, you in some trouble. Nade's going to be landing right in front of you, blue zone as well. Now just going to be skirting right along the edge. Day trade on one side of it, and you can see that it is going to be the Falcons also trying to take into what's going to be happening. Circles popped. T1's position is pretty good off of it. Day trade. With my last breath, I stab at Thee, but it is going to be day trade eliminated. So, team presently in first by 6 points. Going to have to contend up with Takulu as well as Twisted and Falcons that are on the hunt for first by the end of the day.
The Falcons are in trouble.
Yeah.
New Happy is going right at them. They saw those knocks in the kill feed, and they want some points. They're hungry for it. Smokes are in front of it. 16 can't quite see, but H1 steps out in the open momentarily. 16 can't find the spray with the barrel. For a little bit more, some grenades to try to buy some space and time.
ไม่ทันต่อให้มันสุดวะ
at least a slow
กลับเฉย
their DraftKings actually
กันต่อ
hears
ดิ
the shots. It looks like he was trying to creep forward.
สวย
New Happy starting to commit a lot
ดู
more
แค่4
in
เองเหรอ
and
What?
just nerves of steel commits in, wants to make sure that the whole kickstart doesn't get the knock on the 16K. Shots not coming out from December. Falcons get eliminated and they're on no cost, and his 16KK should be resident.
Yeah, Kick hit a good grenade in the middle of that battle, but after that, it was all New Happy. They did a great job there. Great opportunistic play by New Happy, having the space and comfort to take that fight. Just DraftKings from Bestia in the vicinity now, looking to see if maybe he can find some more points of his own. New Happy in Yuyasha, gonna get a knock onto 7-7, so they are all over this edge of the circle. It's just, is this trap that DraftKings may be setting up gonna get sprung and do damage? That's a big question. Long.
It feels like New Happy.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, please, just more. I just want more.
Yeah, they're great. They are fraggers. I love to see
and they are.
he riding
momentum of it too. They are absolutely feeling it whenever they get in position. Vegapal also in a pretty strong spot is going to be able to spot out and do a ton of work, pick up some more kills for themselves. That's going to be much needed points. You're talking about people that were needing to try to make a bit of a climb. Vegapal down there at 15th place right now. 3 kills could be the start of something good for him.
Yeah, big time. Great use of the blue zones to clear.
เบสเตียก็ไม่เอาเลยเบสเตีย
Probably
ช่ว
just
งนี้
layered a couple of them on top of the shack and you're just done. I mean, there's nothing you can do in a position like that. Zilong thinking about a blue zone of
หลง
his
จื้อ
own.
สีหลงจื้อ
With these absolute stunners that are. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh! Taikula, no fear, runs right next to the smoke zone one side of it, and they are just absolutely unleashing hell on this lobby.
Dude, that was nasty. They strike so fast too. They're so well coordinated. Taikula doing a great job. There is some damage being done by the Expendables. Clory's barely able to best 16 there. Inuyasha thinking about the grenade up and over. In towards them. Oh, it's right next to him, but doesn't get the knock. He follows up with the spray.
Inuyasha steps in yet again after getting a knock. Has to be very, very careful around these angles. Keep in mind, BB can't really get into a third party. They've been caught up in what's going to be going on with Taikula. Nobody else has real vision on this one. Twist is taking a couple of potential shots at range. Looks like they might be flanking back behind it. New Happy! Inuyasha steps in and finishes it all off. 10 kills for New Happy.
He's got 7 for himself, does Inuyasha. Living up to his namesake there. Just absolutely destroying teams. Spaceman. It's over.
Do it. Just do it to him.
I mean, the back and forth, the trading there. Spaceman knows he has backups.
TKL ยิงพัง
Connecting up. Teammates are there to follow up. Genji getting destroyed. They have 2 players left.
And Taikula is now in first. So, can they continue to ride the successes? Twisted now going to be making a move up in the north. They're going to have to deal with Inuyasha, who's a beast in and of himself so far today. Vegapal also needs to make a shift in, but Twisted's got vision on him. These 2 teams are both striving to try to find a point. T1 still alive in positions that they were playing beforehand. Ian is going to have some very close friends. We're going to see if he wants to get too involved or not. Their other members for T1 can't really do too much because they got Fury up on top of them.
Twisted have to now make a move. The safety of that compound no longer theirs, but they've got 1 kill. They've got some placement points, at least 1. Probably more than that, you would think. And Bagelpot going to be their opponents yet again. Just like we saw in Erangel, these 2 teams seem to meet. And that smoke just going to give Park Pro enough ability to get back to safety temporarily. You do have T1 here as well, so a couple Korean teams now going to be trying to gatekeep Twisted Minds. Looking for the grenades, sensing that there might be a player behind that rock, and he's right. 2 Heart is there. It's just whether he can get the bounce. Doesn't quite do it. So, Twisted Minds, slow but steady.
ระดับ 4 PCL นะแต่ยิงไม่เหมือนที่ 1
Let's see how they want to approach this fight. Are they just going to wait it out? Yeah, they're going to be patient. They like to ride the edge of the blue as long as they can.
Songjung's now having to start running forward. Blue zone back behind him, just trying to use trees as a sightline break against Twisted in their positioning. Surviving for the time being, but not a lot of options other than that. Trying to regroup. They at least have a foothold of some foot. Like 1 foot. I can't even really say a foothold. They have like they have like a toe hold in the circle right now. It's Inuyasha. Oh no, blue zone nade right on top of him. Nade on the other side of it. No options. Double blue zone. He's just going to run out, and looks like he's going to run to the cover of the car. Is going to survive. Takula is going to spot this out, and these guys are sharks. They are just going to throw the nade in. How's it going to bounce? Get some damage in. Oh, where's he going to go? There are no options. He's finally going to go down. Takula going to pick up another one.
Well, Twisted, kind of some mutually assured destruction with them and Bagel Paw, but each team losing one respectively. Back off from that fight and try to take another one with the knock onto Taikula. Perfectix looking to end this great round, but wisely, they're picking up their teammate, trying to get him to safety to get the res, and it looks like maybe they got Spaceman there, but Perfectix right on top of him. Couple quick headshots, and that's cold down, and Taikula, as great as this game was, it may be coming to an end.
Finally have to calm down. They still have one member in Don down to the south. He was trying to keep an eye on what was going on with that whole Furious situation. So, no real way to come up and support Twisted. Just push that clean, fast, efficiently. Now eyes back over to Bagel because they know where the threat is, figuring that after hearing that firefight, maybe Bagel would try to creep forward. Everybody's out in the open. Lou just can't quite hit the shots that he wants to get out of that, and that is going to allow Bagel some breathing room. They got a knock. Bagel did onto EN, so seeing if they can use the space. Now more members starting to line in, but it's going to be Haven at range. It gets a knock onto Example. That's going to be from entirely across the circle.
Yeah, I mean, Lou really would like to have those shots back. He had a couple potential knocks underneath him. Type get hit by that grenade. It goes a bit too far. Haven starting to come alive now. Has a P92 raining right underneath him. Finally gets the spray to go. And Haven starting to do some real damage here. Furia needs these points.
And they're in a great position to get them. Can they get the kills now that they finally got the position to play from? They still have to deal with Twisted up on that high ground, making it a lot more complicated. Lou is going to get the shots onto Haven, get the knock onto him. Now Fury in a little bit more trouble. They still also have Dons from Takula that is alive, going to be just over to the east of this Type, still clinging to life, as well as a Khan for Begapa has kind of stalled out the center of the circle. It's Twisted on one side to the northeast and Furia down to the southwest, and they can't meet in the middle just due to how entrenched these solos are.
Yeah, you got Type and a Khan solo players.
ทีไฟอาจจะต้องดีหน่อยครับวันนี้อีกเกมหนึ่งอ่ะผมว่าอาจจะต้องได้แต้มมาหน่อย
Trying to keep the other teams around them from getting angles. So far, so good. The real question here is, can Don do any more damage? Does he have any more frags in the bag? If he had some, I think he could have a great opportunity to let loose, but...
So Twisted just 4 points behind Takula for the day so far. And we've got their solo still lined up right next to the other members for Twisted, but it's Twisted. You have to have expectations for this team. Furio looks like they're managing to get a reset, using that just a bit of a lip for cover. Can't quite get the way that they want every single time.
ทีไฟเหรอ
for a peek up, it's just going to be shots.
ไม่แชมป์เกมแรกแห้งเลยทีไฟใช่ครับใช่ถ้าไม่แชมป์นะถ้าวันนี้ทีไฟไม่แชมป์เกมแรกนี่แห้งอยู่นะ
Backpacks can even see a little bit of
แบบแห้งจัดเลยนะแต่ยังดีครับที่มันยังได้อะทีไฟอะแต่ก็อีกเกมหนึ่งขอให้แบบคะแนนดีๆหน่อยอะจะได้ติดท็อป 16 ครับเพราะมันตัดยอด 16 เลยรอบเนี้ย
V1 because really Furia can't get those reses.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted again, able to find the right times to change battles, to keep themselves alive, to keep themselves very much in this game, and they've been able to weather the storm, whereas all these other teams kind of ripping each other to shreds. They have found safety up on the top of the hillside to the east. Now Don wants to find a different angle for himself. Those knocks over there are certainly going to be in the back of his mind, knowing that they're going to be somewhere in this vicinity, and maybe he can scoop up some more points for himself, keep this great game for Taikula going.
But who's the solo up for Furia? Of course it is Poza. And that's going to be an issue of itself. But Taikula has been absolutely ripping apart squads. Don, you have an opportunity to at least buy yourself a couple of more placement points, get a kill out of it, but instead he keeps leaning back into Twisted. Akan, Vegapus still alive, still just clinging to the hills, and nobody from Twisted can really get clean sightlines down onto that just yet. Most notably doing the fact that they know that Furia still has a member up, and they're a bit nervous on that angle and over-peaking it.
Absolutely. Khan just chilling, just trying to stay alive as long as he can, but the blue not going to be kind to him.
If he peeks around, Perfectix is just totally in the open. He's going to be using that rock for cover. Is he going to go after the first, or is he going to see if anybody else comes down after it? Poza has been spotted, a couple of shots in. That means Perfectix has beat it in. He's trying to line in for this one. Akan just letting him go. Perfectix, are you going to turn around? Are you going to spot out Akan?
Got to be careful. If he waits too long, there's a chance that someone just happens to look behind and see him.
Is it bait though? That's what he's worried about.
I mean, this is so dangerous now.
He's spotting out everybody. He knows.
Oh my God.
Look at the focus on his face. He knows. He spotted out. He knows the numbers. He knows he has the opportunity. If we see Perfectic start going after Pozo or Dons, there you go. Shots now starting to come out. He has the most information out of all the solos, but it's Twisted Mind. He goes up for one, gets the second one. Can he spin it back around? No! It's going to be Perfectix that takes him down, but the damage is done. Perfectix is by himself, goes for the shots after Don, does manage to go with this. Pozo survives. Now down to a 1v1.
Oh, and he just got some level 3 gear. This is going to be way more difficult. He got the headshot. He's got the win.
Pozo stakes it
ฟิวเรียเกิดเลยฟิวเรีย
coming out from a con. Vega Furia tag teaming up against what is going to be one of the strongest teams in Twisted Minds.
I mean, nothing.
That
one off. That was a bizarre end game, and one unchecked angle cost you. The con probably feeling pretty good, but would have probably liked to have gotten a few more.
So close,
so
man.
Close.
He almost flipped that all back on. Well, I mean, he did flip it, but he almost manages. He could have potentially walked away with the victory if he got that last of shots.
He opened the door.
How dare you only kill 2 instead of 3 by yourself?
He was almost there. Almost there.
Okay, I mean, well, that's just today, dude. I'm loving what's been going on in PGS 7 so far, so let's go ahead. I know we've got our analysts chomping at the bit.
Live with me, I'll be using my explicit button right now. What was that? Okay, let's start with Furia first. They get themselves the victory. I mean, looking at how things were going to play out in the very end of this game, it was getting a little bit harder to call than some other games, right? But Furia coming in from the low ground as 3, eventually shutting down the rotation across that road, very important. And then, I mean, all hell breaks loose at the end.
And then, you know, you think, oh, this might be the end of it for Furia because Twisted Minds has got a good high ground position. They were spreading out very nicely.
Yeah.
The side slide by Begopa as they were hungry, they were ready to eat, and they fed on them. That double tap up on top of the hill was a beautiful spray, and it cost them everything. You can see Pozo was so excited because he realized all I have now is a 1v1 to worry about.
Yes.
And there was a moment where I thought they were going to pull it off, Twisted Minds, but it just... The gut shot of having 3 drop down to 1 like that is hard to come back from because you're turning around going, what just happened?
Yeah, of all the Snake players, the cam was spectacular in the spray control and then getting the 2 knocks. I do question, I mean, maybe he realized that they'd seen him and then he had to just take the shots anyway, but if you don't, you should always be kind of playing for placement in that situation, I feel, personally. But, I mean, regardless, look what he did to the Pete tore Twisted Minds opportunity apart here.
Absolutely ripped him up, and in his own way, you know, he helped Furia win, but Furia also made sure that they got 2 points because he got those double knocks. They were able to confirm that and make sure that those go down. So it was a sort of a nice little working together moment, I guess, as Twisted Minds, who we talked about going into the break. Twisted Minds have been playing kill heavy. They're waiting for their circle. They're waiting for their win. This was it, and it got stolen.
Did indeed, but they get to yet another late game. And after already getting to plenty, well, not necessarily plenty of late games, but getting a lot of kills in the previous game, and then on Rondo getting into that late game, Twisted Minds is going to be looking very strong towards the top of those tables. But Furia, big points for them. 10 kills on the board, 1,500 damage goes their way. But Twisted Minds, 2,003.
Right. Twisted Minds will continue that rise up. We got TKL with another big second place for them, so they will manage to stay on that top 4 position off of this. New Happy, who's also been putting up a ton of points all day, is going to get another 10 kill out of that. Furia is the one team that was sort of on the bottom of the bracket coming into this. I think they only had about 26 points, so this is going to be a huge glow up for them. Probably moving to the top 8, which is a big deal for them going into day 2.
Yeah, the 2 and 4, New Happy and Tikula, getting themselves even more consistency here makes me even more excited for tomorrow for Petrichor Road, but maybe we're putting way too much emphasis on them.
But I mean, okay, we'll talk about Fury in a second because we're talking a lot about Petrichor Road, but we said we were focusing on them because we're saying, well, their region felt really weak.
Yeah,
but their region doesn't look very weak right now. The other teams that made it in are very strong. So Petrichor could be incredibly off the chain tomorrow.
And just to quickly wrap up on that, 5 games in, it does make me question, okay, is it just because they are very comfortable situated here where they have played before a lot, or are they strong? I think that question still remains for me. But anyway, Fury here as Gizera, I mean, you were talking about bringing him in and how it could pay dividends in the future, and hey, well, here we are.
I mean, when we watched them play previously, they were called Luna Galaxy. We saw them at PGC. They put up some good numbers.
Fury มันพรุ่งนี้อีกวันบอกว่า Fury
แล้วก็พรุ่งนี้อีกวันนะ mix up the fight. Gizera is always going to find himself in a forward position. We saw him going head-to-head with multiple teams in a 1v2 scenario. He walks with 5 kills. This is sort of the magic piece that Luna had been sort of building themselves up to become Furia, and now this roster is very strong. We saw them come out of the North American region. They absolutely dominated the grand finals there. And they've been playing with confidence that I have not previously seen in their roster going back years.
ใช่ครับที่ไฟไก่เกมแรก
That Panther is sort of
ที่ไฟ
taking over their
ไก่เกมแรก
and they are playing
แต่อยากให้ไก่มาอีก
Yeah, I'm happy to see the guys get properly picked up. I mean, I think a lot of the implications could
เพราะว่า
be
ทีไฟ
focused
แข่ง
on
อี
the
กที
idea of
คือวัน
an
พุธเลย
EWC race for a Furia here, but 20 points for them is no slouch. Tekula, though, gets themselves 16. Twisted Minds yet again another double-digit game. The boys, the triple winners, the back-to-back-to-back for Twisted Minds, puts them at #1 by 1 point.
Look at that.
There's no wins yet, but ultra consistency comes out for Twisted Minds.
I mean, to be in that spot without a win is pretty impressive, right? So like that's to speak to their consistency.
พรุ่งนี้ day อีกวันหนึ่งครับ
Looking for another one and looking like it's definitely a possibility. The big surprise for me today, and I hate to say this, but it's true, is Taikule has been absolutely phenomenal, unexpectedly phenomenal.
Yep. Can only agree. Can only agree. It's not just being able to get into some of the lowest late games. Obviously, sat at their most placement points throughout the day so far, but also getting the kills as well. Batulins, #1, not bad, mate. Yeah. Okay, no words. No words just yet from Batulins.
No words, but his smug little smile and shrug says a lot, right? And also the fact that they're coming in, that could have been a heartbreaker steal. Losing that chicken dinner in the last game.
ฟอร์คอนไลท์อัพโซนิกใช่ครับสกอร์กำลังสวยถูกต้องครับเดย์มาดีครับพรุ่งนี้เดย์อีกวันหนึ่งครับเดย์6 เกม
Why is there no words?
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
And they know it here on the international stage. They know that there's always the potential for big threats tomorrow. That's, of course, a looming factor that does exist. And it's very clear that if you've got a Taikula and a new Happy looking like this, Day Trade is also performing pretty well. There are definitely external threats that maybe some of the big teams didn't quite necessarily think about coming into the day.
I mean, I think the other side of that leaderboard problem is that we're seeing some other teams, 4AM, GT, 6 points. They're averaging almost 1 kill per game.
It's a disaster.
It's an absolute disaster. Gen G, another GPT team, barely breaking past 14. We're seeing a lot of these teams, Bestia, not getting up over that number. And we said teams have to come out if you are a struggle team or a chase team, strong day 1, and to see teams that are short of 15 points going into game 6 is actually pretty shocking.
I'll harp on it.
เหนื่อยอะข้ามโซนมา
For a team like 4AM,
คนละเวลา
there's always questions around their GPT status and stuff like that. And 6 points in these games, there has to be a resurgence in the next game. There has to be a better day in their second group stage, because it can't be this way that they underperform.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point where it becomes unacceptable, right? You have to look at it and go, "What? This isn't working. We've changed the roster. We keep making what is not working?" Because the fact of the matter is, 6 kills. Some of the players with under 150 ADR is absolutely abysmal. So hopefully they can pull something together, maybe figure it out tonight when they come back.
ต้องดูว่ามันนี่เท่าไหร่ครับต้องดูว่ามัน
watching today. They've been in good positions.
ต้องดูว่ามัน
They haven't sort of had things go their way. We saw that shift move away from them in the last match.
เห็นแบบมาไปอยู่เบสเตียครับ
But I feel like they've been great as a recovery team so far.
Definitely more pep in their step compared to the last weeks of BWS. That was not easy to watch for a T1 fan, I think is fair to say.
Also, let's talk about Navi
17
real quick. They went through 4 phases of hot drop last time.
Yeah, they did. We're on the way. Let's get to Miramar. One final game here for groups A and B. Cassis, take it away.
54 แต้มก็โอเคนะ 4AM ใช้เส้นเข้ามาเปล่าฟอร์มนี้ไหวเลย
Twisted at the top. Such
4AM เป็น
things are
global
inevitable.
partner team ครับ
But I mean,
แต่ผมว่าน่าจะปลิวรอบหน้านะ หมายถึงว่า ถ้าทีมจีนมันยังมี
that was
ถ้าทีมจีนยังมีแบบว่า
kind of taking
อาจจะเป็น New Happy ถ้า New Happy ผลงานดีก็ไม่แน่ครับ ถ้า New Happy ดีผลงานถ้า New Happy ผลงานดี 4AM ก็ไม่แน่ครับอาจจะบิน
Formerly El Proyecto, but got picked up. It's awesome
Formally.
Formally,
Look, it's
yeah,
Americans.
we
We have
could,
how many Falcons has had like 56,000?
You
Well,
guys,
no, technically they're not.
you guys need to chill on the teams, okay?
Look, money be money, bro.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I know, total respect, and I'm really happy Furia picked him up, but I was getting a bit worried, to be honest, Matt. Watching him today, I was like, man, okay, so this fight's happening.
2 hot drops. Well, maybe. Yeah, no, definitely 2 hot drops. So here we go. We've got Takula on one side, and then we have T1 on the other, and of course, Navi and 17 also lined up against each other. I don't really fault Takula for kind of being a bit friskier with this, with the way that they've been playing today.
Why not?
Test yourself.
You're good to go. Well, this is not good to go for 17. Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Do it.
Oh.
No! Go pick it up and do it again.
Disappointment. But still, okay, you still got it at the end. Oh, Little Ghost getting some retaliation back, though. So, it's a bit messy, but in a fun way that hot drops can often be.
The Saiga is so good in situations like this. And an it's a nice setup for Little Ghost there.
Shotguns so hot right now.
Yeah, they are. It's been cool to see that, like, these hot drops have often come down to SMGs and shotguns.
This is all important with hot drops, but we also needed to mention that there's like, this is a very southern circle with like, I don't know what, 30% of it water?
Yeah, this one, there's a world where this goes Partona. It's probably not deep enough, but...
Why'd you have to say it? You cast or curse our fun.
I've seen them end there, so...
Both hot drops are a bit chill right now, though, so that's why we're kind of taking a look at the circle. Navi and what's going on with 17 looks like it could be brewing a bit more. Like, Hakatori is kind of like the key point in what we're looking at with a lot of the movement since he's the closest to what's going on with 17. T1, Taikula has separated a bit more into a north-south situation around Chumasera, but also we do have Orca that's kind of close to it as well.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. And I do want to say props to Taikula for going for this hot drop because you've been having...
T5 ต้องมาแล้วเกมนี้ผมให้ T5 เกมนี้
So you're basically into the finals.
เกมนี้ผมให้ T5
So
ไปได้วงล่างอ่ะไปได้
your drops, now's the time where you can really commit and really go for the fight and try to bully them out. I don't expect T1 to let up on it, though. Historically, Sonic's teams, as a head coach, he doesn't really give up these spots easily. You really have to bully them away, and I mean, like, beat them, like, 3 days in a row to get them to get out of it. But
pretty much, if you stay here, you won't qualify.
Yeah.
Is the threat.
Oh, they'll drag you down with them.
Okay,
so
Xiaowu, not sitting the best. Doesn't even have a helmet. Shotgun's coming up, but he's got himself the Uzi. He's hearing a lot of footsteps.
ผมครับพี่แอลผมครับ
That back over. Hakatori's still playing around the apartments right now. Looks like
Man,
the push
they're
coming
walking
out.
down.
So it's pretty much duos going after the solos on both sides. Very, very close to each other.
Xiaowu, he knows where everybody is. Navi.
Okay, here it comes.
ขอบคุณพี่แอลครับผมครับ19 เดือนครับพี่แอล thank you ครับ
I love the patience on it, but that does mean the fact that it means that Navi could get some vision of what's going on. 7-7 does show himself and does force away. I mean, I feel like maybe they're trying to protect him. He doesn't have a lot to work with.
I thought he was going to maybe go out the window. Oh, maybe they knew he was there to begin with. That's why he's being patient.
One! That chair is putting in a ton of work. It's buying him so much survivability. Tries to get the shots in between. Theorist having a big day is going to get dropped as well. That is going to be a beautiful set of plays coming from Xiaowu.
Oh, the jump peak mid-air spray with the micro Uzi while he was running out of bullets too. Absolutely incredible from Xiaowu. The patience pays off. 7-7 trying to find the last member. Up the stairs he goes. Navi just going to have to hunker down and try to wait this out. The real question is 17 is, yeah, I was going to say, you need to be really smart about this.
It's Hakatori, man. This guy, he can absolutely decimate a squad by himself. So, now resetting back, slowing back down the pace. They know where he is and hear the footsteps coming for him. Leans into the shotgun to the start. Doesn't want to bite off too much yet. So instead, just holding the angle, saying, okay, if you come for me, I'm going to punish you for it. I mean, it's a double barrel too, so here comes.
นาวีมึงก็ขยันลงนะ
Getting closer by
And the thing with this angle is
เดี๋ยวนาวีมึงก็ไม่ได้ออกจากจีนนะกูดูทรงแล้ว
fall back and potentially reload or swap guns where he's going to be
ข
safe
ยัน
to
ลงทับ
essentially
เหลือเกิน
isolate the first player down. Next player comes up, he's going to be able to back off if they do.
ประเด็นคือนาวีไม่ได้ไก่ครับ
like that.
ส่วน17เขาได้ไก่ไปแล้วครับ
Being rather patient.
นั่นแหละคือเรื่องที่สำคัญเลย
I'm out looking for more stuns and frags.
แล้ว17แม่งผลงานดีกว่าเล่นในบ้านด้วยถ้าไปเล่นยุโรปว่าไปอย่างครับ
This is
ตาย
T5 is just gonna say, okay, you guys are fighting still. That's cool.
Neither one of these squads in all of the hot drops has really taken a dominant position from the other one on the leaderboard, right? So we're at 22 points to 27 points. That's not like I have won a lot out of doing this. If anything, they're just both kind of dragging each other down. And technically, it's Na'Vi dragging down 17 because 17 is known for going for these drops.
And I mean, you got to think about it this way too. This is just setting the stage for the rest of the year as well, right?
Yeah.
These two teams are going to be expecting to see each other at most of the international events, and as the year goes on, like these spots and having control of them is more and more important. So now you're grouping up for this push. It's just, can Hackatory hack it? Is he going to get this done?
I love that, by the way.
Thank you.
This is respect. You can see that they do not want to bite off too much. They don't want to risk giving Hackatory too much. They know that this guy is a threat, and so instead, now that they're up the top, they're playing it slow. They can potentially go for the trades. They have to have an idea on which side he's going to be playing from. So here comes a step in. Shotgun's off the start of it. Not really getting too much just quite yet. And there you go. 17 gaming. Pick it up, and there's the bullets. We win.
The victory spray.
Victory screech.
The way they approach that. Oh yeah. Send out some of those emotes. Kick them out. Kick them out. Kick them out of Picado. But the way they approached that was really, really smart, because once they got up the stairs, they made it so it was really hard for... You gotta be kidding me. He threw the crowbar?
ซ้ำสุดยันกล่องนะบอกเลย
I mean... Do what you gotta do.
Beautiful. That is what the micro Uzi was meant for.
Okay, so that calmed down. Yes, also, Taikula and T1 did get separated. T1 is presently down to the south, and Daytrade. So it's time to talk about the circle and T1. What's going on with Daytrade as well? Daytrade's kind of separated out. I mean, I don't think that there's going to be too much more happens out of this other than potentially Belmoth, where we see this kind of being set up. He's just kind of forced into the rocks. Tigger can't support. He's not even on the main section of land for Miramar.
Yeah, this is pretty challenging, though, to get a grenade down there. It would have to be so well cooked for Heather to get one to land. So not much you can do other than to try to find other angles. And Belmoth, you know, might be okay with that, because at least potentially maybe one of his teammates could get some sight lines on a T1. So T1 kind of aware of that. That's why they're just poking and prodding right now, just seeing if maybe they can catch him out of place. The bad news for Belmoth is you're stuck here until either T1 leaves or you die. Or unless something crazy happens and a third party shows up. Like those are kind of your only options.
So with Takula getting a win, kill, they're back in.
ร้อนเผาใช่นาวีร้อนเผา
So this has been very back and forth with them. Curious to see how it continues to develop. T1 has to be careful, as they also do have Twisted that's getting pretty close to him. Most of our teams have already kind of settled in around Resort, assuming that it's going to go that way. But
เพราะว่ามันโดนเตือนไปรอบนึงแล้วครับ
But we could also get a
17 Gaming อ่ะ
Los Leones.
17 Gaming โดนเตือนไปรอบแล้ว
I love Los Leones.
น่าโดนตัดแต้มอ่ะผมว่า
I want to see Twisted Minds just
ตะโกนไม่พักเลย
city again. So I'm be totally fine with another city finish with the way that they handle themselves in those fights. It's just so good. Taikula, what else can you say? I mean, they have had some just tremendous moments today. What a performance they're putting on here.
Well, I mean, their firefighting has been phenomenal, and it's just been pretty to watch whenever they get into a firefight. But they're getting into their positions by smartly reading the terrain and really ambushing teams. And that it feels like they're fragging out, but they're fragging out because they're playing the game so well on a heady basis.
Yeah, it's to add on to what you're saying is that they're using the terrain in a couple different ways. They're not just peeking over it. They're doing a great job with that. but it's that they're setting up for another player to come and take a flank or find another angle, and they're not over peeking, they're not over aggressing, they're not, you know, if they take some damage, they back off to set up for another player. Like, it's really good coordination as well. So all those things looking good. Oh, no Lociones, no Partona, just resort.
Oh, I'm so sad. We get to resort. It's still fun, and also these hillsides are pretty cool as well. I mean, where you've got all the sprinklers, all that other cool stuff. So, 17 going to be doing an emergency pickup. You can see that this is pretty compressed. We still have a lot of water in play, so T is going to have to be dealing with potentially Twisted Minds, who's probably going to go for a wider wrap. I wouldn't be surprised if they go all the way over to the east. T1's still going to have to contend up with Day Trade. Megapod went with a very long wrap and kind of circled around everything. You can see that 4 Angry Men are also trying to do a bit more of a regroup, as everything to the east of them is pretty open.
Whoa, T1 drove down into this. Tigger doing some serious damage. Finally, E-End able to take him down. Now he's got Belmoth out in the open. He's got him down. Nicely done here by E-End, but T1 suffering some damage along the way.
I mean, the way E-End played around the car itself and was using the windows and specifically the metal sections in between to kind of eat bullets, that was just very, very cleanly played for him. Heather is down a bit further ahead, but I don't think the Begapod is going to see him. Yeah, I think everything should be fine.
Well, they might have heard these shots. It's just that you got to kind of get into the circle, because if you get stuck anywhere near that bridge, it can become really dire. Problem is, you're going to be driving through Day Trade. Just Tanadol, though.
Oh, 17. Okay, looks like they get those compounds. They just snuck right through everything, so emergency pickup pays off.
They shoot people out of the air. They don't get shot out of the air. That's not how these things go. They are just...
I play PUBG. I feel it happens pretty equally in both ways.
No,
but
it does.
17, I get your joke. I just had you just gave me a flashback to like this moment where I like in a game shot somebody as they were taking the emergency pickup, and then took an emergency pickup myself, and then got shot before I touched down. So I was like, oh, I was like, please no. I got PTSD from it.
That's the old PUBG justice, as my friends and I call it, is when you do something stupid and it pays off, and then somebody else does it right back to you.
PUBG karma is strong.
It is absolutely strong team with a lot of good karma. It's Twisted Minds. They have secured the southern end of Los Leones. Fury on the mountains to their east, and then you got Falcons just to the south in the Warehouse District. New Happy kind of settling up in some of the shanty towns above the resort. 4 a.m. solidified a position because they took out a New Happy player. And things looking like they're going to slow down for now. There's enough playable stuff left in this circle that everybody can just kind of chill where they're mostly at, other than T1 is a bit outside. They're the only ones who have to make a move because they had to recover from that fight with Day Trade.
And yeah, I mean, they have a couple of pathing options. They could bump into... They're having a good time. You can always tell.
Hey.
Oh, well,
it's totally
gonna be
us, guys.
Jinji, yep. Oh, no. Gonna have to stop off on this one.
Type has hit some nasty shots.
And it looks like he's gonna hit enough to make it painful. Instead, now Ian's going to get a nice flanked position around this. He has to be careful that he doesn't overextend, because here comes the reinforcements. Vehicles coming down the hillside, both sides. Going to see if he can spot out Tosi as he jumps out of the vehicle. Doesn't connect. So now that means Ian is in a pretty dangerous spot. He's just going to go through the car, peek back over, and keep shifting between them, just trying to bounce it all around. Ian does go down. Americano picks him up.
Americano at 1 HP, though, but it doesn't matter. Orca's here. He's backing him up. Types is running him down from behind. He doesn't even have a red dot on that barrel. Doesn't need it. Point blank range has got Orca.
I didn't know that blowing the horn like that was the universal sign to play ring around the rosie. Okay, so a couple of shifts in. Type now in some trouble because Taikula, of course Taikula is there. There's gunfighting to be had, and they want the kills. Already sitting at 1. See if they can pick up a bit more. Type having to recess down. Americano's going to spot that. He wants to get Heather back up at Falcons. Now also joining the fight. As here comes Spaceman just rolling through. Is Game 6 scrims? What's going on here?
It feels like it. Yeah, especially for the teams at the top of the leaderboard. You know you're sitting pretty, so you can start harassing some of these other teams. I like this from Taikula to try to go after T1. They're going to be one of those teams that you're contesting drop spots with. You might as well get involved with this fight, see what the heck happens. At the very worst, you're going to ruin T1's day, even though they're sitting okay. For Gen G, it has been a bit of a struggle today. They're down to 14th. They're below Bagel Pop by a point. Now the Mortar's starting to come through. I suspect that's Tiggleton. Or somebody from.
Is it? I couldn't tell. It almost looked like it was coming from Tycoon.
Could be. There's a couple teams who are in range.
Yeah, I think it's probably. Yeah, I know it is Falcons. Tickleton is now hopped on the mortar.
Yep.
So.
Who else?
Yeah. I mean, it's not the biggest shock. It's kind of the biggest shock that it didn't hit somebody.
What a nerd.
Nerd.
He's doing geometry.
You're nicknamed after geometry. Ticklenomics. Playing your video games.
I love to make fun of Tig. All right. Type. Gonna let loose with some stuns. That's all he has left for Util, and he just gets shot in the back.
Dude, I love the energy that they're bringing, though. Tycoon feels it.
They're so loud, dude. It's so good. They've also have T1 right in front of them on the stage, so T1 can probably hear that.
Subtle mind games.
Right?
Extremely subtle mind games. 17 has a shack that they're presently living out of. I mean, take what you can get. They got the moral victory in Picado, and a couple of kills stacked on them as well. Taikula has some troubles of their own that they're going to have to deal with. We're getting flashbacks to the start. Are we getting a full breakdown of all of the hot drops today?
We're going to run through 17 just destroying. I love the desk found there too.
Oh, production! I love you for this.
This is nice. I can enjoy this. Let's just take this in. This is a. It was the sight, not the crowbar, but whatever.
Just look at how.
This is my favorite.
Like there's so many cool plays in these series.
Yeah.
Like I know hot drops are hard to they can mess up your game and do anything else like that. But just the showcase of skill in the hot drops from both sides has been spectacular.
The creativity that you see at this stage of PUBG esports is so fun, dude. I mean, I think I talked about it earlier, but when Shrimsy threw that gas can over the school fence, it shot it out of the air.
I blew out. I was co-casting with guys.
Yeah.
It blew out my mic. I got so excited.
I was like, this is what I love.
Am I the problem? Do I just break mics? Apparently.
You've got a talent, I guess. Is that
Too
your
loud.
superpower?
Yeah.
You're the crappiest X-Men.
Superpower.
You call me Banshee right now? Is that it?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, we're making fun of him.
There you go. The nerddom pays off. Lines in. Drops it again. That second one, Tig. What you got? Oh, he's hopping in vehicles. They got goals, man.
They got to
They
run
want
him
to go
down.
after this. They already have two members that are very, very close. They were prepped for this when they were like, no, we know we can get it. BB now trying to throw out some nades, slow down the potential push and the threats that are coming. Falcons want some more kills, but they don't want to overextend. Kickstart did get knocked, so inside of this one, they got to be cautious, at least trying to flush out what's going on in front of him. Tickleton wants what he created.
This is so good. I mean, the timing there was an emergency pickup being attempted. Tig gonna find the flush out in the open. He's got another
out
from
of the car. Give it to me. What is going on today? We are seeing so many cool plays.
That was so good. I love the confidence from the Falcons as well. They're gonna get out with their knocked teammate in the vehicle. This is just so well drawn up. You can't do it much better than that. I mean, the only way you could have is if you don't take a knock. Beautiful.
I mean, there you go. This is the expectations people have for Falcons when they talk about him. Trying to assault back up near the top of the leaderboard. They still have a climb to go chasing after the lead that's been set up from Twisted and Taikula. But with Taikula now out, that means the fact that there is a climb potential. But let's not forget Twisted Minds.
Yeah, there's worlds where maybe Falcons ends up as the top team of the day if they have a really just solid end game.
I mean, even Day Trade could be there.
Even Day Trade. They're down to one
It's a lot
player,
harder.
but it's a lot.
They have to kill a lot of people as a solo, but it could happen. The way today's been going, it could happen.
That's a good point, man. We've had some crazy finishes, like where I think one team is dead and they just kind of cling to life for a bit longer, and then
I feel
wild
bad
stuff
for our
happens.
spectators, man. They're just like, oh, so we're just gonna see a three.
Post.
Whoa, Tickleton. Posa manages to survive it though. Looks like the Falcons don't want to run it. No! Car flips. That's going to be easy shots for Posa, but Tig, yet again, makes a big play for his squad when he needs to. H1 down, Tig down. That means it's going to be Kickstart and Shrimsy. They've been buying a lot of cool plays so far, but this could be a problem.
Yeah, this is out in the blue, too, to make matters worse. And it's actually T5 from quite far away. A good 400, 500 meters. Getting involved, doing some damage to Furia, who's trying to reposition. You got Shrimzy underneath him, though. He could find a decent angle here. With how spread out Furia is, I mean, Guizero's a mile away. He's across the road, down a hill, out in the open. Haven lets loose with the grenade, but doesn't get knocked.
That is...
Oh, and he found the knock on H-Win!
Usually Shrimzy gets those. I mean, there's a lot going on around him, so with that knock, more pressure mounting on Shrimzy's position. He's been revealed. Guizera now coming in for reinforcements. Shrimzy can make the hero play for his teams, at least taking the shots out onto Haven. Has now forced Furia to slow down a bit and allowed a bit more of a reset coming up for Falcons.
Man, Kick able to get the res up there. Nice work by him up on top of the hill. Although they have to use a lot of smokes. And what in the world is going on here in the cave tunnels?
Sure, that's just today in a nutshell.
What?
I love it. Mime down for the time being. Bestia trying to defend in. They want to shoot over the shoulder, deny Twisted any ability to creep moving forward. Falcons did manage to separate. Shrimzy did go down at the cost for it, but Falcons did manage to make it down the hillside directly on top of what we're going to be seeing go on with Twisted Minds.
Look at the staggered setup of
T5
these
อยู่ไหนวะ
mobile
เนี่ยทุกคน
shields. This gives them the ability to kind of fall back a little bit, set up some different options for keeping their opponents guessing where they're going to be hiding, where they're going to be going for the res, where those grenades need to be placed, things like that. Pretty cute little setup that they've got going there for Bestia. Twisted Minds. Well, I mean, they got their knock. They got the Panzer kill. Hey, emergency pickup. Kind of not good anymore, but it's a neat little find.
I'm scared of that hallway. That's like a full Daredevil hallway scene.
Oh, dude,
you do not want to get in. Oh, yes. Give me the...
Show it
give me
again. Dude, this is crazy good. And then the second one. The second one hit too.
Yep. Okay, so lay of the land right now. Dead center, we've got what we're looking at with Bestia and Twisted. Falcons are kind of up on top of it, so you can see them dancing around. Furia, we saw just one moment ago. New Happy's come into the northwest. TE in the due west. Four Angry Men have themselves that combo that they're going to be playing to the south. T5 backs up against the wall.
This is such a cool setup that Bestia's got going. If Twisted pushes in here, I doubt they will because of the circle situation, but there's also the AWM for
And look at
DraftKings.
the cars around the backside of it, too, so that way they even have some cover whenever they step out on this angle.
They are preparing for the zombie apocalypse here.
They are fortified. Like, that's not necessarily the best place to always play from, but they have made that. They've turned it around. That is a complete house flip from fixer-upper into full-scale mansion.
Yeah, that's a cool setup they've got going. Absolutely love to see it. Bagel Pot underneath Furia. Furia, though, doesn't really seem too keen to get very aggressive. Akan, there was maybe a moment there where he was stepping out into the open that if he got peeked, he might have been dead. Guizera being patient, but Akan looks like he's in the shack next to the house. Let's see. Bagel Pot is going to be able to kind of react to this, be aware of Furia's position, but Furia not keen to take the fight just yet. Want to play better safe than sorry. They want more points. They want to get really confirmed and safe going into that grand finals.
Well, it's going to be a Khan that's creeping up close to Furia. You just saw that man can blow up a squad by himself. Can he do it again? Takes a face full of lead, has to step away. Manages to survive, though. Does manage to get separation away from Guizera, now feeding that information back over to the rest of Bagopah. T5 can't make a move. Blue Zone going to be on top of him in just 1 second. All of these squads kind of caught up over here. New Happy is trying to flank around, go up on top of everything, kind of move along the position directly on top of where Twisted is. So they're using the distraction, what's going to be going over here to buy a bit more space. T5 using that opportunity. They're going to be sending it in. Looks like they might be in lines where Falcons is going to be defended up at. Falcons are going to be taking a couple of shots in, but not too scary just quite yet. Finally going to get Rusted Jr. Ranger's going to go down as well. Paz and Pong in some trouble. Falcons playing off the back foot in defense, but it's going to be H-Win. Looks like he's in some trouble, narrowly managing to survive.
Yeah, they get the wipe, though. That's huge for Falcons, continuing to just be unbelievable with 2 players alive. I mean, we saw them win on Tego. Who knows? Maybe they can get it done here in our final game. Haven is going to end up falling to 2 Heart as this battle
เข้าลึกไปหน่อยแต่ข้างนอกก็เล่นไม่ได้ครับข้างนอกมันฟิวโล่งครับเล่นไม่ได้เข้าใจแหละทีไฟ
They're going to continue on, march forward as 3. Furia
เล่น
up
ยาก
on the
ครับ
hill, but
ทีไฟ
look what they got in front of them. It is sheer cliff. So going down there, yes, of course, you could pull the parachute, but there's going to be a lot of teams watching you when you do it. Is that level 3 gear? Yeah, and it's a P90 for Zakraken.
Ooh, man, New Happy feels bad about that one.
That was supposed to be our crate.
I wanted that. And now you've got high ground and the crate weapon. I'm just going to have to kill you to take it back. There is a world where we could be potentially watching the brewing of a med battle ending with the multi-level situation. If this continues to stay up around the north.
Dude, I haven't seen one of those in a while.
It could stay stacked over here. So we can see a lot of teams now starting to assign control over the top while we still have Bestie and Twisted that are going to be down below it. I could be down.
เข้ายาก
I haven't seen one in a while. The
พื้น
last
ที่
one
มัน
I
ไม่มี
think
เล่นแล้ว
I
ครับ
saw was right here on this map, if I'm not mistaken.
ผมเข้าใจทีไฟนะเพราะว่ามันไม่มีที่เข้าแล้วครับวงท้ายแล้วมันบีบมาอย่างเงี้ยถ้าบีบออกขวาไปอย่างน้อยเขาเล่นได้อีกวงเว้ยเนี่ยแต่ถ้าเล่นเนินนี้ก็ต้องซุนหน่อยแล้วก็ไม่รู้ว่าวงน่าจะอยู่หรือเปล่านะ
Setting up the defenses themselves. Oh, too hard. You got to hit those shots. There you go.
ยังคมอยู่อะ
Okay, getting some more control over the territory. Furia in some trouble. So Kraken's got to move down, and we move to the south with the circle. Why don't you love me, circle? I mean, still a chance. Still a chance.
It could happen, but it's pretty unlikely now.
Yeah.
Let's see. 16, just keeping his eyes towards where Furia was.
The thing about, though, that really sucks about this is Twisted, New Happy, Falcons, Furia, Begapa all have to move into the circle now, and it's kind of
เกมท้ายจบก็น่าจะพักครับพรุ่งนี้ไปรอทำงานกินข้าวรอทำงานพรุ่ง
I
นี้
wouldn't say that not the best real estate to be playing around as the Kraken finds another enemy.
ทวิตเต็ดไมล์เขาเล่นแบบเพย์เซฟเว้ยถ้าคุณเข้าใจทวิตเต็ดไมล์แบบว่าถ้าคุณดูยุโรปมาตลอดคุณจะเข้าใจเลยว่าทวิตเต็ดไมล์มันเป็นทีมที่เล่นแบบว่ามาตรฐานดีอะคิวไม่ได้เยอะครับเก็บตัวเล่นวงท้ายเว้ย
Hold the line there at their zombie, fort that they've set up, and then if they, because likely that they're gonna have to make a move eventually. Not necessarily, but and when they do, the only thing that they're gonna have to be worrying about is like teams underneath them on the hills around the sides. So it's gonna be kind of interesting. It is the flush there onto Park Pro.
I just am going to need to see Twisted try to assault that hallway if it happens.
I hope so.
I don't care what else is happening. I please.
Can I run onto the stage and ask Batulins to just do it for us? Take one for the team?
Do it for us, man. Look, I know you're 2 points out of first, but it's group stage. Who cares about first? Think of the memes, bro. Think of the memes.
We'll have to wait and see. Oh, this is not good for Bagopod. That situation you're talking about. Okay, well, Bestia's starting to inch their way forward. They want to maybe think about better angles to take. I think Twisted might not have a choice. They might have to just go this way. Molly's at the ready. There was not much hope there for Bagopod out in the open like that. Trailer is going to be territory. Oh, never mind. Kick, just donked by 16.
I mean, high ground straight in, beat it on him. Not a lot that he could have done there. So that means H-Win, birthday boy himself. All right, what present can you get? Because you are inside the circle. Well, no, actually not even quite yet. You still have to leave this building.
Dude, throw a grenade in the window. Do it. Or you could throw it through the hole in the top. Do it. He's just going to wait. This is smarter.
Yeah. Oh. All right, it's a Kraken new target. Fish in a barrel situation. As you can see, Falcons now down and out. The Kraken on top and fishing with Dynamite. Bounce really hard.
เจอแบบแข่งที่จีนเนี่ยที่จีนแม่ง energy เยอะเวลายิงกันตายอ่ะ
Push into Bestia. Four angry men not inside the circle. There is no cover inside of this new circle except for Bestia's positioning.
That's crazy. That position might just earn them a chicken dinner after everything is said and done. You can see the verticality that these teams are having to contest with. Okay, Twisted Minds was able to find another exit out, I think, maybe? Or maybe, the X-Ray's just playing with my brain.
I don't know. I feel like they're just getting...
They gotta go.
They're getting stalled out. Yeah, we're just getting everything thrown in right now. Blue Zone nades might be able to buy you space if you can kind of layer them out and time it properly. See, Twisted, they're wanting to try to push through this, but this is the problem. If you go down there, you're just going to be caught in the thick of a terrible situation. And as these shields just keep getting shifted back, you can see new rock formation time and time again.
You know what? If there's shotguns on the ground, I think I saw one earlier.
New Happy เก็บแต้มฟรีเลยให้เก้า
I would grab those, smoke it, and just run in and pray that you can get close enough and pull the trigger before your opponent does. That honestly could be the play.
This is going to be really interesting to specifically see how Batu, of all people, wants to try to navigate this situation. New Happy getting control over the high ground, still trying to take care of. There's a Kraken down below him. TE in some trouble trying to make it in the circle, and it's going to be Zilong that does manage to connect in. Looks like they do at least manage to get into the circle itself. Four angry men are trying to creep forward. Looks like they're trying to get a vehicle set up to maybe buy themselves a bit more space. But New Happy has reign over everything on top. And down below them, Bestia's got control over the low ground and pretty much Hades as it's all on fire and smoking.
Yep, here we go. Here comes the push. Tons of smokes. You have to do what you can to obscure the vision, but there's a molly on the ground stalling Twisted Minds, letting the blue do some of the work for them potentially.
I'm waiting. They're just going to have to walk into it. They don't want to. Molotov now gone. They know that they're going to be walking into a crossfire. There's no option to really play around. Mime doesn't have a lot of vision. He's just going to be playing off of what he can hear, but there's explosions going off all around him. He doesn't know exactly. I love that Batulins is crawling right now. He's trying to maneuver in underneath of it. And now Mime's going to start hearing the footsteps coming through. Is he just going to let the lead come out? Now he's just going to run in. Jumps right into all of them. Twisted just absolutely dismantles this. The cost is 2 down. They're still trying to creep forward. Everybody's just trying to crawl forward. Bestia does get eliminated. Blue Zone nade lands down on top of this. Twisted has to get out.
Oh, what a throw from Godby. He hears the fight. He knows where they're at, and the Blue Zone grenades are perfect. They did so much damage. Mutually assured destruction. The Expendables trying to find some kills on the exit.
4M แชมป์เหมือนนะ Oh my god TE ดีวะ
If he'd gotten it, it would have been pretty cool. But Expendables now going to start getting picked apart. Too many angles to work from. 4 Angry Men have control over 2 different angles. So really, it's going to be about the pinch.
4M แชมป์
walking forward 2v1. But it is example. A Tongmu on one side of it has to juke around. It is going to be the 4 Angry Men picking up the victory on an absolutely crazy ending.
Yeah, a quiet day for the most part from 4 a.m., but they come through with the chicken dinner. That's very, very important for them. And what a day.
เจอกันครับทุกคนพักละลงทีมก่อนครับ
I love everything about
ไม่ใช่ใหม่ครับ
It was a good day. It was a
ไป
really
ละ
good day. That fight
เจอพรุ่งนี้ครับเจอพรุ่งนี้ตอนแข่งเลย
We've seen smart plays.
เจอพรุ่งนี้ตอนแข่งครับ
Crazy